Alright. Well, I guess it's time to get this started, huh? Want to make sure that YouTube is actually working properly, so I don't need to constantly check back in on it. And it looks like it is, so that is a good sign. Now, I'm not ready to hop right into the speedrun. I do have a little bit of setup that I need to do first, but once I'm done with that, we'll be able to just jump right into things. So, first thing I've done is I've upgraded my heirlooms. However, I want to get the enchanted versions mailed over because I have some stored in my bank vaults. Hello, Ghost Gaming. Good to see you. So I'm just going to check this stuff out. All right. Can log over and start mailing stuff. Most of my stuff will probably be stored on this character. This is one of my old world record druids, but it's the thing that I currently use. Hello, Saya. Good to see you. I know that as we get closer to, or as we get more people in here, I'm going to start getting people saying, oh, why haven't you started the run? Just start the run. But unfortunately, if you are new to some of my World of Warcraft speedruns, just know that getting the run started is usually half the battle. There is a lot of setup that needs to be done for one of these things, so I will be going as fast as I can, but unfortunately, as fast as I can usually ends up being quite slow by some people's standards, so I'll do my best, but it might take a bit. Because I still need to find where all my heirlooms are stored, and I have tons of garbage just sitting in my bags. I loved your videos like 2 years ago or something. Start it. That would be 1 year ago. But yes. Actually, come to think of it, like about, I want to say like a week ago was the 1 year anniversary from when I first started my YouTube channel. So yeah, it's been about 1 year. That said, I've only been doing, I would say, like, concurrently, like, YouTube videos for maybe, I don't know how long exactly, probably about, like, 5 months at this point, because, basically, when I first started my YouTube channel, I did not expect it to, like, really grow. It was in Legion, definitely was not in Legion. My first ever YouTube video, first one, was, Shadowlands beta, or pre-patch, I guess. Yeah, right. Well, first of all, BFA was before Shadowlands. I get what you're saying. But yeah, I was in Shadowlands pre-patch. So it was like very, very late BFA. I could probably mail these rings over. Actually, no, because heirloom rings are now better. So I don't think this is worth it. But yeah, it was pretty late around that point. So yeah, BFA, yeah, you're right about that. Basically, yeah, I did a lot of speedruns around that time, and then I eventually stopped doing speedruns, just anything in general. Rating got a bit too much. I was guild leading at the time, so didn't end up doing a lot at the time, but getting back into it now, so it should be fun. Oh wait, no, I don't need that. Tentative crit, sure. Quick and deadly jewel clusters. Why not? What else can I mail over? That should be good. Keep that bag with all the stuff I need. And I'll check to see if I have anything else in my bank. Yep, of course I do. Gun shoes. I don't need any more bear tartar. Probably not unbridled. What can I use here? Jeweled lockpick. Well, we're skipping the Ba intro now, so that's not going to be important. Aha! There we go. Flamescar Draconian Deflector. So that's the first item that I need. Hello, Brettman and hello, Nixio Gaming. We're just doing the setup for the run, but it's good to have you both here. Hello, Pubs. Good to see you. I'll take more Goblin Gliders. I already have a bunch, but, you know, more can't hurt. And what else? So this is basically the way that I've been setting up for my speedruns these days, right? Before, I would just kind of scramble to have everything set up before I turned on the camera. Nowadays, you know, I just look for everything ahead of time and then store it in this bank vault. And then when it's time for me to do the run, I hop onto that bank vault and I just, you know, dig through stuff, find what I need. And, you know, this has worked out pretty well. Okay, well, this is Mastery, which is kind of shit, but whatever. Oh no, that's not the ring that I wanted. I'll need a different version of that ring. Ooh. Moskip is now level 50. Today's hotfix. That get hotfix today? I thought that was in the patch. Pretty sure that was always in the patch. Let me check the hotfixes. Level requirement to skip the Maw introduction is now 50. Interesting. Okay. I guess, yeah, I must have never tried it at level 48. I mean, even before that change, I always recommended that people not actually try and go do that until they were level 50. It's just kind of wasted experience if you head into Shadowlands early, but I guess that's good to know. Darkman Ride Ticket, well, that's going to be useful. Worn Stoneskin Gargoyle Cape. It probably isn't worth it to come back. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't recommend it. I wish I could. I really do wish I could. And, you know, here's the thing. I know that people will always complain that I'm like a naysayer and stuff like that. Look, if patch 5.2 or if patch 9.2 ends up being really fucking good and I'm having a lot of fun with the game, then I will recommend that people come back. You know, it's as simple as that. If I am having a ton of fun with World of Warcraft, I'll recommend that other people come back because I'll be like, yeah, it's a good game. You should definitely come back. But if I'm at a point where I'm not having a lot of fun with WoW, then, well, I can't recommend it. And now some people will probably follow that up, and I say probably because that's what people always say to me, with, well, if you're not enjoying the game, why do you still play it? Why are you still streaming it, etc.? Well, the reason I'm streaming it right now is because I am enjoying Mythic raiding. That's it. The only thing that I can currently find fun in this game is Mythic raiding, and Mythic raiding is the thing that I've pretty much spent most of my time recently doing. And I want a protection paladin. So my logic was, I like Mythic raiding. I want a Mythic raid as a prop pally. I don't have a prop pally. I need to level a prop pally. Fuck it. Why don't I do a prop pally speedrun? You know, two birds, one stone. So that's why I'm doing this. But some people seem to have this opinion that if I don't like the overall state of the game, then I have to quit or something. You know, if you don't love everything about WoW, then like by definition you're just a hater, and you should go play one of those other games and blah 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 blah. It's a whole thing. It's something I've had to deal with, unfortunately, quite a lot. But yeah, what can you do? Okay, here. Let me hop over. I think, which character do I need to check? I didn't check my guild bank. Right, I meant to do that. But yeah, so other thing I was going to mention, I will be doing the Moskip though. So Moskip is definitely something that I would recommend. Hello, you're a local MILF. And I've been doing that since 9.1.5 on the PTR, and it's what I'm going to be doing here. Again with the clickbait title. How is this a clickbait title exactly? It is my last WoW speedrun. What would you like me to put for the title exactly? Look, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be, but there you go. This is a pretty honest title, honestly. Let's see. Yeah, as you might notice, my bags and bank are a bit of a fucking mess right now. I think I've gotten most of the stuff I need, but it's always good to double check. I would rather spend an additional 20 minutes prepping for a run. 50 to 60 speedrun N+1, yeah. At no point have I ever said that this was definitively my final speedrun, right? I've said that this might be the last WoW video I make. But this one I can safely say I just have no reason to level any more characters. I didn't even try to make a big deal about the last one because, well, I wasn't sure if it would be my last one. And it wasn't, so good thing I didn't. In that case, if I had called my previous speedrun my final WoW speedrun, then, well, you know what? That would be cause to say it's clickbait, but it's not, because I never said it was, and this one is. So, there you go. I shouldn't be so bothered by this, but it just, it's so easy to get pissed off by stupid people. It is what it is, I guess. I could take Tome of the Quiet Mind. Why not? I think that's everything, though. I need drums, but these drums are low-level drums. So I'm better off just taking some from my main and then mailing it back when I'm done. Join stream, doesn't understand what's going on. Again, with the clickbait title, refuses to elaborate. Yeah. It is what it is. Some people, for reasons unbeknownst to me, really fucking hate me. And look, I know that I don't have, like, the most... I don't know what to call it. I guess to some people I may have, like, a bit of an abrasive personality. Like, I'm not afraid to speak my mind on things, and some people really fucking hate that. But, like, I don't think I've said anything mean or untrue. I just, if I'm frustrated with something, I'm pretty open about it. And then you get those, like, WoW fanboys who just really dislike that. Because it's like, you either love WoW or you shut up, in their opinion. Okay, what? I'm actually pretty low in gold. Fuck. Yeah, I didn't realize how much this speedrun prep has blown my finances. I guess I'm gonna have to do a lot of callings after this. Oh well. Is what it is, I suppose. Send mail to... Yeah, I don't know why it's not autocorrecting, but okay. Let's go with 2,500. I don't need to buy flying, I don't think. Oh shit, do I need to buy flying? Can't remember. Am I planning to do speedruns during the anniversary event? No, I am not. In fact, even when the anniversary event was going on last year, I never used the anniversary buff. You don't believe me? You can check my my speedruns from back then. I did one anniversary speedrun, and it was on the beta. Specifically because it doesn't count if you use the anniversary buff, but, like, these days, who even gives a shit what the speedrun.com moderators think, because they will allow rule-breaking runs. They don't give a shit. That's a rant for another time, though. But yeah, speedrun.com mods at this point are just a fucking joke, and despite that, I've always said that I think anniversary buff is cheating, because if you do a run with the anniversary buff, it can't be replicated, so it's just not really fair or fun to watch. My opinion, at least. Some people disagree. That's their prerogative. But no, I have no intention of doing further speedruns after this. I'm not doing speedruns because I enjoy doing speedruns, because at this point, for people who don't know, can I explain the title? I'm kind of done with WoW. I've been pretty clear about that. Nothing more to elaborate on. It's exactly what it is. It's my final WoW speedrun. I wasn't even sure if I was going to make this. The only reason I'm doing this is because I want to level a Protection Paladin. That's it. If I didn't want to have a Prop Pally leveled up so I could do Mythic rating on a Prop Pally, I wouldn't even be doing the speedrun. In fact, honestly, I thought my last speedrun would be my final one. I didn't call it that because I wasn't entirely sure, but yeah, I figured this is a good way to let people know, because I still get people asking, do I plan on doing more speedruns, and do I plan on doing it with the anniversary buff? And, like, I'm fine and all that people really like the speedruns. I'm glad that people really enjoyed that, but at this point, I'm kind of done with them. So I'm doing one final one, and honestly, the title is intentional, not because clickbait or whatever. It's because I want people to know I'm kind of done with this. It's never supposed to be the entire purpose of my channel. It was something I did for fun once, and it's something that, as a competitive sport, does not exist anymore. I'll give you an example. For people who don't know, the speedrun.com moderators have effectively shit all over WoW speedrunning. Speedrun.com at this point is a complete travesty. Almost every single category has a cheated run at the top. By cheated, I mean the rules basically say you can't have people grouping with you. The entire point of a speedrun was supposed to be how fast you as an individual can level. And because the speedrun.com mods have just stopped giving a shit, effectively somebody who has had their friends just boost them through leveling has gotten the world record in every category. And I've contacted them about this. They've basically pretended that they don't know what I'm talking about. And it's clear at this point that they just don't care. So I've been kind of put off from WoW speedrunning for a while. I have mentioned this on stream before. This isn't like the first time I've talked about it. But it's something that I've already been getting a bit burnt out on, and at this point, there is zero competition left, either because nobody has interest in speedrunning, or because the only people still speedrunning are doing it not because they enjoy speed leveling, but because they're just trying to get the #1 spot and are cheating to do so, and the moderators aren't stopping that. So at this point, what investment should I have in speedrunning? The only reason I'm doing it is A, so I can make a guide, so I can help other people level fast. I will be making my leveling guide. I will be continuing to do that, continuing to do research to find the fastest way to level. Because that's what this was always about, right? I have never been interested in this as a competitive sport or something. I know some people were really intrigued by the concept of, like, competitive speedrunning. And for a time, I thought it could have potential, but it doesn't have potential if the people moderating the site have no interest in doing so. So at this point, my only interest in speedrunning is in the speed leveling aspect of it. It's in how well can I teach other people to level their characters quickly. That I still plan on doing. I'm not, like, completely ditching WoW as a game. I'm just ditching speed leveling as a concept. Or speed running, I would say, specifically. Speed leveling I still plan on doing just because, well, if I want to level a character and I want to teach somebody or make a guide to teach some person how to do it fast, well, I'll do that. Also, this doesn't scale as well, but it will outscale it eventually. It's a very complicated issue at the moment, so I'm trying to do my best to explain it without going off into a long tangent, because then we'll be here forever. But TLDR, I just don't think there's any, at this point, interest for me personally, or interest really within the community for stuff like that. And as a result, unless it gets fixed, I'm currently done with that aspect of it. Just to be clear, you'll still Mythic Raid and play FFXIV as well. Yeah, okay. If that was your question, this is not my final upload. Not at all. No, my channel's still going to be here, and I'm still going to be making videos. This is my final speedrun specifically. Yeah, I'll take off the Legendary Cape just because I don't want it to interfere with, like, the balance. This is another thing. Stuff like Legendary Cape, I don't think should be allowed in speedruns, but some people would disagree and say, oh, no, Legendary Cape is perfectly fine. It's a personal preference, right? My stance on speedrunning has always been in conflict with other people's. My belief has always been that gold should be taken out of speedrunning. It might seem counterintuitive because, like, I spend a ton of gold on stuff for speedruns, but you have to understand the reason for that is because when something becomes the norm, right? When everybody is doing something, when everybody is spending gold on speedruns, if I want to remain competitive, I need to spend gold. But ever since I first got into speedrunning, I've been sitting here advocating for basically removing gold from speedrunning, right? Making it so you don't need to spend shit tons of gold on this if you want to actually remain competitive. And unfortunately, nobody else has been interested in that. It's just kind of a fact of life. The moderators have never really expressed an interest in rewriting the rules to make it so gold's impact on the speedrun is less important. It's always just been this thing where they're like, yeah, it's not really an important aspect of it for us. And I'm just like, all right. But the problem that I keep running into is people keep reaching out to me and saying, hey, I'm really interested in speedrunning, but I really hate how much gold it costs. Do you have any recommendations on how to get around that? And, well, that's why I started my budget speedrun series a while ago. You know, one person reached out to me on Discord one day, said pretty much exactly what I just described of, I don't want to pay the gold cost to get into speedrunning. What would you recommend? And that was like the 20th time that it happened. And finally I said, you know what, screw it. Why don't I make a series where I try to do that? Where I'm like, you know, fuck the moderators. I just take the gold cost out, put a budget on it, put out a poll, people voted for 5k, and I did speedruns with only 5k golds. And honestly, I think it worked out pretty well. But it's one of those things where I can do that as my own personal challenge, and I had fun with that. People seem to enjoy it. But unless that's something that gets support from, like, the speedrun community as a whole, it doesn't really work that well as a continued concept. Let me catch up in chat, though. You think it's a personal thing as well? When you're bored, you just want to come back and do old content, farming mounts, etc. You tried FFXIV, but it's too much reading. Yeah, Final Fantasy isn't for everybody. It's a good MMO, but it's not good for everybody. Hello, Warhammer. Good to see you. Hello, Max. Good to see you. Thank you, Luigi. Good to have you here. Yeah, owner, you didn't miss the start. Yes, and hello. Good to have you here. Just re-downloaded WoW. May or may not sub again in the next few days. I haven't decided. My recommendation is... Okay, so... problem with WoW at the moment. Right now, new patch came out Tuesday. There is nothing new to do. If you did not enjoy patch 9.1, you will not enjoy patch 9.1.5. That is not, in my opinion, an unpopular statement or a controversial statement. There is nothing new in this patch. Literally nothing. Now, you might be saying, well, what about Legion Time Walking? Legion Time Walking is here. It is on November 7th. Guess what else comes out on, or December 7th. Guess what else comes out on December 7th? Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. In fact, if you haven't heard the news, it just got announced last night. Endwalker got postponed. So Endwalker previously was releasing early access on the 18th and coming out, I believe, on the 23rd. It's now postponed, so early access is on the 3rd of December, and it comes out officially on the 7th. So, basically, if you plan on playing Endwalker, this patch has no content for you, because the only good stuff coming out is going to be right when Endwalker releases. If you don't plan on playing Endwalker, well, then you still shouldn't subscribe until the 7th of December, because until this event, this patch has literally no content. There's nothing. Literally nothing for you to do. It's, I don't know. I really know what they were going for here. I don't understand why Legion Time Walking did not release with the patch. It's confusing, but, you know, whatever. Followed your patch in your last speedrun. 9 hours, no gold, just heirlooms. Hey, that's pretty good. Honestly, that's comparable to some of the times I've gotten with no gold and just heirlooms. So that's actually pretty solid. Alright, I think we're... I'm mostly good to go. I do need to get the rest of my heirlooms right. So I'm not going to bother with enchants for a lot of these, because most of these things, the enchants, if I use them at low levels, just won't work. But I have my weapon, I have my shields, helmets, and necklace, right. So I can do necklace there. Mark of the Hidden Satyr, so for people who don't know, this thing is still really good to use. Would still recommend it for speed leveling, but do not enchant this if you are just doing 50 to 60. So while leveling up to level 50, Mark of the Hidden Satyr is really good, but I've actually like gone back and looked at the damage it does while leveling 50 to 60, and it effectively does nothing. It still technically works, you'll still see it proc, but it does such a trivial amount of damage that it is not worth getting. I'm gonna lose out on a little bit of damage for this first level until my heirlooms hit 51, but I think that's okay. I would rather get the bonus rested experience than have the slightly increased damage for this level. We can get pants. I've upgraded all of my heirlooms. Oh god, I need to hide that helmet. What the fuck? That looks horrible. Let's, sure. And then what else do I need? Got pants. Cape I have. Yeah, no, I think we're set. Trinkets. Right, trinkets. That's important. Honestly, this is probably better than Swift Hand of Justice. And then I'll get a... Where is it? Oh, yeah. All specs. The demon thingy. Bronzetooth Warhorn. That thing. Yep. Hit that. Place that. Boom. Final Fantasy has too many text boxes. Yeah, it's... Honestly, I think the story aspect of it is pretty good. I think it's a nice part of the game. But it definitely does not appeal to every single person. So, yeah. Your mileage may vary with Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, talents. So, apparently Redoubt is better than Blessed Hammer, which is interesting. But I'll try it. Can't hurt. Cavalier, I'm going to be running while leveling for obvious reasons. Then Hand of the Protector. I think Consecrated Ground while leveling will be better. And I like Righteous Protector. What else can I run though? Let's see. Oh yeah, Unbound Freedom is really good while leveling. And what else? Oh yeah, Warrior of Light is really good. Speaking of Final Fantasy. Yeah, so that's going to be my setup while leveling. And I'm going to start right here-ish when I start the timer. I have a reason for that. When you finish basically leveling up to 50, somewhere around here, I forget the exact spot, but Chromie will teleport you to this location. So effectively, what I'm doing is, this isn't an official run, obviously, but I'm simulating what it would be like if I just had exited a level 50 run, and now I'm doing 50 to 60 as like a direct continuation. So my character has all the heirlooms already set up. I have all my consumables and stuff already set up. I think everything's enchanted properly. I don't have like the glove enchants or whatnot, but I'm going to be replacing my gear so quickly that it doesn't matter. Actually, one thing that I would have gotten if this was an official run is a cloak enchant. So I'm going to get Fortified Avoidance. Actually, let's go with Fortified Speed for leveling. That's probably better. So Fortified Speed. Perfect. Using certain heirlooms because they're the best stats over using heirlooms because they look cool. Yeah. Chant Cloak, Fortified Speed. Boom. So 7 stamina and minor speed increase at this level. Alright. Oh, and before I forget, I need to get rid of stuff in my quest log. Because I don't want to, like, reach a point where suddenly I'm like, oh shit, I need to abandon quests to continue. And I did do some BFA stuff on this character, so. And toss all this. Okay, need all that. Dungeon, motherload. And last one. Perfect. Alright. And let me see. Mr. GM said there was an encrypted vendor build. Yeah, 9.2 PTR. Okay. I'll start the run. There we go. Look. What Mr. GM and what everybody else has been saying is true. Yes, there was an encrypted thing that hinted at 9.2. The idea that the PTR could hit this month is nothing more than clickbait speculation. That is, if you want clickbait, right? Saying that 9.2 might come out this month is a purely unfounded claim that is complete speculatory, like, stuff. Like, we have no idea. It is true that it was data mined that there's, like, some encrypted 9.2 related thing, but who fucking knows when the PTR is gonna come out, man? I kind of dislike if he's actually saying that, because that is literally the most unfounded thing you could possibly say. Believe me, I would love if it was coming out this month. If we get 9.2, like, sooner rather than later, well, actually, yes and no, right? I would be really happy if we got 9.2 soon, provided it's ready. I don't want them to rush out 9.2 just for the sake of, like, oh no, we don't have content, we need to get 9.2 out. But if they actually have been working on it behind the scenes and they have something to put out, awesome. I would love to see it. I would love a PTR and, like, have it show all this cool shit. And I'd be like, wow, you know, Blizzard, okay, you're really putting in the work. I would love that. I just don't think that's what's going to happen. I think, or I don't, if it comes out this month, specifically. If they released a PTR this month, my assumption would be it was rushed because they just wanted to get something out there. So, I don't know. Right? That's why it's in conjunctive. Yeah, but saying, like, okay, I could say anything could come out, right? Like, I could say that 9.2 could come out tomorrow, and 9.3 could come out in a month, right? Like, I could say that could happen. There is a universe, however small, where something could happen. But, you know, saying something could happen when there's zero evidence to say that it actually will is a little dishonest, I would say. That's me personally. I never will say that something could happen unless I'm like very, very convinced that it's a realistic possibility. Once again, just my thoughts on it, you know, take that with a grain of salt, right? If you would rather just know about the information and say, oh yeah, I really hope it's this month, I hope it's this month too, right? I hope this game gets better sooner rather than later, but, you know, I want to be realistic about it as well. And I don't think a 9.2 PTR this month is super realistic. They just released 9.1.5. If the PTR comes out this month, it's going to be before every piece of content in 9.1.5 has come out. And remember, the tuning is not done on Legion content yet, right? They still have not properly tuned Legion Mythic Plus or the Mage Tower. It's not done, or God, I hope it's not done, because if it isn't done, it's going to be a shit show. So presumably, they're still going to be doing a bit of tuning on it and hopefully testing it at least one more time before it releases. And if they're trying to do that on top of developing 9.2 to come out this month, I don't know, man. Not too hopeful on that. Let me, oh no, wait, I'm good on that. Actually, wait. Professions. That's something I forgot about. Okay, we're fine. Heard this tale before. Cool. Can I level a rogue instead? Rogues are fine. I don't like leveling rogues. I think rogues are one of the slowest races to level, but you can. Nothing's stopping you from leveling a rogue. It's just not something I'm personally going to be leveling on stream, at least. Okay, ready to choose my fate. Replay storyline. So for people who don't know my new strategy, I am still doing the storyline through Bastion. I believe that up until the end of Bastion, the storyline is the most effective method, and then you swap to Threads of Fate after you finish Bastion. That is the plan. Okay, he's moving. This needs to be level 51. Alright. Let's just hope 10.0 will save WoW in 2024. Look, I don't even want 10.0 to save WoW, right? If 10.0 is a good expansion, if 10.0 is at least an improvement, I'll take it, right? At this point, you know, this may be an unpopular opinion. I do not think that WoW will ever reach the point where it once was. I think we're a bit too far gone. I'm not giving up on the game, though, but I think it's pretty realistic to say that WoW has at least passed its golden age. And the best that we can hope for at this point is to have a new expansion that is at least far better than what we've expected, or what we've come to expect in recent years, right? So, if we get, like, another Mists of Pandaria, actually, Mists is probably too good to actually, I would take another Legion, right? Legion is a pretty mixed bag from what people say. I loved Legion, but some people say they weren't a huge fan of it. I just want something of similar quality. Right? Doesn't need to be like the big, like, saving grace for WoW. Like, oh my god, this game is going to be the best thing ever. I just need something good. There we go. Unbugged itself. Champion. Yeah. Honestly, I would like them to just bring back Magni for the memes. I'd be down for that. Rogues are a poor man's warrior. As long as Ian is in charge, nothing will change for good. I unfortunately agree with that statement. Yeah. I think that at this point, Ian just needs to accept the fact that he doesn't know how to, like, run the game. And he's a good raid designer, you know? Like, Ian Hazakostas, great raid encounter designer. Terrible game director. I don't hate the guy. I have nothing against him personally, but, you know, results speak for themselves. And I would love for him to continue making the raid bosses, because he's done, admittedly, a great job at that. And honestly, I don't think I've seen anybody who disagrees on that opinion. I think everybody can universally agree that Ian Hazakostas has done a fantastic job, through rain or shine, making good raids. Even when this game has sucked ass, the raids have been good. It's the reason I'm still playing the game, right? It's, the raids are fun. But he is not good at making systems, he is not good at just overall making an MMO. So, I'm really hopeful that they have him take a step back, focus entirely on raid and PvE content, and they have somebody else just do the big picture stuff, because that would be the best for this game. You hated Legion, you lost your raid spot because you didn't get your Abyss DPS legendary? Yeah. No, Legion had problems, don't get me wrong. That's why I said Legion is a mixed bag. Like, Legion is one of those things where I think we can all agree that Legion was better than BFA and Shadowlands, and better than WoD, because some parts of WoD, in my opinion, were better. But overall, as a whole package, it was better than WoD. But it was still not the greatest. Like, MoP, in my opinion, is like the glory days. MoP and Wrath, depending on like what you were into, those were the two big expansions that, like, for most people, they would say the game peaked in Wrath or the game peaked in MoP. But I don't think anybody would say the game peaked in Legion. I think a lot of people say Legion was like a very fun expansion. It was good. I always say that Legion was my favorite expansion, but I don't personally think the game peaked in Legion. I just personally had a lot of fun in that expansion. But I don't think it was the best that WoW has ever been. But if we had, like, a Legion quality expansion, I would be okay with that, right? Like, I'm not looking for them to just bounce off Shadowlands and hit us with, like, a Wrath of the Lich King or a Mists of Pandaria. And I think people who are expecting 10.0 to be, like, WoW's big comeback, like, the time that WoW is going to be the biggest MMO ever, those people are, I think, looking at it a bit unrealistically. If anything, I'm hoping the next expansion will be good. It'll be something where they actually listen to feedback, they put out solid content that doesn't piss off the player base, and then they build upon that, and if we're really lucky, they make the expansion after 10.0 a really, really, really good one. But, you know, you can't just go from 0 to 100. Even Final Fantasy XIV, like, you know, love it or hate it, but if you think it's good now, because it is, right? Even if it... even if you don't love it personally, it took it a while to get from where it started to where it is now. You know, they didn't go from A Realm Reborn to Shadowbringers, right? It took them time to build up to that. Not saying that Heavensward or Stormblood were bad, but what I'm saying is you need a few solid expansions before you can get to, like, the really good expansions. That's just how things work. Hey, dude, first time I caught your stream. Love your content. Thanks. No problem. Good to have you here, and I'm glad to hear you like the content. Before I forget, I need to learn engineering. Engineering. Yep. Alright. And... toy box. Purple generator. There we go.
It would be my pleasure to help you.
Also, if you're wondering whether or not this is slow, note that I started at 0 experience, or roughly 0 experience, and I'm already 75% through the level. The Maw is way, way slower than you think it is. It's really inefficient. And these quests are also more efficient than you might think they are. WoW gets good again when they reach Lucky 13.0. That would be pretty good. Alright, 1 second. I'll read chat in a little bit. Because I have to, like, navigate around, it's a little bit hard for me to stay completely focused, but we have a flight path coming up really soon, and when I hop on that flight path, I'll be able to quickly catch up through chat. Or at least when I have a long auto-run section. Okay, what is this place? There we go. He did the Faction Champions fight in Trial of the Crusader. I mean, Ian has been doing raid bosses for a very long time. Honestly, like, even if I don't like patch 9.1, I like Sanctum of Domination. Sanctum of Domination, in my opinion, minus, like, the loot within it, like, I hate shards, but the raid bosses, for the most part, are really good this raid. There are some that I'm not a huge fan of, and even, like, I have problems with Painsmith and Sylvanas, and I like Painsmith and Sylvanas, but, like, overall, they're still good fights. Whether they frustrate me or not, I can still look at them and be like, yeah, this is a good boss. You know, he does a good job at that. I don't think anybody's taken that away from him. I have Leetrix Plus enabled, right? And for some reason, the auto-accept just doesn't work. Come on. Hate this bug. There we go. Okay. What's my opinion on the community council? My opinion is the same that everybody else has. They've done it before. It didn't work before. Why is it going to work now? I hope it works, but, like, why would I be hopeful for it? It's in my opinion, it's a performative gesture by Blizzard to make it seem like they're listening. Whether or not they start listening is completely unrelated to the community council. My best hope, right? My best hope is that by announcing the community council, it's going to be their way of pretending that we're listening so that they can actually start making these changes. And then they'll basically be like drawing attention to themselves because they're like, oh, look at what we did, the community council. This is our way of saying we're listening. Because I think that they know that unless they do something significant, if they just say we're listening again, nobody's going to take them seriously. So I think they're trying to basically make this a big announcement to make people say, oh, well, maybe Blizzard will actually listen. And hopefully they will. It can go that way, or it can go the way of performative gesture that has no significance. I don't know which one, obviously. I hope it's the better one, but we'll see. Speak to cost share. Alright. Only started playing in BFA, you don't know of the glory days? Unfortunate. I mean, if you played in 8.1, you actually got to experience BFA at its peak, so that's good at least. I feel bad for people who say they started playing BFA in, like, 8.2, because that was, like, the worst time to play BFA. Battle of Dazar Lore was unironically a very good patch. It's a real shame, because I remember when 8.1 came out, I had really high hopes for BFA. I was like, oh shit, are they actually going to turn this around? Like, this is a good patch. BFA might be saved. And then they just hit us with Najatar, and I was like, oh god, no, why? It's one of the reasons why I can't look at all the changes they're making right now and be, like, happy with it. Because anybody who played BFA knows that the changes they're making in Shadowlands right now mean absolutely fuck all. Because we got, effectively the same level of changes in patch 8.1 with Battle of Dazar Lore. Whatchamacallit? The Battle of Azeroth launch was a disaster. Everybody fucking hated it. I don't know a single person who had fun that patch. And then 8.1, they were like, hey, we understand that this patch was, or this expansion launch, right, was fucking horrible. We're going to fix all of these issues. We're going to make the game fun to play again. And you know what? I had a lot of fun that patch. I thought it was really good. I was like, holy shit, they actually listened to our concerns and they're trying to make BFA good. And then they just went back on all of that in the very next patch. So that's why I'm kind of concerned with all these changes. Like, it's all well and good to make it so, you know, covenant swapping is a thing, and it's easier to do all like these catch-up things. Like, that's great. I'm happy with that. But they did that in patch 8.1. And then in patch 8.2, they had fucking Azerite essences. So until I see patch 8 or 9.2, and until I see that they're not adding some new bullshit system, I have no way of knowing that they're not just going to repeat the same mistake again. I really fucking hope they're not. But I don't know, man. That's the thing. So, like, you have people that started in Shadowlands that are, like, saying, oh, what? Cut Blizzard some slack. You know, they're trying. Give them a break. And, you know, we've been here before. I wish that I could give them a break. I wish I could say, oh, yeah, you know, no problem at all. But I've seen this happen. Sylvanas P2 is bad. I've heard a lot of people say that they hate Sylvanas P2. Unpopular opinion, I think Sylvanas P2 is perfectly fine. I get why people hate Sylvanas P2. I think, if anything, Sylvanas P2 should be shorter. I think, as a concept, it's a good concept. I don't think it's perfect. I think it's definitely not good. But in my opinion, the weakest part of Sylvanas is Phase 1. So I hear a lot of people saying that Sylvanas P2 is, like, the worst part of the fight. And I think Phase 1 is the worst part of the fight. I think Phase 1, it could honestly be cut almost entirely. I think, honestly, it should just be, like, you fight her for a little bit, then she goes into her Rive thing, and you teleport to Phase 2, and then I think make Phase 2 more engaging. Because Phase 1 is just a circular room with nothing interesting in it. And the mechanics repeat over and over and over. Sylvanas Phase 2, actually, in my opinion, has a lot of creative mechanics. I feel, once again, it's a bit too repetitive, So if they had basically tried to condense phases 1 and 2, shorten the fight a bit, because let's be honest, the biggest issue with Sylvanas is it's a fucking 15-minute boss fight. Nobody likes 15-minute boss fights. If you condensed phases 1 and 2 together, made it like a bit more concrete, I would say more of it should be set in the phase 2 area with the chains, because that room is really fucking cool. Overall, it would have been a better fight. Shorter, more to the point, more direct. I think it would have been a better boss, but I still think it's fine. I think that, while I don't love Sylvanas phases 1 and 2, I don't think they're the worst we've seen. So, I don't know why people hate them that much. But, eh. Kiznik, I appreciate that. I haven't been speedrunning a lot recently, if you haven't noticed. This is honestly more of a formality than anything, right? Like, I almost just kind of quit doing speedruns entirely. In fact, I said a few weeks ago that I wasn't even sure if I would do any more WoW videos in general. The only reason I'm even doing this is because I've kind of been getting a bit burnt out on New World because of a lot of the issues it's facing. So I figured, you know what? Fuck it. I have free time. I might as well just do one final WoW speedrun, make my leveling guide, and at least I think that'll be like a good closing thing for a lot of people. Because I know that a lot of people do enjoy this. And once again, that's not to say, I've said this before, while I don't know how many WoW videos I will make going forward, I still have a few that I have planned. Like I said, I shifted my schedule a little bit, so I have a few more WoW videos planned, but I won't be doing speedruns. And I explained the speedrun thing a bit earlier, so if you want to see my entire reasoning for why I'm not doing any more speedruns, you could go back to the start of this recording. It should still be viewable. If not, I would say just wait until the video gets published on YouTube. But I am not done with WoW, but speedrunning is a very complicated thing with a lot of moving parts that... Yeah, I have a lot of reasons for why I'm not doing this anymore. Like I said, I explained it earlier. It would take me too long to explain it again. But a lot of my focus on WoW going forward is going to be... research and coverage. So I've been doing a lot of PTR stuff, and a lot of people have seemed to enjoy that PTR coverage. I plan on still doing stuff like that. If there's like a new feature or something that can be tested, I will test that feature. I will make a video going over my testing. I still plan on doing that. And, whatchamacallit, rating stuff. So I plan on doing a few videos regarding tank balance. I have one video that I'm thinking of covering Prot Warrior and the problems that Prot Warrior is currently facing. I thought about making that video earlier, but now I've basically almost finished the tier as a Prot Warrior, so I feel that once I have basically completed the entire tier on Mythic as a Prot Warrior, I will finally feel like fully qualified to make a video discussing the problems that Prot Warrior currently faces. So expect to see that video sometime next week, but that's the kind of stuff that I'll be doing with WoW going forward. I'm not abandoning the game, but I am done with speedruns, just because it's something that I have problems with. I should also note, I'm not done with leveling, right? If a change happens to leveling, and, you know, something happens to speed up Threads of Fate, I will still cover it. I will still test it. But I will not do, like, a full speedrun or something like that. I'll just hop onto the PTR, test it, you know, probably cover it in a video or something like that. But full speedruns are something that aren't really practical. So, my goal, ultimately, with all this stuff is just making people's time easier while leveling. BGI King, wow, $10 donation. Was able to catch you live, don't play WoW anymore, but still enjoy your videos. Thank you very much, and I'm glad to hear that. Thank you so much for that. At least you're done with the Amazon game, whatever was the name. Okay, so, I'm getting a lot of questions. I need to respond to these in order. Non-account-wide essences. Yeah, that was a bit of a problem for a while. Love grinding to 40 renown over and over. Yep. It's sad to see a game loved by so many die because of deaf ears. Agree with that, yeah. Crazy to see Ouroboros being this empty. Yep, I agree. Shit, okay. I do need to focus on this. I really need to hit 71, because my gear is, like, really shit right now, because I haven't actually, dinged yet. And my heirlooms haven't hit scaling, but we're close. Come on. Okay, can kill these guys and then go down to the final room. Sylvanas P2 and Heroic is useless. Yeah, I will say, on P2 in Heroic, Sylvanas Phase 2 is a bit filler. It's not the hardest in Mythic. I would say in Mythic, it still is a bit of a problem. So Sylvanas on Mythic is basically like, I would say 75% of your prog is going to be Phase 3. About, like, 25% of your prog is going to be Phase 1 and Phase 2 combined. You're still going to have issues probably with Phase 1 and Phase 2, but it's going to reach a point where you've already finished it, and then it's just a question of, we need to get a flawless Phase 1 and Phase 2 so that we can even get an attempt on Sylvanas Phase 3 that's realistically doable. And that is one of the biggest issues that I've been running into with Sylvanas prog. It's like, we have consistent, like, 50, 45% pulls. Like, we're close, right? And then we get to a point where Phase 1, like, 2 people died arrive, and suddenly it's like, well, yeah, we could keep going, but if we keep going, and then, like, 10 minutes into the fight, somebody else dies to something stupid, then we just wasted 10 minutes of potential prog. So it's a really frustrating boss, not because, you know, Phase 1 and Phase 2 are hard, but Phase 1 and Phase 2 are, like, difficult only in the sense that if you fuck it up slightly and a few people die, you're fucked for Phase 3. And Phase 3 is where the real fight is. So that's where it's a bit of a problem. But Phase 2, admittedly, is a bit harder. On Mythic, there are a decent amount of changes, but I guess, yeah, you'll see when you get there. Why didn't I choose Threads of Fate leveling? Threads of Fate leveling, in my opinion, is only efficient once you hit level 53. Bastion in campaign is really, really fast. So I'm going to be doing campaign leveling through Bastion up until I hit 53. At that point, I'm swapping to Threads. Okay.
Must we walk? I am fairly fatigued after my trial.
Consider it part of your training, my friend.
Okay, hit 51. So all my stuff should have scaled, and I can start using these consumables when I land. Cool, cool. Let WoW die peacefully before it becomes Arthas and goes free to play with microtransactions. Yeah, I really hope Blizzard doesn't ever do that, but, you know, we'll see, I guess. Which Demon Hunter class is better for leveling? It's really hard to say. Honestly, Havoc and Vengeance are both, like, insanely top tier for leveling. The only reason that I don't usually consider them when doing speedruns is because since Demon Hunters start at level 8, they are in a completely different category than other specs, so it's kind of hard to, like, directly compare Demon Hunter leveling with any other class, because every other class besides Demon Hunter can start at level 10, which means they're useful for the traditional leveling category. Demon Hunters can't, but I would say both Havoc and Vengeance would be, like, absolutely top tier for speed leveling if they did start at level 10. They might even be the fastest. I don't know for sure. It's one of those cases of Vengeance is really, really good because you can do massive pulls and just burn everything down. It has really good survivability, really good damage. Havoc has solid survivability and much better damage, but that means that you're not going to be able to do as many large AoE pulls. It's tricky. That said, it kind of balances itself out. Like I said, both Havoc and Vengeance are, like, stupidly good for speed leveling. Really hard to say which one is better. I would say if you're curious, try testing both of them out, but I've leveled as Havoc and I've leveled as Vengeance, and I honestly can't say which one I like more. I enjoy Vengeance as a spec more, but I think that both of them as a speed leveling spec are, like, very, very fast. Like, they're extremely efficient. You wish you had essences back without silly unlocking requirements instead of Covenant abilities. That system was 90% of the way to being great. I agree. Well, I agree in some ways. I think some Covenant abilities are better than essences were. Like, for instance, Vision of Perfection was, in my opinion, a very, very, very bad essence. I know some people liked it because it's like, oh, you got to have, like, your Avenging Wrath up a lot of times. And that's cool and all, but in terms of gameplay, it wasn't really fun, in my opinion, because it was kind of random. I would rather just have flat CDR than have like a random proc of an ability that's really good. Because at that point, you can never really tell exactly when it's going to pop. You kind of had to play around it sometimes. You'd have to like bank on getting a proc by this amount of time. And if it didn't proc, you were kind of fucked. So as somebody who had to run Vision of Perfection on like half of my tanks, it wasn't the best. But I don't know. Some of the other essences were cool. I know a lot of people liked the giant laser beam. That one was pretty neat. I'll give you that. But some of the ones that you get for Covenant abilities are, in my opinion, pretty cool. That said, not every Covenant ability is. So I know some people may really hate their Covenant ability, but like on my Warrior, for instance, I love Ancient Aftershock. Ancient Aftershock is my shit, man. That thing is so much fun to use. So I think that's way more fun than anything I had as an essence, but once again, it kind of depends on what essence you used and what Covenant ability you use as to whether or not you enjoy it more. I do agree that the acquisition, if they had changed it, would have been better, but, you know, there's a lot of ways that both systems can be changed, or could have been changed in the case of essences, and can be changed in the way of Covenants to be more enjoyable to interact with, so that one's a bit hard to say. What about Demon Hunter tanks? Assuming you mean, like, Demon Hunter tanks as a spec, like, reviewing it for Mythic rating, I might. Demon Hunter tanks are something that I've kind of expressed frustration with at the moment. They are not bad, but at the moment they're also not great. And historically, Demon Hunter is one of my favorite tanks of all time. It's what I main for most of Legion and for pretty much all of BFA. And I love Demon Hunter, but not anymore. I do not like the current design of Vengeance. I might talk about it, but I probably won't make a video about Demon Hunter tanks anytime soon because I have not touched my Demon Hunter at all this patch. I've looked into it, I've done a bit of research on Demon Hunter tanking, enough to understand that I just would not enjoy the playstyle that it currently has. So Vengeance is actually the only tank that I have not played at all this patch. It's unfortunate, but it's just not in a state that I am terribly happy with. And I know some people might be confused because they might say, but it's really good. And I don't enjoy tanks because they're good. I enjoy tanks if they're fun. And, well, I play Prot Warrior, right? Prot Warrior is, honestly, probably the worst tank this tier. I used to say I thought it was the second worst tank this tier. I actually, after playing it throughout the entire tier, I would say Prot Warrior is currently the weakest tank in the game. Which is sad, because it's what I main. I love Prot Warrior. But god damn, do you have to work so much harder to get stuff done on Prot Warrior than every other tank. It's just, it's brutal. It's really fucking brutal. So that's why I kind of want to make a video about it, because Prot Warrior is in a weird state where I think it has the potential to be really, really fun, but it's held back by some pretty easily avoidable problems that I hope Blizzard will look into fixing in the next patch. There's like a lot of very minor tweaks that you can make to Prot Warrior, and if you do that, it'll be, in my opinion, an amazingly strong tank. Not even amazingly strong, but like amazingly fun to play. Like, everybody will enjoy it more. So that's the main reason that I want to focus on it now, because I think that is something that could be changed within the foreseeable future, if Blizzard wants to. Yeah, this quest I'm going to need to focus on. God, I hate this quest so much. Okay. Okay, add fuel to the forge. Open vents. I might have fucked it, but we'll see. So, I've missed a few comments in chat. I will respond to you the moment I finish this quest, because this one, if I stop paying attention slightly, I could completely fuck it. And I could lose like 30 seconds, so. No, not this one. Ah, terrible RNG, man. Yeah, shit happens, I guess. That is so unlucky. Ah. Okay. Can I show talent? Sure. At this point, the quest is already fucked, so I might as well respond to chat. Sometimes you just get unlucky. Oh no, not again! Please! Oh no! We're so close. This is the worst luck I've ever seen on this quest. Oh my god. Come on, Blizzard. Please. Holy shit. You've never had the bar in that quest appear? Really? That's an interesting bug. That one I haven't encountered. Yeah, that quest is really annoying because if you get the one where you have to open the vents, you're fucked. You can recover from the one where if it's too cold, you can recover by spam clicking this thing really fast. But if you get the thing where it's too hot, these things are automated, so you can't spam click it to make it go faster, and they don't cool down the forge at a rate fast enough to counterbalance the like overheating thing. And it's completely random. There's no way to counteract that. So sometimes that quest takes 30 seconds, sometimes it takes like over a minute, like it did in this case, which like, what are you gonna do? Shit happens. Might be a UI thing? Yeah. It could be some add-on fucking with it.
I will use level 1 training protocol.
Alright. How did... I could have sworn. Whatever. Maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe I didn't actually hit it. Oh well. Been looking for a speedrun from 50 to 60 for a bit now. All videos seem to be 1 to 50 or 50 to 60 route. I've done multiple 50 to 60 runs. I'm surprised you haven't seen them. Yeah. I've done, I did a 50 to 60 run as early as May, I think. Because I did one on a Guardian Druid, then I did another one recently on a Guardian Druid, and I did another one on a Blood DK. So yeah, I've done quite a few at this point. Oh yeah, I also did one on a Survival Hunter. I've done a lot of 50 to 60 speedruns. It's unfortunate that you haven't seen them. YouTube algorithm can be a bit fickle sometimes in terms of what it decides to recommend and what it doesn't. It took you 40 minutes for 59 to 60. Well, hopefully with the new patch, that won't be the case. They have sped things up quite significantly. Okay, I need to challenge these guys. To challenge both of you. Alright. Okay. Let me scroll up. Am I going to play Endwalker? Yes. I was looking forward to playing Endwalker, you know, in a few weeks, but it got delayed. I'm still going to play it, of course. I love Final Fantasy, but I will be playing Endwalker when it comes out. I will be streaming my leveling experience when it comes out, so you can expect that. In fact, I'm going to be streaming Final Fantasy tomorrow. So I mentioned this in a previous video, but in case people haven't heard, tomorrow's stream will be Final Fantasy. Oh, this guy's fighting it. I should tag this. So tomorrow I'm probably just going to be leveling some of my tank specs. Haven't gotten them all caught up yet. Nothing too crazy, I just want to slowly get back into the game. I finished all the MSQs, so don't need to do anything in that regard. But I was looking forward to just kind of building up towards the expansion, but now there's like a bit of a month gap, but you know, we have time. Alright, you've already uninstalled the game too? Yeah, I can't blame you. New here, curious what a good time for the speedrun is? It's hard to say. So, previously, a good time was 6 hours. I did a run on PTR a while back with the new changes, and I got a time of around 4.5 hours. But that was also a less optimized version of the run that I'm going to be attempting here, so my goal for this run is about 4 hours. However, the class that I was doing the speedrun with on the previous run was the best class in the game, Guardian Druid, for speedrunning. And this is still a good class. Prop Pally is good, but it is nowhere near the speed of Guardian Druid, so it's gonna be slightly less efficient. So I would say if I can get a time of 4.5 hours with this run, that'll be good for me. I think that'll prove that this run, or this route, is really, really efficient. But I guess we'll see. Vision of Perfection on a Demonic Havoc DH was really fun. You got insane meta uptime, but you don't mean the specific abilities. You'd rather the mechanic function that way. Yeah, for sure. I didn't like it on a Vengeance Demon Hunter, so I played Vengeance. We had to run Demonic. It was a bit weird with Vengeance because the reason that you ran Vision of Perfection as a Vengeance DH was because you didn't really get that much of a benefit from meta itself, but you needed to get a Vision of Perfection proc with Metamorphosis, and then you needed Twilight Devastation to proc during your Vision of Perfection proc, so Vengeance Demon Hunter DPS was entirely based around getting procs on top of procs, which was really, really annoying, because the entire rotation was complete RNG, and I fucking hated it. But, admittedly, it was better for some other specs than, you know, Vengeance. Just tuned in. Why is this your final speedrun? Also leveling Prop Heli at 55 right now. Oh, nice. Well, guess it's... I bathed in the pool. I definitely did that. Did I cancel it too early? I must have. Okay, so another person said no more playing WoW after this. So to clarify both of those things, I am not quitting WoW. I have expressed numerous times that I am frustrated with the current design direction of World of Warcraft. However, I am still playing World of Warcraft even after this. But this is my last speedrun. In fact, I've been trying to, like, kind of slow down on speedruns a little while now. I've expressed that they haven't been something I've been really enjoying a lot for a variety of reasons. If you want to see the exact reasoning, I talked about it a lot at the start of this live stream, so you can go back there if you want to see the exact time when I was describing my frustrations with it. But overall, it's more just I've run out of many ways to improve upon leveling, and the whole speedrunning scene at this point isn't something that I'm really interested in. And admittedly, my frustration with the general design of WoW doesn't help. However, I still will be playing WoW. I am still doing Mythic raiding. I still have a few more videos planned, but they are not leveling-related videos. Well, one is. My leveling guide for patch 9.1.5 is still coming out. That will be probably Tuesday if my schedule holds. So that is the last leveling-related video I will be making, because, well, it's something that's important. I've said a few times that I was going to make it. I wasn't entirely sure if I have the time, but I do have the time, so I will be making that guide. That will come out probably Tuesday. It will basically be like a recap of everything that you're seeing here. I've tested this route thoroughly on the PTR, and now I'm basically putting it into practice on live, so hopefully it goes well. And if it does, then I will make this into a leveling guide, and from that point on, probably no more leveling-related content in World of Warcraft. But I do plan on making more, like, general WoW videos, because if you haven't noticed, I've made a lot of different WoW stuff. I did PTR coverage, I've talked about raiding and design and stuff like that. That's the kind of stuff that I'll do going forward. A lot of people seem to enjoy that, so I will continue doing that. Also, another thing, I don't consider this to be necessarily a WoW video. It's more of just a side thing, but people enjoy it regardless, so I will continue making these. The WoW Forum videos. The WoW Forum videos have so far been received pretty well. People seem to like those. If you haven't seen them, I recommend watching them, because in my opinion, they're fucking hysterical. I absolutely love recording those, and so far it seems like people enjoy watching them. Basically, if you don't know what that is, what I'll do is I'll go onto the WoW forums and I'll find some really good posts related to, like, a certain topic. Really good as in, like, funny posts. The WoW forums are just a cesspool of, like, you know, idiocy and stuff, so you can find people saying the dumbest shit on there, and it's great. I fucking love it. So that's usually what that kind of stuff covers. The first two have been more focused around Classic WoW, because a lot of the really good posts I found were regarding Classic Fresh, because people were saying some really dumb shit about that. I still think it's fun to watch, even if you don't know much about Classic, because, you know, stupid people are funny even if you don't know why they're being stupid, right? But overall, I enjoy making those, and I will continue making WoW Forum videos, starting with one next week, which will be about patch 9.1.5, because, well, it's relevant. So I've been, you know, keeping an eye on the WoW Forums, and some people have sent me links to the WoW Forums, and there's some really dumb posts on there about this patch, so I will be covering that, just because I think it's fun. But yeah, that is still going to happen. So, not quitting WoW, I'm not completely done with WoW content, but I am done with speedruns. Once again, specifically speedruns, not leveling. If something happens that makes leveling faster, I will cover it, I will talk about it, I will research it, but I will not do another speedrun. So. It is important, though, because a lot of people still ask me, oh, are you doing more speedruns? And, like, I get that people enjoy this, but it's not something that I really want to be doing a lot going forward. Is the run dead? The run can't die because, like, I mean, there's, it's technically, like, there's no category for this, so. So far, it's been going well. I haven't had any problems with it. You might lose, like, minor bits of time, but it's never something that's a big deal. You can do this, I believe in you. I hate this mount. Why am I riding it? Okay, this one. We will get through this together. Trust in your teachings. This one I need to focus for a little bit. This is trust in your teachings. Hammer of Wrath. Nice.
That went well. Certainly better than mine.
Do this, I believe in you.
Please, help me.
So I believe in you. This one.
Are we all lost?
We will get through this together. Trust in your teachings.
Is there no hope?
Trust in your teachings. That one will attack. Last one. We will get through this together. Alright. Boom.
Your deeds precede you.
Okay, let me catch up. Ran a lot of miscellaneous UI add-ons. Ah, makes sense. God, I'm falling behind in chat. Sorry if I haven't read your message. YouTube still won't show me any of Haraldin's Bed Wars speedruns. You wish, Max. Probably not getting a lot of your 50 to 60 runs recommended since YouTube recommends part 2s. Oh, I have relisted all the part 2s, actually. So, I changed my stance on the part 2s, but, good call on that. Honestly, I found that after unlisting the part 2s, it didn't really change much. I think YouTube's just gonna do fucky shit regardless, so I just decided, screw it, you know what? I'll keep the part 2s listed. Is what it is. You just joined, does this mean no more WoW content? Hopefully I answered that, so still doing WoW content, just no more speedruns. Honestly, I haven't done a ton of speedruns lately as is. That's why I'm surprised that so many people thought this meant I was like quitting WoW entirely, because a lot of my recent WoW content hasn't been speedruns. I've done a lot of different stuff. Oh, that's actually really good. I think I need to talk to her. Or do I just need to... So somebody started this thing and then left. So the RP's already done. Hopefully this just gives me credit for the quest, but I guess we'll see. Oh, sweet. Okay. Time save. Nice. Haven't seen that happen before. Somebody must have just started the RP and walked away. I've never seen that happen. But that's cool. You know, I'll take it.
Please seek out Nicolon and ensure his well-being. It is unlikely to tarry.
Can't wait to farm the same 4 bosses for 10 minutes again. Yeah. I watched every single one of your speedruns in 4 days. Loved your stories. Awesome. Glad to hear you enjoyed them.
May I help you? The choice is yours. You know how to find us.
Maybe get one challenging fight in the whole expansion if they don't just cancel it again. Best MMO, by the way. Yeah. Am I on the Guinness Book of World Records and did I get paid? No. I don't think there's a Guinness Book of World Records page for World of Warcraft speedrunning. I technically still have the Horde World Record, but I don't really think that's Guinness Book of World Records worthy. And did I get paid? No. I mean, unless you count YouTube ad revenue, which, like, I guess. But outside of YouTube ad revenue and donations and stuff, I don't get paid for shit, man. This is all for fun. I never did any of this to make money. I do it because I enjoy WoW, right? In fact, when I first did my initial speedrun, I didn't expect I'd be making a dime off it, right? Because at that point, I didn't even have a YouTube channel. I created a YouTube channel for speedrunning, initially. That was the first thing I ever posted on there. I was surprised when it got, like, more than 100 views, and now it has, like, 150,000? Like, never could have expected that. It's nice, I'm glad people enjoy it, but this was entirely created early on because I just enjoyed WoW and I wanted to do, like, a fun little challenge in WoW. That was pretty much it. Twilight Devastation was the problem. Corruption really tanked the whole expansion for me. I agree. Twilight Devastation made me hate tanking. I know it sounds kind of like weird because so many people love tanking with Twilight Devastation, but what you need to understand is that I love getting like damage parses as a tank, and every single tier, my goal is to get at least a single rank 1 parse on a tank. Does it mean much? No, not really. Most people will like joke with me and say like, you know, tank parses don't mean shit and stuff. And yeah, it doesn't mean a lot. It's just something I do for fun. That is something I enjoy in this game. It's just a fun challenge that I set for myself every tier. The only tier in recent history that I haven't gotten at least a single rank 1 on for damage is Nyalotha. Because it was completely RNG. If I didn't get insane Twilight Dev RNG, I could not get a rank 1. I got a rank 2. I was so pissed off. On Mythic Zanesh, I got a rank 2 parse on Vengeance Demon Hunter, and I was so tilted because the moment that happened, I knew that was my chance to get a rank 1, and my RNG was just slightly not as good as it needed to be. But, you know, what can you do? That's what happens when you have Twilight Dev, and it's like your entire damage output, but it's completely random. So that was unlucky, but that was the main reason that I hated TD. It took the entire skill element out of tank damage, and, well, that's kind of what I play Mythic Rating for, honestly. Hello, Mutated. Good to have you here. Searched your videos by forum, but you see no videos about that? I'll add that as a tag, or like a hashtag or something like that. I think they don't have the name WoW Forums on there. But that's actually probably a good point. Initially, I didn't expect it to be a series. I initially expected to only do like one video because I found a really funny forum post. And I was like, I need to make a video about this. And then I just started making more videos about it. So far, I've only made the 2. But it is something I'm currently working on the 3rd video because people enjoyed it and wanted to see more stuff like that. So that is actually a good point. That is probably something that I should like properly sort so that people can find it more easily. But the first one is called The Greatest Threat to Classic Fresh. And the second one is called What Do Players Think About Classic Fresh? And it was going over like different opinions that people in the forums had shared over Classic Fresh. First one is a bit of a cheeky title in reference to what the forum post is about. It's a bit of a weird title, but I guess it makes sense if you've seen the video. Or when you click on the video, you'll understand why I named it that. But that is a good point. I should probably sort it better. I would say, you know, when I make the 3rd video, 2 videos maybe isn't necessarily like series worthy. But if I have like 3 videos on something, and then it's clearly a series that I'm doing, so I'll make it a playlist. I'll have it easier to sort by that. So, good call. I'll have to put in some work to make it. Hell as other people, yeah. What's my favorite Covenant ability for Prot Paladin, and why is it Bastion? So, ironically, you're actually correct on that. My favorite ability is Divine Toll. The ability that I'm going to be picking is Venthyr, because it's better. And I am so glad now that we have Covenant swapping, because one of the main reasons that I have not played Prot Paladin up until now is because I loved Divine Toll. I thought Divine Toll was so much fun, and I could not play it if I wanted to raid as a Prot Paladin because I needed to run Venthyr. But now, it's different. Now, if I want to run Divine Toll for dungeons, and I want to swap back to Venthyr for raiding, I can do that, and that is amazing. And it's the main reason that I finally decided that I'm going to be playing Prot Paladin. I've been wanting to play Prot Paladin for so long, and I basically have not had that option because of how bad Covenant swapping was. and they have finally fixed it, and that is why I am finally playing Prot Paladin. So, my favorite Covenant ability is fucking Divine Toll. I love Shotgun Avenger Shield, but it's only good on AoE. So, single target raid bosses, you cannot make that thing work. Which is a shame, because I think it's really cool. It's really easy to fix, too. All you need to do is make it so Divine Toll fires off all of its shields on a single target, and you don't need 5 targets to get all 5 shields. That's it. Boom. Ability fixed. I've been recommending that since the start of Shadowlands, and I've seen other people recommend it as well, and Blizzard has never fixed it, so... Oh well. At least we can swap to it now. I'll take that much. That's why, ever since PTR, what I've been saying in regards to Covenants is, I was like, you either need to do a better job balancing Covenants, or you need to make it easy to swap. One or the other. And they never seemed interested in actually balancing it properly, and I know some people are going to be like, well, they tried, but they didn't really, because, you know, I could easily suggest tons of really, really simple fixes for a lot of these abilities, and we never saw them, right? So, I don't really think Blizzard was genuinely making a strong effort to balance all the abilities. I think they had kind of accepted after a point that, yeah, some are just not going to be viable. But that's why I really think they should have just done this sooner. I'm not going to, complain about it. I'm glad that they finally did listen, and they finally did make it so Covenant swapping was a thing. But this is why I think a lot of people were saying this should have been in the game sooner, because it's a very obvious issue that we all saw coming. But, like I said, won't complain about it. I'm just glad it exists now. So, a lot of people were like, oh, add Covenant swapping, and then, they finally get Covenant swapping added, and then they quit the game. And, that's all well and good, right? It's all well and good to say, oh, I would enjoy the game a lot more with this, and then, you just decide, nah, I don't really enjoy Shadowlands as a whole. That's fine. But I've been saying from the beginning that I enjoyed parts of Shadowlands, namely the raiding, and that I'd play Shadowlands quite a bit more if I could actually swap Covenants. And, well, I'd like to think I've proven that. I'm leveling an entirely new alt now that it's out because, well, I've been waiting for this patch to level a Protection Paladin, and hopefully I can actually start doing raiding on this character. Now, I still need to convince my guild to actually let me bring this character for re-clears, but, we'll see. Because I've been telling them so far that, I'm going to play my warrior for Sylvanas, and then when we finally finish Sylvanas prog, I'm going to gear my Brewmaster. Because, I didn't really want to continue playing Warrior for a variety of reasons that I will detail in an upcoming video, like I said before. But now, honestly, if I get my Prot Paladin caught up, I might just play my Prot Paladin instead, so we'll see, right? I would need to convince them to help me catch up a bit on my Prot Paladin, though. But I would imagine they'd do that. My new guild has been pretty chill. There's no understanding the algorithm. Man, I don't get it sometimes. It's also weird because, my Mage Tower video did, extremely well. And I don't know why. So, I made that video, I've said this before. Made that video as, a 3 a.m. rant where I'm pissed off about the state of Mage Tower, and I'm like, you know what? I could either sit here and be grumpy, or I could be grumpy on camera and, share my frustration with other people. Because some people enjoy that. I know not everybody does, but some do. So I said, fuck it, I'll make this into a video. And that video is one of my best recent videos, for some fucking reason. Why it did that well in the algorithm, I don't fucking know, but it did. I had some other videos I put out that I thought were better. My recent video talking about how, but I'm having fun is a bad excuse. I actually put a lot more effort into recording that video. I chose my words way more carefully, and I thought it was a pretty well put together rant. But that one hasn't done very well, so, what the fuck do I know, apparently? I'm just gonna pull all this shit. And then, actually, one of my New World videos recently did pretty well, so I made a video about how to solo one of, the main story quest bosses in New World, called Well Guardian, that a lot of people have been struggling with. And honestly, I thought it was a good video, but pretty much no videos that I've done that aren't World of Warcraft have ever done well in the algorithm. Because the problem that the algorithm tends to have is, when I basically find a niche of World of Warcraft, that is the thing that I've been doing. The issue becomes that YouTube starts to think, oh, every single viewer of this guy is a World of Warcraft player. So I'm just gonna keep recommending all of his videos to them because they'll always like it or something. But if a video isn't World of Warcraft, it still recommends it to World of Warcraft players. So if somebody isn't playing New World and they get recommended one of my New World videos, they're just going to be like, well, I don't care about this. Even though that video is kind of meant for people maybe who haven't been watching me previously. It's like a different audience, but YouTube doesn't do that. So pretty much every single video that I've made for New World and Final Fantasy just hasn't done well, except for that one. For some reason, that one video actually did well. For some reason, YouTube decided it was going to recommend it to people who could actually find it useful, and it's done pretty fucking good. So that was nice, I suppose. Wasn't expecting that. And refresh my food buff now. Hello, Thorleaf. Good to see you. Back and well, enjoyed the leveling conversations. Got a question for some heirloom stuff. I've upgraded some heirlooms and they've all been wonderfully statted, except Demon's Bane trinkets. What do I think about Thrashblade? Demon's Bane, has it not been good? Interesting. Yeah, you're right, it's not scaling properly. Huh. Good call. I actually would not have even checked if you hadn't mentioned that. You are 100% correct that this does not scale properly. Good catch. I probably wouldn't have even noticed. Yeah, actually, this one, it's not even just that it's not scaling properly. It's not scaling at all. The scaling on this is broken. They did something wrong with the code. Huh. Weird. Good catch, Goose Comics. What do I think about Thrashblade? Let me see. I don't think it's good. I wanted to check. I think that's what you were talking about. Thrashblade is a weird heirloom. I don't think it's very good. Some people have advocated its use in the past, but it's not the best. But yeah, I wouldn't recommend it. It's like the extra attack at this point is not going to do a lot. I don't know. Maybe there are some specs that really benefit from having extra attacks. I'm not 100% sure, but you can try it if you want. But I found it to not be very useful in the past when I tried it. What's the goal? No, the goal is actually 4 hours. So the goal used to be 6 hours. With the old strategy, that was about what you could expect. With the new strategy, I would actually say that 4 hours is kind of what I'm expecting here. Leveling is a lot faster. No, it bugged out. Damn it. Thrashblade with Elemental Force is OP. I might have to try it one day. We'll see. Have I tried Torghast leveling? Yes, I have. It's terrible. Torghast leveling basically might as well not exist. It was unfinished on the PTR. They never actually listened to feedback. They never tuned it properly. It is complete garbage, and I'm honestly kind of pissed off about it. Because I was really excited about Torghast leveling, and they did absolutely no work into making it a balanced feature. It's a real shame. I know a lot of other people were really excited about Torghast leveling. And I've had a lot of people ask me, oh, how is Torghast leveling? Is it actually good? And I hate having to say, it sucks. But it does. Like, just go and try it for yourself and you'll see what I mean. It gives, like, no fucking experience. It's blatantly untested. When it launched, it literally gave no experience. Like, if you think I'm exaggerating, on PTR, the first iteration of it gave nothing. It gave, like, a bar of experience for 2 full runs. A bar of experience. They tuned it so it now gives more experience. So after, like, 2 full Torghast runs, you'll get, like, maybe a third of a level. Which, for the time it takes, is not worth it at all. And, mind you, that's once per day. Once per day, you can get about a third of a level by doing 2 full runs of Torghast. It's so inefficient, it's not even funny. They did not even give a shit about tuning it properly. They just wanted to be able to put Torghast leveling on their, like, a 9.1.5 release thing, and did not even attempt to make it balanced in the slightest, and I'm still pissed off about that. Yeah, sure. Whew. Anyway. Worst part about how 9.1 was the easiest story for being able to swap? Yeah, I think they were probably planning to do that in a while. I just think they didn't expect that their numbers would tank so hard with patch 9.1. So my opinion is that they were planning on doing this all along in 0.5, but I think it should have been in 9.1. I just think they were confident they'd be able to get away with putting it out in the 0.5 patch, and I don't think it worked about as well as they really expected it to. Oh well. Dom socket items, gems, legendary conduits are going to be hassle. Trinkets and 252 vault loot for the right slots. Yeah, for sure. Catching up a new alt in this patch is still just as painful as it's always been. It's a little bit easier if you have a guild to help you out with some of that. Like, so basically, if I am able to get like full heroic gear or close to it, I can tank mythic, or at least the early mythic bosses, like up to maybe like soul render, with pretty shit item level. I tanked mythic soul render on a 233 blood decay, around there. I forget exactly what my item level was. So I caught up a blood decay really quickly and tanked mythic soul render for my guild because they needed the mass grip. So, you know, you can catch characters up really, really quickly if you want. But yeah, it's not the easiest thing on the planet. And you would need a guild that has a lot of mythic progression. So presumably, if my guild was helping me, I would basically be able to get like up to soul render mythic done on that new character. And if I got fed gear, which, you know, presumably most of the people in my team, including my main, already have like every item you need from the first 5 bosses, I would be able to get a lot of gear that way. But then it would be a bit of a difficult situation getting all my Dom sockets, all of my Domination shards, getting them upgraded. Catch up this patch is pretty bad. And unfortunately, 9.1.5 didn't really do a whole lot to make that better. Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Why am I still in combat? Fuck me, man. Well, that's unfortunate. What can I do? What can I do? Backup plan. That is the first time that I've ever actually had somebody try to gank me in the middle of a speedrun. Interesting. It's annoying. Okay. Let's see. Have I tried Torghast leveling? Oh, I answered that. Leveling is fun in 9.1.5, so much easier. World quests go so fast. World quests have not been changed at all, actually. World quests have been kind of shit, and they honestly are still pretty shit. I'm glad you're enjoying them, but they are not efficient, unfortunately. Okay, here, I'm gonna try this. That guy forgot his netomatic? Yeah. What is my basic strat for when I finish Bastion and swap to threads? A mix of bonus objectives and dungeons is the basic strat. So the way that we know if those guys are stream sniping is if they find me here, they are stream sniping. If they don't find me here, then it was just a coincidence. But this is completely off the beaten path. There is no way that they would ever think to look for me at this particular spot, so I guess we'll see. And if they are stream sniping, I just turn war mode off and continue as normal. You know, it would suck, but it's whatever. Then hands it in over here. And right, trinkets. So I still have this trinket. I can just swap it out for Demon's Bane. And when I get a better trinket, I equip it. No big deal there. Beak blockers. Screw it. I already fucked it up with Shaded Hearthing. Whatever. Okay. and then over here. Stay away from Torghast leveling, yeah. Interesting. Okay, I'll just wait until later to do that. What is this quest? Oh, that chain. Right. I never knew that's where you picked it up. I've always picked that up from the Bastion place. Anyways. Hopefully they've left. Most of the mobs haven't respawned, so that's nice. But yeah, leveling in threads is definitely good. I agree with that. I'm going to be doing most of my leveling in threads. But I do think starting in campaign, at least for Bastion, is faster. The issue with threads is you get a limited amount of XP in threads if you level in one sitting. Leveling in threads is probably the fastest if you break up your leveling across like 2 or 3 days. But if you're doing leveling in one sitting, the campaign is faster for the start because you're going to just run out of efficient XP sources otherwise. So for a speedrun, you do Bastion, then you swap to threads, and you do the rest in threads. Fuck, I didn't... Tab targeting fucked me a little bit. Hold on. Okay. Since Demon's Bane doesn't work, you've used 2 Swift Hand trinkets, and the haste is good, but the heal on kills has been life-saving. Yeah, for a DPS, I can imagine. For a tank, depending on the tank, you could probably get away with using other stuff. Swift Hand doesn't give very good damage, right? I do agree that the healing is strong if you need it as like a DPS caster, though. Tab targeting strikes again? Yeah. At least it wasn't too bad. Could have been worse.
Did not explode.
Lasonia's memories of the first swarm are scattered among the rest.
Simple enough to collect for swarm.
Interesting. And Dyson, I missed your message, I think. Yeah, I don't recommend coming back right now. It's not horrible compared to what it used to be, but I would say definitely if you were not thrilled with the overall direction of Shadowlands, you're not going to enjoy it now. It's not like it's that much significantly better that like people are going to go from loving or hating Shadowlands to loving Shadowlands. It's still a bit of a iffy experience, I guess. So, can't exactly recommend it. Not any big DPS games, but it's clutch to have on a DPS and doing large pulls. Yeah, I agree. It's definitely one of those things where you don't need it if you're a tank, but if you're not a tank, I can absolutely see how it would be really good. Just because, like, I have so much self-healing, right? Like, I'm doing a pretty big pull here, and I haven't died. I haven't even come close to dying. If I need health, boom, I'm good to go. Back to let me, 7, so I need 1 more. Please don't... Okay, nice. It didn't bounce. God, Divine Toll hits so hard on multiple targets. I love it. Okay.
I leave it to you, my friend. You have faced Lasonia before.
Alright.
Allow me. I will show you to eject you from the lotus.
No. Come on, come on. Nice. This quest is a bit annoying. You have to be really well timed. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, no. Got it. Timing on that is so fucking rough. Got it. Come on, come on, come on. Nice. Whew. Okay. And now this one is really difficult. So, These mobs steal memories hits really hard. So what I need to do is make sure that I am either in bubble for all of this, or I have all these mobs silenced or stunned when they try to cast it. So steal memories, don't want that. Oh nice, somebody's here. Okay, one nice thing about this bonus objective is even if you complete this now, you can still actually complete this bonus objective later on when you swap the Threads of Fate. So it's really important that you do this early on, even if you've already like planned on swapping the threads later on down the track. That is just generally a good idea. Okay, I'm gonna go up this way, pull some of these mobs. And I think there might be another cat up this way. Can't remember. Nah, there isn't. Activating those cats is generally speaking the best way to get like percent on these. Oh yeah, there's a cat over there. So I can activate this, gives a nice little chunk. Alright. I don't need to refresh any consumables just yet. Just making sure on that. Okay, we should be good. I can kill these guys, then I can activate the cat. Divine Soul slaps! Ah, I love it. And we're good. I'm out of cores. Ah, shit. Okay, if I loot this, I'll have the core. Yep. There we go. Alright. And here we are.
Uther, deliver unto Bastion the reckoning that are the forsworn. Lysonia,
I'm a busy
there
chief
is
and
more
never
I must share.
I will fix
There we go. Hello, Vinternal. Good to see you.
Excuse me
Ah.
while I exit consciousness.
And any second now, Mechanicos.
Light Prime, it is good to see you.
Yeah, man.
What knowledge do you seek?
Are you going to tell us where to find the offerings?
I am forbidden from providing the locations of the
I will say this about Torghast leveling. If you plan to do one character in one sitting, ignore Torghast. However, if you plan to bounce around between multiple tunes, I think it's fine to do once a day.
Stop.
It depends. Right? I think I will agree that I think it's fine. Like, spamming Torghast all in a single day, I agree is terrible. Like, you're not going to get any efficient leveling whatsoever. I would say it's probably more acceptable if you're doing just the daily bonus on multiple characters in a single day. But it could be argued, right, that there is no point in doing Torghast leveling unless you just really enjoy Torghast, because you're going to have an easier time just leveling up using the new, like, efficient route that I have, and then hitting max level, and then farming Torghast to get, like, all your Soul Cinders and stuff. It's just going to be much easier to do at max level. So, unless you just love Torghast and you think that the experience itself is a really fun thing to do, there's really no reason at all to level through Torghast. And some person might, but then if they're doing that, I would once again only recommend doing it if you're doing it over the course of, like, a week on multiple characters every single day. Because otherwise, you're not going to have a fun time. Actually, right now, I would say it would probably take about a month of doing Torghast every single day to hit max level. That's how slow it is. And if you spam Torghast, I don't even want to know how long it would take. Oh god, that sounds like fucking hell. Right. We're here. Think your New World video about how to solo the boss got more views because new people were actively looking for it rather than YouTube just recommending your regular subscribers? That's absolutely true. Yeah. No, that is definitely a good point. That said, I've put out some other, like, useful, in my opinion, New World videos that, like, just didn't really get many views. But you do have a point there. I do think it was a lot more useful as, like, a new player guide. But I don't know. It definitely depends. There are other guides that have similar methods. We'll see, though. Especially for the 100% renown bonus, exactly the bonus quest. Yeah. True, true. I mean, honestly, farming renown is, like, stupid easy. Like, I know that people have said, oh, one of the best parts about, like, 9.1.5 leveling is that you get renown while you're leveling. But here's the thing. With the 40 renown token, it doesn't really matter because you get almost every bit of renown, like, upgrade that you need from 40 renown. After that, there are some important things, like you need 48 renown to get your legendary, if that's important for you. You need at least, I believe, like 60 renown to get all of your upgraded conduits, or not upgraded conduits, like unlocked soulbind stuff for like the new conduit slots, I should say. So there are some important things after 40 renown, but there's also really, really easy ways to get like the first 20 renown points. Like callings are really nice. Your early campaign will give you a ton of renown very quickly, and that still gives renown even after you skip it past 40. And assuming you're using the 40 token as soon as you possibly can, which for me will be when I hit level 53 and enter Threads of Fate, you're going to be gaining about up to 50 renown, give or take, by doing just normal leveling, maybe even more. Then you're going to be, whatchamacallit, getting like really easy, like 10 to 15 renown after hitting max level. So the only annoying, and I say annoying is like very slightly annoying part to grind, would be like 70 to 80 renown and then like a second covenant renown. And at that point, you know, you'll already be max level. So leveling renown isn't like that big of a deal. It's nice, but if anything, the bigger change while leveling was the Torghast token. That thing, or why did I say Torghast? The catch-up token. I've been talking about Torghast so much that I just said Torghast. Catch-up token for 40 renown is really good. $53, nice. So I know that I said I'm going to be swapping at 53, but I more meant the end of the Bastion storyline. So sometime during level 53, I will be finishing Bastion, but it's probably going to be sometime like towards the middle of level 53. Then we're going to swap. Because it's just the Bastion storyline that's really efficient. Okay. One thing I've never tested is if I actually need to take the gateway to Hero's Rest. I guess I probably will need to, but either way, I'm going to kill Darkwing first, just because I'm here. Renown is really easy to get from other sources. Just wanted to point out some benefit to Torghast. That's true, yeah. I would love if they continued to improve on Torghast leveling and made it, like, actually efficient, though. Ah. That's annoying. Look, I'm sorry, man, but I'm going to take this from you. I don't have time to wait. Come on. Nice. I'm not going to kill him. I'll let him live. But, like, at the same time, I'm not going to let him just, like, fight this mob and then, no. I have to wait another minute or two for this to actually finish. Okay. Nice. Feel bad for that gnome, but at least he didn't die, you know? So he can thank me for that. If I wanted to, could have killed him.
Welcome, mortal. This gateway will take you above.
Did the math on spamming Torghast. About 30 hours to go from 50 to 60. That's a lot. No, honestly, I know you said they might have tweaked it. I don't think they have. That actually sounds about right to me. From what I remember with the amount of experience it gives, I genuinely think that it is probably 50 to 60. So I think you're correct on that. Which is fucking insane, but you know.
Welcome, friend.
It's Blizzard.
I bear more than just knowledge.
I would have you speak. I have other duties to attend to. Your steward can repair the beacon
Okay,
at your request.
let's go, Haka.
You do. A steward's job is never done.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Torghast leveling just isn't where it needs to be at the moment. It's a bit sad. Alright. Beacon activated. I talked to Paul Mark, address these. Now, how do I want to do this?
For what purpose do you like the beacon, aspirants?
Okay.
We have urgent news for the Archon.
Shit, how do I want to do this? I still haven't figured out the routing. As insane as this might seem, there is so much complexity to Threads of Fate routing. It's complex in the sense that, like, if you do it improperly, you lose, like, a minute or two, which really isn't that much. But if you're doing it really efficiently, there's a lot of really good shit that you can do.
With the Archon. We shall meet you there, my friend.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and say, where is the innkeeper? There we go. Right over here. Okay. I think this is the correct play. I could be wrong on this. I think I'm correct on this. But I might be wrong. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Worst case scenario, the other thing that I'm considering is setting my Hearthstone to Mists of Tyrna Scythe, or Heart of the Forest specifically. And in that case, I can just overwrite this and it won't matter. I'm just debating on how I want to handle this going forward. So, I'm going to finish the quests here. I'm going to grab the one that tells me to return to Oribos. And then, after I grab that, what do I want to do? I'm probably going to Hearth. Use Dalhearth, right? Because I have my Dalar on Hearth. I'm going to return to Oribos that way, because it's a little bit slower, but I think this is worth it. Then I'm going to use my Wormhole Generator so that I can go to one of the other zones. I just haven't decided which one it's going to be. It's either going to be Ardenweald or Maldraxxus.
Good. The Temple of Loyalty's ward is active. The Kyrian
It's just tricky, because I want to start spamming dungeons, but if I get unlucky and I land on...
Forsworn to invade
Humility's ward stands strong.
I got it. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. I'm basically going to choose Ardenweald for bad luck protection.
quite relieved to see the ward of courage.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. So, my plan is this. Gonna finish Bastion, gonna grab the quest for Necrotic Wake, because you need to finish Bastion to get that, or you need to enable Threads of Fate and then go all the way over there to grab it. So, since Bastion is mostly efficient, we're just gonna finish it so that I can go and grab the quest when I'm supposed to. Then, I'm going to return to Oribos, do those quests, and when it sends me to Maldraxxus, I enable Threads of Fate, and then after enabling Threads of Fate, I, use Wormhole Generator to go to Bastion. Or not Bastion. Ardenweald. Use Wormhole Generator to go to Ardenweald. The reason I'm going to Ardenweald is because there are 2 dungeon quests that I need to pick up. I need to pick up the Mists of Tyrna Scythe quest, which is right around here. And I need to pick up the Plaguefall quest, which is right around here. But, here's the thing. The side quests in Maldraxxus are honestly pretty shit. I'm not really going to be doing a lot of those. I'm mostly going to be going here for the Plaguefall quest and the bonus objectives, which don't really take that much time. But there are side quests in Ardenweald that I usually do during the speedrun that I can still do here, and they are very efficient. So I will be wormholing here, heading up, grabbing this quest. Then, after I grab that quest, I queue for a dungeon. If I get one of the 2 dungeons that I want, which is Necrotic Wake and Mists of Tyrna Scythe, I'm good to go. That's exactly what I want. If I don't get it, I leave the dungeon and I wait. And then because I need to wait 30 minutes on a cooldown, I basically need 30 minutes of stuff to do to fill that cooldown time. At that point, I do the side quest lines in Ardenweald, because that way I'll have about 30 minutes of questing to do at that point. And then once I'm done with that, I teleport to Maldraxxus, I grab the Plaguefall quest, and then I queue again. Hopefully, at that point, it doesn't give me Halls of Atonement, because that would be the only bad thing it could give me, unfortunately. But we'll see. I might just get lucky the first try, but never know. We'll see how it goes. Could be everything. Yeah, there's a lot of, like, variables here. RNG is unfortunately a pretty present factor in these runs, because the reason why I need to gamble it is if I look at random dungeon queue, getting that extra 50k experience is a lot. So I could do specific dungeons, but if I queued for the specific dungeon that I wanted, I wouldn't get that 50k bonus. And that 50k bonus, for obvious reasons, is very, very good. So effectively, I need to gamble it. Let's see. Looked it up again. 32 hours if you're rested. If you 5-star every Torghast run. Holy shit. That's even with a perfect run? Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, it's clear that nobody actually tested Torghast leveling. They put it out there in, like, a bare-bones state. They listened to feedback saying that it was undertuned, and they, like, said, fuck it, we'll bump it up slightly. Except, if they had tested it at all, they would have realized that it wasn't just undertuned, it just wasn't working at all. You needed to have a major overhaul to how Torghast leveling worked. It wasn't just a minor XP bump. So it's frustrating, but, you know, oh well.
Anima powers all things in Bastion, even the mighty Colossi. This will help it retain its charge.
Alright. Big pull here. Should be fine, though. I have all my cooldowns. I really miss the Lightforged Draenei racial. One of the reasons that I hate playing Prot Paladin on Horde is because Lightforged Draenei racial, once you use it, it's so hard to get back to not using it. Lining that up with Avenging Wrath and Seraphim, it slaps. It's so good. Lightforged will always be my favorite race to combo with Protection Paladin. It's just so fun to use. In fact, every single time I've done a speedrun as a Prot Pally so far on this channel, it's been on the Lightforged Draenei. And there's a good reason for that. It's really fucking awesome. We can get Seraphim up in a little bit. Wow, these guys have a lot of health. I didn't realize. I should not have pulled them in retrospect, but oh well. Lightforged is awesome. It's like Frostworm's Fury built into your race. Yeah, it's so nice. That, like, giant explosion, especially if you line it up with stuff, so good. I cannot recommend it enough. It's just a shame that it's Alliance, and, like, I have nothing against Alliance, but none of the people I play with play an Alliance, so I can't play Alliance. That's just kind of the unfortunate reality of it. Like, I've said this before, but if they ever add, like, cross-faction rating, most of my characters will either be Night Elf or Draenei. Some will still be Blood Elf, but a lot of them will be Night Elf or Draenei. Just because I really like a lot of the Alliance races, but I just can't raid with the Alliance races. Just kind of how it goes. I would love Night Elf Paladin, though. Night Elf Paladin, I've said this before. That would be so cool. I don't think they'll actually add it, because they've been kind of hesitant to add, like, new race class combos, but it would be pretty sick if they did. I know a lot of other people have told me they're really excited about that possibility. This is probably shit. Mastery isn't great for me. At least I don't think so. I'm going to take these two trinkets. Probably better, proc-wise.
I will just move the Colossus somehow. It's too far.
Okay, I can fly around and grab these crystals. Night Elf Paladin has been my dream since 2005. Yeah. There's so much potential there. I don't see why they don't add it. I feel like it could just be pretty cool. You could even do something where it's like, after communicating with a loon or something like that, Tyrande gains some, like, secret power that lets her become, like, a Night Elf Paladin. It's like, she's already a priest, right? And then she became the Night Warrior. So it's like she's become basically like a warrior, but normally she's a priest. And guess what? Warrior plus priest equals paladin. So now that she doesn't have, like, all the darkness shit inside of her, you could make a very easy excuse that Tyrande decided to, like, use her newfound fighting styles in corporation with, like, her old light powers and said, all right, I'm gonna make Night Elf Paladins. And boom. Perfect excuse. Knowing Blizzard, though, they're probably gonna be like, oh, new race, Lightforged Night Elf or something like that. And then only Lightforged Night Elves can be Paladins. You can see it now. Come to think of it, though, they haven't really done any more allied races, so I wonder if they're actually going to expand upon that at all. I know they've said they're done with allied races, but, you know, they are, in theory, going to be adding more races, so you would think that they would add something, but we haven't gotten any, so not sure what their plan is for that. I think people really liked allied races, though, so it's a shame that they haven't really decided to expand upon it at all. It's just a shame that some of the allied races were given a bit more love than others. You know, looking at you, High Mountain Tauren. There's nothing wrong, I guess, with High Mountain Tauren, but, like, when some of the allied races are basically brand new things, and then others are just reskins, it's like, not the biggest fan. I guess they have moose antlers, so they're different that way. The fact that you can integrate LFD racials into Lightforged Tyranite racials into any class is the reason why I advocate them adding more shit like that. Yeah, exactly. I 100% agree with that.
The Colossus needs to finish charging. You buy me time. Call down your beasts.
Tyrande is a priest wielding warglaives. Priest using warglaives when? Oh, yeah. I would love if warglaives were, like, opened up to more classes. I mean, hell, rogues and warriors could use warglaives back in BC, you know? Don't see why they can't still use warglaives. I get that it was specifically warglaives of Azzinoth, right? But, like, come on. It's weird that only demon hunters can use warglaives, even though, like, theoretically, you know, should be available to everybody. Especially, like, I don't know, I feel like warriors especially should probably be able to use warglaives, because their whole shtick is supposed to be that they can use any weapon. Or was supposed to be that they could use any weapon, even if, like, they traditionally didn't use, like, staves or anything like that. Like, they could still equip it. I think right now warriors can use everything except warglaives and wands, right? So, they can almost use everything. Yeah, exactly. Warriors' whole, like, I guess lore is Weapon Master. Is this my last speedrun? Yes. Yeah. I mean, if it wasn't my last speedrun, then it would be clickbait. It's not clickbait. It's true. It's my last WoW speedrun. Not my last, World of Warcraft video, but it is my last WoW speedrun. So, yeah, you can take the video title very literally. I am kind of done doing WoW speedruns. I honestly, if anything, I wanted to keep the door more open, but I think it's better to just let people know, like, I'm kind of done with this. Because I've been trying to subtly hint for a while that I wanted to kind of stop doing WoW speedruns, and people keep asking me, so I figure, if anything, this is a good way of basically getting it so I stop getting asked, are you doing more WoW speedruns? Now, I'm definitively saying, no, this is my last one, right? This is more just for me to not have to field that question over and over. I'm still probably going to get it, right? But hopefully, if it makes my life even slightly easier, then that'll be nice. I want mages with shields in both hands. I would love if shields were like an actual weapon. Honestly, like, after playing a lot of Hades, I'm loving the idea of just using a shield as a weapon. Like, running around just slamming the shield into people is, like, so much fun. So I wish that I could have a playstyle like that. I think it would be sick. I guess, like, people usually refer to that as, like, Gladiator Stance Warrior, but it wasn't exactly like that. Like, if you've played Hades and you've played the shield, you probably know what I'm talking about, with, like, just literally using the shield as a melee weapon and just beating people down with it. It's awesome. I would like Glad Stance Warrior back either way, though. I think that would be sick. In fact, I know that when I talk about, like, how I think Warrior should be changed, I know a lot of people are probably going to assume that I'll be talking about Glad Stance Warrior. I actually, as much as I think it was fun, I don't really think it's, like, conducive to talk about, like, with how Warrior should be changed currently. If they want to bring it back, they'll bring it back, but I would say there are other issues of Protection Warrior right now that wouldn't really be fixed with the addition of Gladiator Stance. Some of the core kit needs to be tuned a bit better, and before Gladiator Stance can, like, actually work well.
You will suffer for this, necromancer.
Come then, if you dare.
Where are the NPCs?
Rain death upon them.
Oh, there they are.
Ensure they do not
There we go. Cool. Hello, Medias. Good evening to you as well. For some reason, you thought you were watching a VOD? Huh. Nope, this is live. Yeah, this is definitely live.
We must return to Oribos and inform them of Maldrex's treachery.
I'm surprised YouTube doesn't have, like, a big thing that shows that it's live. Maybe it does, but I don't know. I guess I haven't really watched a lot of YouTube streams. Like, I've watched my own streams in retrospect, like when I'm looking for clips and stuff like that. But
Surely prepare our armies for retaliation once Artemide
I haven't actually watched other people stream on YouTube. Very rarely. I've watched like 1 or 2 YouTube streams. I just don't really watch a lot of streams. I've kind of mentioned that in the past. They already made a Night Elf Paladin in the Legion Paladin campaign, so they have the excuse and lore for it. Exactly. I've been saying that for a while. I don't see why they would add that and then not, you know, expand upon it and make it playable. If Lightforge can be Monk, it's over. Lightforge Monk would be fantastic. Agreed. Oh, that would be sick. I was disappointed that they couldn't be Monk in the first place. Warrior using bow as a staff when... Nice. Problem with allied races that aren't just reskins is that they need to rework all the armor in the game to fit them. That is true, yeah. But races are a pretty fun thing to add to the game. So, it's a lot of work, for sure. But it is something that players usually appreciate a lot. This is a VOD. Haraldin knew you were going to ask that statement. Yes, I planned. I planned for that statement, and I timed my response just when you would say that. All according to my master plan. It says watching now instead of view count. Oh, I see. That's cool. Have we talked about the live letter highlights yet? Oh, for Final Fantasy? Admittedly, I haven't looked too much into it. I know that the expansion is delayed. I saw that part, and I saw like 1 or 2 little details because my friends like sent me some details. But I haven't read the entire thing yet. I saw it when I woke up, and when I woke up, I was like kind of exhausted, so didn't really have a chance to really dive into it. But if there's something really interesting, feel free to tell me, Medias. I'm curious. What I heard, though, is that it wasn't, like, anything groundbreaking. Like, they didn't announce anything huge. They were just like, yeah, the expansion's delayed, you know, sorry about that. And they gave some follow-up details. Which, like, yeah, cool. But if there's something I missed and there was, like, some really, really cool information, then I would love to hear that. Haven't seen the trailer yet? Oh, that was another thing. It popped up in my recommended, but I did not watch it, so no. But I will check that out. It has a little red light with the live text. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, that's good to know. At least YouTube does signify that in some way. You were watching Minecraft and you shifted over to here? Awesome. Want to speak with you about Threads of Fate. Threads of Fate. Fate. Boom. Alright. So we are now in Threads of Fate. We have officially gone off the traditional speedrun path, and this is where things start to get interesting. 30 hours leveling through Torghast. Jesus Christ, that's like 2 to 3 times when you leveled at launch. It's really long, yeah. They did not tune Torghast leveling properly, unfortunately. I'm fine with the delay in FF14. You still have some more things to do, so that's good news. Yeah, same here. I kind of put off playing Final Fantasy into the last minute. I've just been really busy with a lot of other stuff, so I was kind of worried about how much work I had to do in the next, like, 2 weeks. And I was like, ah, shit, this is going to be rough. But the delay is actually pretty good for me. I'm happy about it. I know some people are disappointed, but, like, okay, for starters, my stance on it is this. If we get a better game because of that, I'm fine with it. Now, I am pretty confident that even if Final Fantasy launched today, it would still be amazing. Because that team, in my opinion, can do no wrong. I fucking love Yoshi P and everything he does. So honestly, I don't think that it really would have been a problem, but I respect the man for trying to do the absolute best he can. Like, that's just the kind of shit that they do, and I respect it, right? So I think it's great that they're trying to do everything they can to make it a good game, and I'm sure that if they say that there's some minor things that they want to tune to make the game even better, I believe them. I think that Endwalker is going to be even better as a result of this delay, so yeah. I'm perfectly fine with it. I never understand when people are, like, actively pissed off about delays. And I know that, like I said, for me, it actually was good news. Gives me a lot more time, like you said. I still have shit I need to catch up on, but I know some people are going to be pissed off, but hopefully they can at least acknowledge the fact that it was a net positive for pretty much everybody. You don't like Final Fantasy, but you have so much respect for Yoshi P? Yeah, exactly. That's one thing that I've heard people say. Like, even if you don't really enjoy the game, I think it's easy to see that Yoshi P, as a developer, has so much passion in what he does, and that's just really easy to respect, at least in my opinion. So, I'm glad you think that, because I 100% agree with that statement. I fucking love Yoshi P. He is amazing. Alright. Let's queue for this, and hopefully I don't get a long queue. Trying to fix my UI. It's annoying. Okay. Short queue. That's nice. Hibernal Hollow defended. Isn't this... Yeah, okay. Yeah, so interacting with this stuff is probably a really easy way to get this done. If I remember correctly, the totems give a pretty solid chunk. Oh, these ones you can't do while mounted. So I was able to interact with those on my druid, but apparently these you actually need to be dismounted for. How do you pay the sub fee for FF? Can you use PayPal? That I wouldn't know, but somebody said you can, so I'll take their word on it. I'll kill this guy. They reworked the PvP system, adding a battle pass system without the FOMO, but still no islands. Still no island infos. I don't know what that means, unfortunately. I haven't looked into the PvP changes much at all. I've never been interested in PvP and, like, most MMOs in general. And Final Fantasy especially, I am very not interested in it. If people enjoy that, I'm glad for them, but it's something that I actively go out of my way to just not look into because it's something that I just don't care about. So I'll take your word for it. That's good to hear that they're making some PvP changes, though. Is it enough to buy Endwalker to have the whole game? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure what their pricing model is for the older expansions after Endwalker comes out. I would imagine you still have to buy the base game, but I could be wrong in that. That was so fast. Holy shit. Oh shit, I forgot to buy the Renown token. Ah, crap. That's bad. Screw it. I'll lose a little bit of Renown right now, but it's not the biggest deal. Fuck. Okay, unlucky. That's bad. Well, we planned for this, so I intentionally decided to wait until I got to Ardenweald so that I have a backup, right? I don't need to do the dungeons until the end. You want to integrate them, right? It makes it easier. But all that matters is at the end of the day that you have all the dungeons completed to get all the bonuses. So that is unlucky, but the fact that I went to Ardenweald was bad RNG insurance, and it paid off because, well, I got shit RNG there. So, worked out.
How may I aid?
Let's see here. Still can't believe your dad works for Asmongold. I skipped the Maw. The Maw intro is terrible. The Maw intro isn't like the WoD intro. Like, I know a lot of people are expecting, like, oh, you're still going to do the Maw intro because people still do the WoD intro. The WoD intro was the exception, right? Generally speaking, X-Pack intros are really bad. The WoD intro just happens to be really fucking good. Maw intro is not. Maw intro is terrible. It was always terrible, and you skip it all the time now. It's not worth running. Let me see if I can find... Yeah, this cage should do it. God, these bonus objectives are so fast. I love it. Just in and out. Easy peasy. Don't mind a delay, but if we get 3 to 4 delays instead of a few weeks each, that's what's pissing me off, like it was Cyberpunk. I really doubt we're going to get multiple minor delays. It's entirely possible, but I really don't expect any more delays than this, right? So, we'll see. I trust Yoshi P, right? I have no reason to not trust Yoshi P. Like, you know, he's built up enough goodwill in my mind that I can trust that if he says, you know, this is it, we had to delay it to make it better, but, you know, this will be good. You know, makes sense to me. I could absolutely see that. The game just lost 4 more subs. Unfortunate, I guess. But, you know, they have been, kind of not performing well, I guess. Yeah. Is it even worth it if you don't have PayPal or credit cards? That's up to you. I can't tell you that. I think it is, but, like, that's your personal judgment. It's like asking if World of Warcraft is worth it, because you can buy a sub using WoW token. I would say that if you enjoy the game, you know, you're going to enjoy the game regardless. But some people say they only play World of Warcraft because of the WoW token, and, like, that's their prerogative. Personally, whether or not I'm paying with a WoW token or with, like, real money, I play the game whether or not I'm enjoying it, not whether or not I can just keep my sub going indefinitely. So, yeah, I can't answer that question for you, man. That's, it's up to you. Okay, this bonus objective seems a little bit undertuned. Considering I'm not getting a lot of percent for killing these guys. Maybe the hunters give me more. And I'm not seeing any more totems. Yeah, hunters give a good bit more. So, okay, I need the hunters and this guy. So, let's just do this. This should work. Why did I leave that dungeon? I left that dungeon because the way that I'm trying to do this is I need to be as efficient as possible with my time. I have a quest for Tierna Scythe, and I have a quest for Necrotic Weight. I want to make sure that when I'm doing the dungeon, I'm only doing it with that quest active. I do not have the Plaguefall quest yet. So, I intentionally went to Ardenweald early, because Ardenweald has the most other stuff for me to do. So if I spend 30 minutes just chilling in Ardenweald, unable to queue for a dungeon, that's okay. But if I went to, for instance, Maldraxxus first, and I got the Plaguefall quest, then let's say I hadn't gotten the, or let's say I hadn't gotten Plaguefall and I had gotten, like, Mist instead, or something like that. Then what would have happened is I would have only been able to spend 15 minutes or so, maybe even less, in Maldraxxus before being able to swap, and then I would be losing time overall. It's complicated. TLDR, it's because I don't have the Plaguefall quest, and I want to wait until I do. That's the gist of things. The routing for Threads of Fate leveling is kind of complicated. This is also one of the reasons why I've never liked when dungeons are efficient in terms of leveling. Because for efficient speed leveling, it effectively means that you're going to have to leave dungeons at points. And I never think that's good design. I think anytime that the most efficient path requires you to ditch a dungeon group, I don't like that. I'm going to do it because ultimately I'm testing the most efficient method. But I don't think it should be designed like that. Where am I from? Because you said the name has an O in it. Oh! My character name. No, that's just, it's the name of an Undertale character. It's just the name was taken, so I put this O in it. But no, I'm from the United States. No. I don't think I have a Swedish accent, so I don't think I sound Swedish. Yeah. This was just one of those, couldn't get the name I wanted, so I put a special character into it. Nice. That one was fast. What's my expected time? About 2 hours is what I'm hoping. But probably like 2.5 hours, I'm thinking. It gets really fast. Really, really, really fast. Okay, depleted wild seed. Okay, let me scroll up. Jump in to help tank for you, but you don't have a tank on Horde side? I mean, I'm playing tank either way, so I appreciate it, but I'm leveling as a prop pally, so I'm fine in that regard. And even if I could play DPS, I would still play prop pally. I prefer it. It's better for leveling, in my opinion. With buying Endwalker, you're only able to activate all the expansions along with the purchase on the Endwalker launch day? Interesting. Didn't know that. I mean, I already have everything else, but... There is a pre-order access for Endwalker, though. Everything is on sale right now, but if you buy Endwalker, you'll get everything once the game releases. Interesting. Haven't played FF, but would recommend going through Steam. Yeah, I play Final Fantasy XIV through Steam as well, so I would also recommend that. It's just generally good to get stuff on sale. Like, Steam has really good sales, in my opinion. If you want to play Shadowbringers, you have to buy both Shadowbringers and the Shadowbringers expansion differently. Interesting. Okay, hit Goober with it. You can buy a time card. I've never bought time cards for Final Fantasy, personally. Did I use my kit? Yeah, I did. I might as well reuse it. Okay. Didn't want to hit that guy with it. Ah. You know what? Actually, screw it. I don't think I'm going to be able to do this unless I... Maybe? Nah, I'm gonna have to kill these. Oh well. I tried. It's really rough doing this unless you have a reliable way of stunning multiple mobs. And that's fine. 3 in 1. Yeah, I would say definitely before you play Final Fantasy, try out its trial. Final Fantasy has by far the most generous trial out of any MMO out there. You literally get like hundreds of hours of playtime before you actually need to buy the game. It's really good. There's no strings attached, really. Like, there are some trial restrictions, but none that are even remotely impactful in terms of, like, making your experience worse. So, would absolutely recommend doing that. Okay. So I'm going to...
We will hunt the hunter.
Okay. My plan here is I'm going to set my inn to this.
Return to me soon.
Make this in my home. Teleport to Maldraxxus. I'm still going to have to go back to Maldraxxus at some point. Why is it my last WoW speedrun? There's a variety of reasons. I explained a lot of them at the start of this run, like before I began. So I would say go back to the beginning of this recording if you want to see that. It would take me too long to explain all of it in detail here. Apologies. It's just, there's a lot of different reasons. Main one is, if you want the simplest answer, it's just, I'm kind of bored. WoW speedrunning after you've done like a million of them gets kind of boring. So that is the simplest one, but there are a lot of different reasons that I discussed earlier. Ma intro takes 9 million years. Honestly, doing it the first time was super cool and props for that, but on Alt it was boring. I agree. Like, as an introduction to the expansion, Ma intro was fine, but it should have been skippable earlier. I don't think people would have had as much of a problem with it if it was just like a one-time thing. Relatively new viewer here. I'm sure you've had this question a lot, but why are you quitting while speedrunning? Oh, shit, sorry. I just, yeah, answered that as well. Yeah, I mean, I've answered that a few times this stream. Once again, it's, yeah, like I said, TLDR, not having fun with it anymore. And I guess a longer answer is the WoW speedrunning scene is kind of fucked at the moment for a lot of reasons. Like I said, once again, I detailed that a bit at the start. If you want to go back and look into that, you can. There's just a lot of problems with it, both in terms of lack of competition, and the biggest issue right now is poor moderation. The speedrun.com page for World of Warcraft has just gone to shit, basically. Which is a shame, but it is what it is. Okay. How do I want to do this? I guess... just fly this back. Oh, I see. Okay, so I need to do this quest 2 times. But because there's a world quest, it's actually pretty good. I'll be double dipping. Which is nice. Let me see. Why is prop better for leveling? You can do bigger pulls. Ret isn't bad, but in my opinion, Ret doesn't have the survivability that prot has, at least not for some of the really big pulls. For level 50 to 60, you might be able to get away with Ret, but another thing is dungeons are kind of important for... Did I get both? Ah, okay. Interesting. So, dungeons are going to be a very important part of leveling 50 to 60, and you're going to need to play as a tank to get faster Qs. So, you're going to have to, at some point in your run, no matter what you do, you're going to have to swap. Interesting. I get double credit for that. Yeah, so you're going to have to swap over to prot at some point. I guess maybe you could go holy for dungeons if you want. Point being, holy is obviously the worst for questing. So you're going to either level as ret or you're going to level as prot, and then for dungeons you're going to have to play prot or you're going to have to play holy. So it's one of those things where prot is, in my opinion, as good, if not better, than ret for doing leveling stuff. So you might as well just play it for both. But that is, of course, my personal opinion. You could definitely make an argument that you think like ret is better for world content. I would say it's going to be harder to play, so I have infinitely more experience playing Prot Paladin, and I think it's really, really good at doing, like, gigantic pulls. At low levels, ret is absolutely not recommended, so while doing 10 to 50, Prot will have an infinitely easier time than ret, and I would say it's faster, just because ret can't put out, like, the massive burst AoE numbers that it can at higher levels at low levels. You're going to really struggle to do some of the pulls required for low-level speedrunning, which means that Prot overall is a better option. However, by the time you've got into level 50, you probably have most of the tools needed as a Retribution Paladin to handle a lot of the big pulls required. And I would say you don't need to do as many super gigantic aggressive pulls at 50 to 60 compared to some of the ones required for like Hillsbrad Foothills, for instance. So it's probably a bit more reasonable there, but still it's not amazing. So definitely pick your poison with that regard. Burning Extract, that's really far away. I'll make do, I guess. Trying to get it as close as possible, so I have less room to actually carry it. One more. This is close enough. What do you mean the last speedrun? Exactly what you think it means, right? This is my last WoW speedrun. My last time speedrunning World of Warcraft. It's not clickbait. I don't mean anything secret or subtle by it. It's take it at face value. I am tired of speedrunning WoW. I don't want to speedrun WoW anymore. This is the last time I'm doing it. Boom. I'm still making WoW videos, if that's what you're wondering. I think some people have expressed confusion over that. But I've been making a lot of non-speedrun videos before. And here's the thing. If we're going to be real right now, a lot of my non-speedrun videos have done better recently than my speedrun videos. So I know some people may be upset that my speedruns haven't been working out well, or my speedruns aren't going to be made further, but like they haven't been doing extremely well. Like my last actual speedrun, I did one on stream, right? But my last, what's it called? Do I need to equip any of this? Could probably equip this. Yeah, my last like non-streamed speedrun was my Survival Hunter one, and that one has done pretty poorly overall. So the end result is that I'm not really enjoying speedrunning. There's not a huge speedrun scene, and these days, honestly, I get better views doing non-speedrun stuff. It used to be that I got like a ton of views doing speedrun things, not so much anymore. So I would maybe, if like tons of people really enjoyed watching the WoW speedruns, maybe consider doing more of them. But at this point, if it's something that I'm already not enjoying, why would I continue? It's a sad reality, but that's just kind of how it goes. I just don't have any motivation to do it anymore. Never say never. Brett Favre retired 3 times. Yeah. Like, if anything, you could put an addendum on this and say, my final WoW speedrun in Shadowlands, right? Like, but at that point, it's like, that's too long for like a realistic title, right? This is just a shorter title that gets the point across. The real point is that for the foreseeable future, I'm kind of done with it. If the game suddenly becomes like a lot better, right? and the next expansion is like really cool, and I really enjoyed leveling in the next expansion, which probably won't be for at least another year or more. Yeah, who knows? Maybe, but at least for the rest of Shadowlands, I'm just kind of burnt out on speedrunning. Sylvanas broke the crown to... Oh no. I'm just gonna ignore that one. I would ask that you don't say potentially... No. Politically oriented messages like that. Just, let's keep it not like that here. I already get enough shit from people whenever I vaguely mention politics. I don't want any more reason for 4chan to raid me again. That was not fun. It's the last speedrun ever for this week. I mean, the last speedrun I did was like, you know, about a month ago, so... You know, even when I wasn't quitting speedrunning, I still did them pretty infrequently. Healing for pugs is a nightmare? Yeah. And say that again. Can I get credit for this bonus objective while doing the Fungrit thing? Let's see. You were joking? I know you were joking, yeah. I was saying I think it's funny that, like, you know, people are acting like, oh my god, he's quitting speedrunning. It's like, I haven't been speedrunning a lot recently. Like, I effectively did a soft quitting of speedrunning, like, a little while back. And they've been pretty infrequent. But, yeah. Can save some time in this quest by kiting the slime to the quest objective before killing it. Yes, but at the same time, I kind of expected that to not work because, well... Okay, you don't get credit for this, and the bonus objective. That's not worth it, then. The problem with that is there were a lot of other people there, so I do know about that. But so many people were just nuking the slimes that I'm just like, fuck it, you know, I'm just gonna kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I kite it, like, halfway there, and then somebody murders the slime, at that point it's like, well, fuck it, I should have done it anyway. But yeah, no, you do have a good point there. This is also why, generally speaking, if you remember, I always did a lot of my speedruns at night, because it's easier to plan with strategies when there's less people out in the world. But I've been streaming them lately, so that hasn't been, like, super practical. Unless I'm going to do, like, a live stream at 6 a.m. or something like that, which I've said before I don't really want to do. So. I know some people have joked, like, oh, if you live streamed at 6 a.m., I'd watch it. But, yeah, it's just not something that I think everybody would want to, so. Not to mention, I've been honestly not waking up early a lot recently, just because my sleep schedule has, I guess, like, gotten to be a bit normal now that I actually have to go to classes and stuff. So there's that. Will I keep playing? Yeah, I mean, I'm still playing WoW, right? Still doing mythic raiding and stuff like that. I'll still do videos when warranted, not speedruns, but, like, I will do, like, basically news coverage videos. Not, like, Bellular news coverage. Like, Bellular makes videos about, like, everything, right? I make videos about the stuff that Bellular doesn't cover. So, basically, the stuff that, is important, but people don't really know enough to actually, like, do practice for and stuff like that. So I did a lot of testing on the PTR that I think was pretty useful. I'll still be doing stuff like that. I'll be doing, like, videos analyzing, like, raiding and tanks and stuff like that, because I've always enjoyed doing that. Just haven't always made videos about it. So you can still expect stuff like that. I'm still going to be playing WoW. Going to be occasionally making videos on WoW, just, no more speedrunning. At least for the foreseeable future. I don't want to get anybody's hopes up, because I know if I say that there is a very, very, very small chance that, like, at some point in the future I return to speedrunning, then people are going to say, oh, when are you going to return to speedrunning? It's one of those things where the reason I've titled it My Final Speedrun is so people stop asking me, honestly. That's the main reason. So I can basically be like, yep, this is it for now. We're done. So, yeah. Makes my life a little bit easier. I think, okay, what I want to do before I teleport back to Ardenwealds is... what? I'm going to hand in this quest, then... I'm going to go up here and I'm going to do specifically this bonus objective because the next time that I come to Maldraxxus, it'll be to hand in all of these quests. And as a result, I'm going to be teleporting in right around here. So I'm going to want to do this bonus objective, and then hand it in over there. So that way, if I do this, I can head over here, teleport over to Revendreth, and then that way I won't need to basically take a detour to do this later on. So I'm trying to be efficient with my pathing here. Alright. If for the next X-Pack, they completely remove Shadowlands and BFA and substitute them with a good X-Pack, I'll forgive them. Yeah. Agreed. Brett Favre unretired to play for the Jets, which means sometimes you should stay retired. Well, I don't really understand football, but, you know, Dad, I'm sure that was a really sick burn for the Jets, if I actually understood it, so, no, good job. Okay, so I need prisoner cage keys. I don't think I've done this bonus objective before. We'll see. I don't know if these guys can drop prisoner cage keys, but, you know, I'll kill them and see. You're in Sweden, so 6 hours ahead of you. You streaming at night will be daytime for me. You totally watch. Yeah, that's the thing. I know a lot of my viewers are in foreign countries and stuff like that. I have a few amount of viewers from Sweden, I found out, and I have a lot of viewers from Germany, surprisingly. But, yeah, I don't know. It would just be kind of weird for me to stream at night, so probably won't do that. But it's at least cool to hear that, you know, a lot of people watch me at times that aren't, like, I would guess standard for me, because, you know, I'm in the US. But probably won't do that. Unless, you know, I will be doing a 24-hour stream for Final Fantasy's release. Or Endwalker's release, specifically. So, I guess it'll be nice for people who are interested in that, because no matter what time zone you're in, if you want to catch my stream for Endwalker's release, you'll be able to do that at some point, because I will be streaming for 24 hours. I did that for Shadowlands, too. Okay, I can loot this. Oh my god, this thing keeps, like, evade bugging. Whatever. Can open this next cage. I can grab this javelin, too. Might as well. Oh, that did a lot of damage. I don't know if it's actually going to be worth it killing this thing, but it gave no percents. Alright. It was not worth it, turns out. Alright, fly over here. And should be able to complete it from this. Really? That's interruptible? Alright. Nice. Okay, that worked out well. Now I teleport to Revendreth. Harl dad out here dropping nukes on the jets. Yeah, my dad can be a bit of a savage when he wants to. Okay, we got this. Now, how do I want to go about this? Any of these about to expire? Race Day in the Ramparts is really close to finishing, so I am actually going to do this. Yeah, this and then Race Day in the Ramparts, because Race Day is one of the only world quests that I believe is efficient just because of how quickly you can complete it. So I'll try that. Then I'm going to head over to... or then I'm going to queue for a dungeon. Right. So as soon as I finish Race Day, I can queue for that. Belgium here, awesome. Yeah, it's really cool because, like, World of Warcraft is a game that has, like, you know, worldwide appeal, so I guess that's why there's so many people that watch me in different parts of the world. It's cool. Don't know why those are there. Oh yeah, I think somebody said that I can get, like, an object to get rid of the tornadoes. Either way, these guys give a lot, so I'm just gonna fly around and interact with them. Do these fragments do anything? No, can't. Oh well. Yeah, Medias, I remember you were from Germany. There's like a lot of people who watch me specifically from Germany. Yeah. We'll see. Maybe, like, right now, I would say especially because of, you know, college and all that, it's hard for me to maintain, like, a streaming schedule that isn't at these hours. So I know some people have expressed that they wish they could watch the stream, but, like, the times don't really work for them. And I would love to stream, A, more frequently, and B, at different times. But right now, I'm kind of pigeonholed into just streaming on the weekends and streaming at, like, fairly standard times, just because I slept for, like, 14 hours last night. I literally got home, passed out, and then did absolutely nothing until I woke up for this stream. I was basically completely exhausted, because during the school week, I get, like, no sleep at all. Because in between classes and making videos, I have no time to sleep. It's honestly pretty brutal. So, haven't really had a chance to do any of that stuff. And, yeah, I usually catch up on Friday nights and then stream on the weekends. Right, yeah, so I have to go out here, kill this guy. This quest, I feel, is pretty good. You know, 15k XP, it's about as much as a bonus objective, and, well, pretty easy quest. Wanted quests are always pretty fast. Also, Belgium, streaming at this time is good for us local. It's 8 p.m. Awesome. Yeah, my old streams were, like, late at night for, you know, US, so it was, you know, basically middle of the morning, or middle of the night, or, like, early morning for people in Europe. So I feel like basically midday US is a good compromise. That's why I moved my streaming times to that. That way, it's still a good time for people in the US, but it works for people in Europe who said they wanted to watch. Holy shit, how did I pull this? Maybe it's like an RP thing when this guy dies? I don't know. Go back, hand this in, then do race day in the ramparts, and then I queue for a dungeon. In fact, actually, I should probably queue... I want to queue now, but I'm worried that if I queue and then it hits non-Halls of Atonement, then... Well, if it hits Halls of Atonement, I'm fucked either way, but... that way, if I do the entire thing... Yeah, it's fast enough. I'll wait to queue. I could do other stuff while I wait. It's not a big deal. I have about an hour and a half to get all the other stuff done, though. Want a DPS carry? I do not, actually. So, I appreciate the sentiment, but I, generally speaking, don't like to have people help me out. Just because it's one of those things where I want this run to be, like, a standard, you know? I want people to be able to look at this and say, I can do that. And if it's just me participating in the run, then... Oh, I fucked up. That's unlucky. Pop out, restart. Fucking hell. How did I not hit that? Hitboxes in this are fucked. Okay. But yeah, so I want people to be able to look at this run and say, that's something that I can replicate. And if I let people carry me, then people will look at it and say, well, fuck, I don't have any really good DPS that can carry me through dungeons. I guess I'm screwed. So I want to show that these routes and stuff work as a solo player. Just if you're good enough and you're willing to put in the time, you can make this work. That's my end goal with this stuff. Now we got it. Yes, okay. Steering that is really fucking hard. Alright. And now we queue. You remember the speedrun I helped you out with on the PTR? Yeah. Like, those runs were really fucking fast, but it's one of those things where, you know, I only did that because I had to. I do appreciate everybody who helped me, but it was one of those things where if I didn't absolutely need people to help me on the PTR, because, like, nobody was on it, then I would rather just get the average RNG of running with normal people. There are potions you can get that get rid of the tornadoes. Gotcha. I mean, that felt pretty fast even without doing the tornadoes, so I don't think it's worth it to get those, but who knows. Okay, I'll get the ear spinner. I can reach it. Still out of range. Oh, my depth perception was fucked there. It's way farther away than I thought it would be. Okay. Need to... Oh, come on. Oh, okay. Well, the DPS was AFK regardless. I did make it in time. PTR time walking was fun? Yeah, PTR time walking was a lot of fun. I agree with that. I guess I'll start doing this bonus objective since DPS didn't queue. Haven't played Prop Alley in a while. Are they still squishy in Mythic Plus? A little bit. They're better than they used to be, but they definitely aren't the best Mythic Plus tank, for sure. They're better in raids now, I would say. Like, against multiple targets, they're still going to struggle a little bit, but overall, I would say they're a lot tankier than previously they were. They're probably top 3 M+ now. Guardian Druid and Vengeance are still, I think, 2 best, but Prop Alley's good. That should be good. Yeah, because I get my free heal from that. I was worried I miscounted the amount of times I used Shield of the Righteous, but no, we're good. Okay, 62%. I'm going to head up to the top area and pull a bunch. It's Thirsting Might. Nice. Nice, okay. It wasn't Halls of Atonement. That's good. Whew. I think we got almost everybody in here. Oh, also, something that people will have to let me know. How are the keyboard sounds? Because I actually went back to my old mic, and I messed around with some settings that I thought, when I was listening to, like, my playbacks, it sounded like the keyboard sounds were a lot better. Like, they were much more diminished. In fact, in some cases, I couldn't hear them at all. So, let me know. If you can hear the keyboard sounds, please let me know, because that means I still need to fix it a bit more. Thank you, by the way. My dad just brought me coffee. But if they aren't there, then that is a good sign, because that's what I was trying to do. It's way better? Awesome. Yeah, it might still, like, if the playback stuff is the same as when I listened to it before, you'll still sometimes faintly hear the keyboard noises. Like, it'll still sometimes pick up, but it was way, way less bad than it used to be. So I consider that a success when I tried it. No kicks for that. No more clickety-clack? Yeah. Which is awesome. It means I can finally go back to my good mic instead of having to use the other one. So a lot of people were like confused as to why my sound quality was off in like my latest videos. And that's because I was using like a backup mic while I diagnosed all the problems. Because a lot of people expressed that they really, really hated the keyboard tapping noises. Some people were like, oh, you should have kept it, it was fine. But a lot of people said it was really annoying. So I decided, all right, having like a slightly worse mic is probably the lesser of two evils if people hate the keyboard noises that much. So while I spent time trying to like test out different solutions and diagnose the problems that my old mic was having, I just went with a crappier one. But I finally managed to find a solution that worked, and now we're back to the good mic. You can hear it now that you said something, and if you really try to hear it, but in general, no, you don't hear anything. Yeah. As long as it's not, like, really annoying, because it was really bad for a while there. I know some people were saying it didn't bother them, but it was genuinely bothering me when I listened to my playback. Like, when I was listening to, like, older videos and stuff like that, I was like, yeah, this is a problem. I don't like this. It wasn't, like, up to my standards, so I definitely wanted to find solutions. I'm still looking into ways to make it even better, because one of the problems now is it's still resting on my desk, and I don't really have any immediate fixes for that. And the vibrations caused by, like, my computer and stuff like that, like me hitting my keys and whatnot, it's gonna cause the mic to shake ever so slightly. And I've read that that can cause, like, problems with mic quality and stuff like that. Now, my dad is looking into ways to create, like, one of those, like, arm things. Worst case scenario, I'll buy, like, an official one. But my dad is really good at, like, doing his little invention shit. He always tries to, like, invent little things. So if he manages to, like, create some little, like, arm hang thing to dangle my mic, like, over my desk, that would, in theory, make the quality a lot better. But until then, this is the best that I can do. But I think it's definitely a huge improvement over where it used to be. Gonna... I think that went well. Now that you told me about the keyboard sounds, you can kind of hear them. Okay, I guess I fucked myself. People can hear it now that I mention it, which makes sense. I could see that. Like, you know, you don't really notice it until, like, somebody draws your attention to it. But I'll take it in that people didn't really hear it beforehand. That's at least a good sign to me. Okay, if we kill this one, then, yeah, it should be good. I did want to check, though, because, you know, of course, it's easier for me to tell with, like, actual people, rather than, like, am I picking it up on my own? Because the thing is, I didn't actually notice the keyboard noises until somebody brought it up to me. But once somebody brought it up to me the first time, then I was like, yeah, you're right, it's really bad. So I figured the true test is if I ask you guys and you say it's fine. So if you say it's good, then awesome. Patrick says you can't hear it? Awesome. 1 to 60 in 2 hours? No. This is 50 to 60. Just 50 to 60. At this point, there have been absolutely zero changes for 1 to 50. So I haven't really been doing any 1 to 50 speedruns because my world record still holds for that. There's basically zero route optimizations. It's one of those things where, like, I just have no reason to test it further. But 50 to 60 has been receiving a lot of changes, so that's why I've been doing more testing with it. I thought your previous mic sounded worse than the one you use now. It does. Well, so if you're talking about the previous mic that I used for the past, like, 2 weeks or so, that one absolutely did sound worse, but it was like one of those things where the quality was worse, but you didn't have the tapping noise. So it was a bit of a mixed bag. Because, yeah, in terms of, like, pure audio quality, it was dog shit, right? But it was at least clear enough, and there was no background noise that I was like, it's probably better for that regard. But, yeah, This one is definitely the best mic overall, but it did have the clicky-clack issues. Alright, there we go. Other mic was horrible, would have rather had the clicking. See, here's the thing. I know that some people definitely preferred the clicking and stuff like that. I personally liked having the slightly worse sound quality compared to the really annoying clicking. It was something that I honestly wasn't entirely sure about. It took me a while to make the decision, but it was ultimately my choice to swap microphones because the clicking was bothering me more than the slightly worse sound quality was. But I know everybody's going to have their own personal preferences, so I had to make the choice that I thought I was happiest with. You're going to level in Legion this time? You're so tired of Draenor? I feel that, man. I mean, Legion isn't bad, honestly. It's only slightly behind the other zones. It's just, it's so hard to compete with the route that I've been using. It's so efficient. But, Legion's good. I think people are going to enjoy leveling in Legion once the time walking event comes out, too. Since you'll be able to get really good reputation gains by doing the quests. And if you're trying to, like, farm Paragon boxes, you know, you can get other characters to farm that with by doing quests there. So that'll be a good option. Which route is that? It's in my guide, which should be in the video description. It's the combination of Classic and WOD that I've been using for all my world record runs, or all my old world record runs. It's been a while since I've done like an actual 10 to 50 speedrun, but it's the same route. If I did another 10 to 50 run today, I would use the exact same route that I did, like, you know, a year ago when I did my world record stuff. Still really efficient. Can I get away with using Seraphim here? I think Seraphim should be back up by the time we get to the boss. I just want to make sure I have all cooldowns so we one-phase this guy, because that's going to be really, really important. The other mic wasn't horrible, but yes, the Blue Yeti is better. Told you not to switch. Yeah. I know you did, but like... Dad, did you not hear what I said? And I explained my reasoning to you multiple times. So you, of all people, should know. Mic you used while you streamed New World was worse than what you've got going now. I agree. Well, okay, it's definitely worse than what I have now. My mic now is the improved version of my old mic. That's gonna miss. Ah, shit. Come on. I hate how this doesn't target tanks. Makes my life hell. Yeah, like, this... So, just to be clear, this is meant to be a better mic, right? This is like an improved version of my old mic. I fixed the settings, I tinkered with some like external software. This is absolutely better than what I've had the past few weeks. I'm saying that the mic I was using about a month ago, I personally, it was the same as this mic, but without all of those fixes that I made, without the setting tweaks and stuff like that. No, move! Oh my god! He made it. Okay. I thought he was going to take that to the face, and I was so pissed off. Okay, I did not need the javelin. We had enough damage. We were good. Oh well. Carl dead back at it again. Yeah. He just loves saying the opposite of whatever I'm saying. Oh, no healer. Oh, why did they die? That's frustrating.
Beware.
Come on, Taran. I was like debating on whether or not to hand of or lay on Hansen. I figured he'd be good. Nice. All right. Usually level 1 to 30 in vanilla, then 30 to 48 in WoD, mostly Gorgrons. I agree with that, except I would say don't stop at 48. I know a lot of people like swapping the Shadowlands early. Trust me, it's gonna make your time worse. It's gonna be more efficient to just do the stuff in Shadowlands at 50 the way it's intended, because eventually you're gonna run out of experience if you try to do the fastest route too early. Like, this run has been perfectly calculated. If you try to do it too early, it's gonna be a bit harder. Ultimately, I mean, do what you want to do, right? Like, I'm not going to tell you, if you really want to go to Shadowlands early, don't. But you're going to have a faster time just finishing up to 50 in WoD and then swapping later on. Thanks to the XP scaling, that's how it works these days. Okay, I can... What do I mean by my final WoW speedrun? It's my final WoW speedrun. I'm trying not to get frustrated, because, like, you are one of the many people who has asked that, and I don't know how to explain it any further than it's my last time speedrunning WoW. I don't want to do any more WoW speedruns. Oh, Jesus Christ, Dad. You don't speedrun, you like to take your time playing? Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Like I said, that's totally valid. I just know some people think that swapping to Shadowlands early is faster, and that's one thing that definitely is not correct. Oh, I should queue for dungeons again. I had to Google Chad. Wikipedia says it's a sexually active alpha male. Jesus Christ. Thank you, Dad. Thank you for sharing that. I'm surprised that you haven't heard me say that before, though. Like, I know you've learned a decent bit of slang from me and Ashley, but the fact that you didn't know Chad surprises me. That's fair. I thought it had something to do with you quitting WoW. I mean, so I've said before, I'm not thrilled with the overall, like, I guess, arc of WoW. I've never outright said I'm quitting World of Warcraft, because I'm still playing it, right? But, definitely, I'm not thrilled with WoW, and I've kind of expressed that I'm going to be dialing back a bit my WoW videos, just in general. But I am still going to be making them, like, every now and then. I'm still playing the game, but I'm mostly doing Mythic raiding at this point. It's just, it's hard for me to enjoy doing anything in WoW that is not Mythic raiding. And honestly, the only reason I did the speedrun is because I want to do Mythic raiding as a Protection Paladin. Right now, I'm maining a warrior, and I've been working on Blood DK and Brewmaster Monk. But low-key, I kind of want to play Prot Pally, so I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna level 1 on Horde, I might as well just, you know, make a speedrun out of it. So I decided, fuck it, you know, I'll do one last speedrun, and this will give me a good way to basically let people know that I'm not doing this anymore. It's kind of like a fun last hurrah, so to speak. And I also do want to still put out my leveling guide, so in theory, I could have made my leveling guide with footage from my PTR testing runs, but this way I have like one final speedrun to take like footage and I guess data from, because I can like do one final test route of the run and see how it goes. Yeah, I want to get out of combat. I don't know why I'm still in combat. There we go. Okay, do that, then I don't think I need anything else. Yeah. Grab a Dredger, that quest is bad. Okay, so we're gonna do this quest line to get the Halls of Atonement thing. And because it's really hard to get enough or percentage in Revendreth otherwise. But we'll see. Your Glide 9.1.5 gave you a good boost to your BM Hunter AoE? Yeah. Oh, it's really nice. It's a boost for Survival Hunters, too. Like, you know, everybody's talking about BM Hunter, but, like, Survival Hunters, honestly, they're doing pretty good right now. And, this patch buffed them as well as BM, so... all I'm saying is, like, check out Survival. It's not as bad as you might think. But yeah, Jarsons, don't worry about it. Like, I understand, like, why you're asking. It's just, like, it's one of those things where I've been asked it a lot. But I understand that you're just curious, so I'm not, like, mad at you or anything like that. It's something I probably should have added to the Q&A, but I just didn't really think about it, right? I didn't really initially think that it was something that people would be unsure about. But for tomorrow, I'll probably have it in the Q&A in case people ask again. I can imagine the conversation. My son plays WoW and he says he's a Chad at it, and I don't know how I feel about it. Oh, God. Survival has always been pretty fun. Yeah, I love Survival. Yes, Miss of Tyrna Scythe. Okay, good luck so far. So far, this is good. Do we have... I mean, we have a Boomkin, so they're probably Night Fae. Demon Hunter should be Night Fae too. Hunter, maybe Night Fae. Okay, good, go. Honestly, I might play my Demon Hunter more, because one of the biggest issues that I had with Vengeance Demon Hunter is, similar to Prot Pally, Kyrian was really good on AoE, and Night Fae was really good on single target. So I already had a lot of issues with Vengeance DH, but I was especially frustrated with the fact that if I wanted to basically be viable, I had to swap Covenants, and I had already spent so much time working on Kyrian that I'm like, fuck this, I don't want to, like, go back to Night Fae and, like, have to relearn all that shit. I'm just not going to play Vengeance this patch. But now that I can actually catch up, there's like a realistic chance that, you know, I actually play Vengeance a little bit more. We'll see. My Vengeance is already max level. I played it at the start of this expansion though, so... This guy says we can skip all trash. I mean, there are ways to skip it, but like... eh. It's, like, for a normal dungeon, it's much, much easier to just burn through it. Unless you have a Warlock and you can do that, like, fun skip that people showed me. Can I teach you Prot Pally one day? I mean, if you have questions about Prot Pally, feel free to ask me here, or just message me on Discord. I'm always happy to answer questions about tanks. Just anything tank-related, feel free to ask. The only thing that I may not know is, like, for some tank specs, like, right now, Guardian Druid, I haven't really played a ton this patch. So if you have questions about, like, the minutia of, like, Prot Pally or Guardian Druid, which are the two tanks that I haven't messed around with, I probably won't be able to answer, depending on what it is. But I can answer pretty much any question about Brewmaster Monk, Blood DK, or Protection Warrior. And I know pretty much everything you need to know for the other tanks. Vengeance Demon Hunter is weird, because, like, I used to be really, really knowledgeable about it. Admittedly, I haven't played it recently, but I've been playing it pretty much for, like, 4 years now. And, well, I mean, I played it in Nathria, so I still know most of the good stuff about it. I guess if there's something related to, like, what you do with Night Fae, I wouldn't know about that, so... if somebody asked me, like, what soulbind do you go for Night Fae Vengeance? That I couldn't answer, because I haven't played around with it since they went Night Fae. And I'm sure balance has probably changed a bit in terms of Kyrian, so... do you keep all spells on CD as a Prot Pally? Generally speaking, the way that you want to work with charge-based classes, and this applies for basically every class, not just Prot Pally, you want to make sure that you're keeping at least one thing recharging. So, if I have, like, Hammer of the Righteous, right? then I want to make sure that even if I have 2 charges, as long as I have 1 charge sitting here and it's slowly recharging, that's fine. Same with Judgment. Generally speaking, though, with Prop Pally, it's a bit weird because you can get resets. So I would say Judgment is your highest priority single target spell by far. Avenger Shield is your highest priority AoE spell by far. You're going to want to spend all of your all of your holy power on Shield of the Righteous unless you're using Seraphim. And in this case, I actually, in theory, shouldn't have used Seraphim there. It's weird because in this case, I also knew we were about to kill it before Avenging Wrath came up. But if this was like a patchwork scenario where I'm hitting the target for a long period of time, I would delay Seraphim slightly to line up with Avenging Wrath because it was almost off cooldown. And Seraphim is obviously top priority. The reason why you don't need to prioritize Word of Glory so much is because after you've used Shield of the Righteous enough times, you get a free Word of Glory. So you really should not be spamming Word of Glory. You should be using Shield of the Righteous, and you should try to maintain close to 100% uptime on it. And then you need to save your Word of Glory heals for when you actually need healing. But for the most part, you have enough tools where you shouldn't need to spam it. Like if I need healing, my healer will cover it, because Pallies have a lot of DR. Or I will just wait until I get my free heal. And as for Consecration, just keep it up 100% of the time. You don't need to spam Consecration because it doesn't have any benefits for using it multiple times. If I need to reposition, like that guy had a circle, so I moved out of the circle, I had nothing else to use, boom, I dropped my Consecration again. And here, all my other stuff is still recharging, so I have no advantage to doing it, so I just refresh Consecration. Basically, Consecration, you just want to refresh whenever you have a gap in your GCDs. The only thing that's really important for Prop Pally is, generally speaking, you want to keep Avenger Shield on cooldown. On single target, maybe not always. If other stuff happens, if you keep chaining procs on Judgment, then obviously Judgment takes priority. But AoE, definitely you want to keep Avenger Shield on cooldown. And you want to make sure that Judgment at least has 1 charge recharging. So you never want to let Judgment cap out at 2 charges. You just want to make sure that you're keeping it constantly on cooldown. Why is he leaping me to this door? If this is the door, then just walk through it. I don't know why he's making me walk through it. That's a bit weird. Hello. Also, for Ashen Hollow, I recommend getting a macro that targets it at your feet. I forgot to copy over my macros for this character, so unfortunately I still have to target it. But on my other Paladin, I have a target at character macro for Ashen Hollow. And obviously, if you're in execute phase, Hammer of Wrath is priority. So always use Hammer of Wrath whenever you have it up. And also while you're in Ashen Hollow, of course. That takes 100% priority over basically everything. Where is everybody? Nobody followed me. Why? That's so odd. Ah. And see, none of them are here, so they missed the Nourish the Forest cast. Not sure why it took them so long. Yeah, this guy has a marker down, so take his word for it. Hello, Elax. Good to see you. What's my rotation? I think I mostly explained that. If you have any more questions about the Prop Pally rotation, let me know. But I think I gave a pretty good general overview there. This should just be... Okay. Why is he Leap of Faithing me? Alright. I guess I won't complain because it helps me get there faster, but he could just walk through. Alright, this should just be Boss Arena. Did I see Preach's new video when he raged on Ian's interview? That one cracked me up, but Preach is completely right. I heard snippets of it. Somebody sent me, a clip of it. I have the entire thing in my watch later, but I've been really busy this week, so I really haven't had time to watch a lot of stuff, so... It's something that I intended to watch this weekend, but I saw, some bits of it, and yeah, the stuff that I saw, I agree with him. I mean, the main thing that I think Preach is saying, like, at least the thing that stuck out to me that he and a lot of other people are saying, is regarding the community council especially, it's all shit that, like, I know it was specifically about the interview, but, whatchamacallit, the community council, I heard Preach's opinion on that, and it's like, they've done this before. Like, I obviously wasn't a part of it. I haven't been, like, really big on the WoW community stuff. It's the one that's full. I haven't really been, like, big in the WoW community, like, at all. At least, I guess I participated a bit more starting with my Covenant spreadsheet, but I heard a little bit about stuff like that happening. One of my friends back in the day was, like, on their...
Beware.
I know this guy wasn't talking to me. I know he was talking to the Demon Hunter, but, like, that's still really rude for a leveling dungeon. Like, chill, dude. Learning. Oh yeah, you guys can't see chat. You might have been able to see it over his head, but the priest said something pretty rude to the Demon Hunter. He's like, he's tunneling the wrong mob, and, like, I get it. Like, yeah, it's pretty easy to find the miscolor mob, but, like, at the same time, you know, it's a new player. Like, cut him some slack. This is why, when people say that WoW players are toxic, this is why. You get guys like this priest who, like, you know, you're in a leveling dungeon, and you're flaming some dude for not knowing the mechanic. Like, that's just fucked, man. That's really fucked. Come on. Come on. Yeah, people like that really piss me off. Like, it's fine to be in, like, a high-level Mythic Plus and expect people to know the mechanics at that point, sure, but you're in a leveling dungeon. The entire point here is a lot of people, this is their first time seeing the content. This is also why I dislike doing this in speedruns, because, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of when I'm trying to do a dungeon really quickly, you have some dude who doesn't know the mechanics slowing it down. But here's the difference. I'm not out here, like, shit-talking the people who don't know how to do the mechanic, because I understand that this is probably their first time doing it. So it pisses me off when assholes like this priest decide, hey, I'm just gonna go and flame this Demon Hunter for not understanding Mistcolor. It's really fucking shitty. It really pisses me off. One thing I would worry about for Bench Tank is to not stack your defensive CDs. Vengeance is very CD-oriented. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, Demonic really helped because previously you just had windows where you did not have cooldowns up. With Demonic, you can now basically, like you said, spread out your CDs pretty evenly. But admittedly, it's hard for new players to really understand that. So that is definitely a good point for Vengeance. Demonic was a huge help in that regard, though. Demonic really helped shore up your weak spots. Which, I don't know why it's a talent, but, whatever. There's a lot of stuff in Vengeance that, like, honestly really needs to be built into its core kit, and it's just not. Like, Prop Paladins, Guardian Druids, even Protection Warriors, for the most part, would still play mostly the same as they do with talents. Talents just make them slightly better. But Vengeance Demon Hunter, if you don't have talents, is dog shit. Like, if you pick the wrong talents on Vengeance, you're going to have a very hard time. So it basically becomes a really big problem for new players who maybe don't understand how to, like, look up the correct builds and stuff. Because if they don't know what they're doing, it's really going to hurt them. Good thing I noticed my Darkman Fair buff expiring. That would have been bad. Let me focus on this a little bit. Just want to make sure it goes smoothly. And then I'll respond to the other messages in chat.
Beware.
Oh, Mind Link only attaches to one person on normal? That's actually nice. Skill though. Yeah, fuck this priest. The paladin rotation for Prot and Ret is fairly easy. So, Mr. Moffat, I did describe the Prot rotation. Basically, rotations in WoW, or for most classes, and rotations especially for tanks, are not a 1, 2, 3 type of thing. What I just told you about which abilities to make sure not to keep, or to keep on cooldown and stuff like that, that is the rotation. So, basically, when you're playing a tank, I don't have a set amount of buttons or number of buttons that I want to press as Prot Pally. A lot of the ways that tanks play is they have a priority system. So I have like a priority list of buttons where I press like I can tell you the priority list for Prot Pally is Hammer of Wrath, pretty much on single target overall. Where's my Flash of Light? Have that on the wrong keybind. Hammer of Wrath overall. Judgment is next. Then on AoE, I would say Avenger's Shield is probably slightly better than Judgment. And then probably for single target, Avenger's Shield is after Judgment. Then around that point, you obviously want to use Shield of the Righteous if you are about to overcap on Holy Power, or if you need to use Shield of the Righteous right then and there. Then, if you're lining up Seraphim with Avenging Wrath, you want to delay it a little bit. But in the case where Avenging Wrath won't be up for another 40 or so seconds, you can just pop Seraphim early. So right now, my Avenging Wrath isn't going to be up for another minute or so. So I can pop Seraphim, and then I get the bonus from Seraphim now. I round up some mobs with Avenger's Shield, use Judgment so it doesn't overcap. Then I start to drop my Consecration, generate some Holy Power. Avenger's Shield just resets, so I use Avenger's Shield. Keep my Judgment up, do this. There's not a rotation per se. Because, like, I got a, Hammer of Wrath proc there, because the mob dipped below that health threshold. It's not necessarily a rotation per se, it's a priority system. I didn't say you didn't say, I just didn't get it. Gotcha. Well, hopefully that's helpful. Yeah, tanks especially are a bit different. So I know a lot of DPS do have clear rotations. That's not so much the case for... not so much the case for tanks, because tanks a lot of times have to basically respond to external factors when they're tanking. And as a result, you're going to need to adapt on the fly. So your priority with tanks is using your like really efficient damage abilities to generate like resources, and then spending those resources to, if you need to survive a hit, mitigation, or if you don't need to survive anything and it's like a period where your off tank is tanking, then you just put it into more damage, that kind of thing. Sounds easy enough, thank you, no problem. Glad you find it useful. I need to find one more of those ghosts. Okay, there's one over here. Can I interact with it while flying? I can. Awesome. Okay, so I need to kill this mob over here. And since at this point, I'm down to only needing 2 dungeons, I would rather it be a 50-50 chance to hit Halls of Atonement or Lakefall. So I'm going to finish this questline, and then after I finish this questline, I'll queue for the dungeon. How long do I think it'll take me to get to 60? Hopefully just an hour. If I get lucky with dungeons, just an hour. Possibly an hour and a half. I think hour and a half at the latest is what I'm expecting. So far, things have been pretty much in line with what I'm expecting them to be. So, run's been going well, I think. They're so hellbent on feedback when all they need to do is look at every single social media available and there's plenty of feedback. Yeah, that's why I think a lot of people are frustrated with the community council. It's this whole idea of, like, we want to hear what you guys are saying, when it's like, everybody's already been pretty vocal about it. If they really wanted to hear people's opinion on the game, you know, it's not hard to find. That's where a lot of people, yeah, are pretty justifiably pissed off about this stuff, because, you know, feedback on this game is not hard to find. Let's be real here. Are there any good quests or world quests that I might be missing? No. I think Fresh Batch just expired. Okay, that one I guess, but it's PvP. I might do the Animacones one if I'm nearby, but not going to go out of my way for it. Alright. Some players actually don't think there is newcomers to the game. Yeah. Which is like a bad mentality to have. Like, some people assume that everybody who enters a dungeon should automatically know everything, and it's toxic as fuck. Whenever people fight the wrong mob in Mists, I just silently judge them. Exactly. Like, you can be like, aw, man, this guy, how does he not know? But, like, voicing that and making them feel worse is just shitty. Because, you know, imagine being that demon hunter. Imagine, like, this is your first experience with World of Warcraft, and you enter a dungeon, you're like, oh boy, I can't wait to see what dungeons are like in World of Warcraft, and the first thing you see is this random fucking priest telling you that you suck because you killed the wrong mob. That's gotta be really demoralizing. I really fucking hate to be that guy. Imagine why the game's unwelcoming when everybody expects you to be the the newcoming. Yeah. Exactly. Everybody expects super perfect performance, even in leveling normal dungeons. It sucks. Well, it was very toxic for new players. You're a new bear form tank, and it sucked for the first few times. Yeah, that's why a lot of people have said that they're, like, worried about getting into tanking, and that's always what I say. I always say, look, if you're worried about, like, you know, toxicity and stuff like that, it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. There are going to be toxic players making your life hell as a tank. I've experienced it a million times. Everybody who tanks is going to experience that. Is it good? No, it sucks. It's absolutely shitty, and I hate that that's a thing. But it's a reality of playing a tank, and it's one thing where I will always say, if somebody's interested in tanking, you just kind of need to, you know, understand that that's a problem. Unless Blizzard decides to really enforce, like, a strict moderation system, it's not going to change. You know, the reason why that shit doesn't happen in FFXIV is because they do have a really strict moderation policy. If you harass players for damage or mechanics or stuff like that, you get banned. Or temp banned, I think, usually. But still, there is a pretty big punishment for stuff like that. And a lot of people, I'll hear so many people being like, oh, wow, you know, Final Fantasy, it's horrible. They make it so people can't, like, say anything in dungeons. And it's like, no, it's really simple. If you're an asshole, you get temp banned. That's it. Just don't be an asshole. So I never understand why so many people give Final Fantasy shit for having, like, a strict moderation policy. Because it's like, guess what? If you're not an asshole, you won't have a problem with Final Fantasy's moderation. It's really simple. You harass another player in a dungeon, you get temp banned. Boom. That's it. I have never had an issue with that, because guess what? I've never done that. Even in WoW, where you don't get banned for it, I just don't do that shit. Because why would you? Like, why waste your, like, mental bandwidth trying to worry about, like, some other dude not performing extremely well in a dungeon, when you could just be like, oh man, you know, that sucks. Harassing somebody is never going to make them play better. It's just going to make them play worse, and it's just going to make a lot of people, including yourself, even more unhappy. Unless you're one of those people who gets, like, sadistic pleasure out of, like, shit-talking another person, in which case, like... Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but... yeah. It's just, it's not a very hard thing to just not be an asshole. And I wish that WoW had something like that, but, you know, is what it is, I guess. If Blizzard has no plans to improve their moderation policies, all you can really do is just accept the fact that it exists, right? So all you need to do is, as a tank, just go in knowing that you're gonna have to deal with some assholes. That's how it is. You get happy flaming somebody, you don't know why. It depends. I enjoy flaming somebody who is an asshole. Like, if somebody is actively an asshole, and I, like, you know, tell them to fuck off or something like that, like, yeah, that makes me feel good, I guess. But I don't enjoy, like, taking my anger out on other people. If anything, I enjoy putting people in their place who are, like, actively trying to, like, you know, give other people shit. Like if somebody like that, or if somebody like that priest gives somebody else shit or something like that, I take pleasure in basically telling them, you're a piece of shit, fuck off. Don't do shit like that. That makes me happy, but I don't take pleasure in just making somebody's day worse. So that I can't relate to. But like, you know, for instance, if I'm raid leading, right? And I have to tell somebody like they fucked up a mechanic, and I'm like, man, you really fucked that up. That doesn't make me happy. You know, as counterintuitive as somebody who plays in my guild might think, I don't enjoy getting mad at people. Sometimes I can't help but snap at people if I'm like leading a mythic raid team and they continuously fuck up a mechanic. I try not to, but sometimes it just kind of happens, whether I like it or not. But I always feel like shit after the fact. I always feel like I really shouldn't have snapped at that person. And then I feel bad. I usually message them after the fact and I'm like, hey man, sorry about that. Just got like really worked up during the raid. But it's never something that I feel good about. Why do people have to tell the devs how to make a good game? Aren't they playing the game themselves? They're not, though. They're not. Like, you shouldn't have to tell the developers how to, you know, make a good game, right? They're basically phrasing this as, we want to hear people's feedback, but they already have people's feedback. They just want to hear what people want them to do at this point. Because they've, I think, realized that they're so disconnected from the actual, like, state of their game that unless they have people directly tell them what is and isn't fun, they won't understand because they don't enjoy playing their own game. They absolutely do not play their own game, and I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. Now, here's the thing. I don't give a shit whether or not they play their game if they actually listen to players. The only thing that I have a problem with is when they don't play their own game and then act like they're the ultimate authority on what is good and bad and WoW when they don't actually play it, so how would they fucking know? But if they're going to say, fine, we'll listen to you guys and we'll do whatever you want, like, sure, right? At that point, I don't give a shit if you play your own game or not, as long as you continue to put out good content and you actually make changes based on what people say is good and not what you think is correct for the state of the game. That's all I care about. Do I have any loot that I can use? Nah, not really. Basically, the route is Bastion until you get the dungeon quest, which is the end of Bastion, basically, so yeah. Then Fate, bonus objectives, plus quests to get dungeon quests and queue for dungeons. Pretty much, yeah. The only tricky part is kind of the order in which you do it, right? It's the order in which you go about doing all this stuff. That's where a lot of the tricky parts of the routing come from. Because, yeah, if you want to just do Bastion and then turn on threads, you'll probably be fine. Like, I'm sure you'd get a perfectly fine leveling time, but it wouldn't be as efficient as it could be otherwise. And this should, if I remember correctly, should unlock Halls of Atonement. We'll see, though. Yep, there we go. Okay, so now I'm at 68% for Revendreth. I can queue for a dungeon. We're hoping for Plaguefall or Halls. Either one works just fine. Stop the Inquisition. I forget what quest this is. I'll take a look, though. How do I unlock flying? You have to do Chains of Domination. It's part of the 9.1 campaign quest. You get flying naturally by doing that. Blizzard has done progress with the player report system. Yeah, it's gotten better, but it's still not, in my opinion, where it should be. They need to do a little bit more in that sense. It's not very good. Nice! Plaguefall. We take that. So that's good. I think... Oh. That's actually really good. They're already partially done with it. Now, if they were right near the end of Plaguefall, that would have been really bad for me because I wouldn't be able to get my quest objective, but... Oh, they invisibilitied it, didn't they? Well, that's bad for me. Because if they invised it... Yeah, they have a rogue, so they definitely invised it. Well, that means I'm kind of fucked. I'll see what I can do, though. Oh my god, they let this guy get a lot of stacks. Okay. Gonna have to LOS over here and grab all this stuff. This is at least slightly nice, I guess. Like... Thorleaf donated, I don't know, that's, I don't know what currency that is, but 50 NOK is all it shows on YouTube. Thank you very much, though, either way. I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Thorleaf. Is that, I assume that's, like, Norwegian something? Usually people, like, tell me, because I know I've gotten, like, a bunch of different currencies that I don't know. I think I've figured out, like, pounds and euros at this point, but the other ones I haven't really figured out just yet. 8 pig, samples, though, is pretty good. Norwegian crowns. Ah, gotcha. I know there was one, somebody said, like, Swedish krones or something like that, was one that I got donated at one point, so I guess maybe it's similar to that, in terms of naming, because I would imagine krones probably means crowns. But that's cool. $50 KR is $5? Awesome, thank you. I appreciate it. Okay. I guess we could go this way. It's not a Mythic Plus. I always forget that this is the fastest way in a non-Mythic Plus setting, because you don't need the kill count. Norwegian crowns? Cool, cool. Halls of Atonement and Plaguefall of quests I thought only Mist and Necrotic Wake have? Aha! That is something, yeah, a lot of people don't know. The Plaguefall one is really easy to get. You have to do the Mixing Pool quest, so it's really easy. You just do the Mixing Pool quest, and then boom, Plaguefall quest pops up. So really easy to get that one. The Halls of Atonement quest is the one that I just unlocked. That one takes a bit of side questing to do. You have to do that whole long chain at the Halls of Atonement, and then after that, you get it. So previously, I was not doing that in a speedrun, but I would say... when you don't have to worry about, like, doing the campaign, because now that Threads is actually good, it's worth going all of your way out there to get that bonus objective done. In my opinion, it makes getting the Halls of Atonement quest worth it, but it's debatable. I haven't still decided whether or not it's faster. Honestly, it's really hard to say. There are so many variables with Threads of Fate. I found, in my opinion, what I think is one of the fastest routes, but it's entirely possible that, like, doing a slightly different combination of quests is faster, but it's impossible to say unless somebody tests it and, like, proves it or something like that. But it's really hard to do the proper testing. Leveling, there's so many factors that go into leveling, so, you know, maybe somebody finds it that it's, like, really efficient, but they get, like, worse dungeon groups than I do, and it doesn't really reflect that. You never know, man. Leveling is one of those things where you just kind of have to go with what you feel is the best. And so far, I feel like my route has been pretty good. But never know for sure. $50 NOK is about 100,000 US dollars. Ah, cool. Wow. Negan over here trying to troll. I don't know why that guy rezzed. He's all the way back at the start, man. Closet. Just summon. Good. Come on, Warlock. Yeah, he did it. All right. Oh, come on. Didn't click my thing. I forgot I had that. No problem. Does summon not go through? At this point, he's almost back. Oh well. Can't shit talk people for not being in the literal top 5% of players. Truly, we live in 1984. Yeah, exactly. Oh, he brought a plague borer with him. This might actually be good for us. Actually, died too fast. Okay. This is gonna be tricky. But I should be fine. I can... Oh no, how did the healer die, man?
Beware.
Wait, oh no, he doesn't summon purple slimes. Oh no, oh no, oh no. No! Why Beer is the healer? Oh wait, can he get me? Aw, man, come on. Just kill the boss! Why are they killing the ads? Just finish him off. Jesus Christ, that healer. At least we get the respawn. Ah. Sometimes you get dungeon groups like this, and it's, unfortunate. Oh well. Still fine. Plaguefall is admittedly a pretty fast dungeon, so... Come on, stomp the fucking slimes. These people. Ah! Rule number 1 of dungeons, don't release, yeah. Is Endwalker gonna bring you to level 90? Yes, Endwalker raises the level cap. I'm gonna wait to make sure that everybody here sees what I'm doing. I like that you have the Final Fantasy boss kill music. I think it's built into DBM, honestly. It's always been there, but yeah. It's static, dude. Holy shit. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind here. I guess he has some IRL shit going on, and he can't focus, but like... that's frustrating. Max level is gonna be 90? Yeah, an Endwalker. When the new expansion comes out. Stun this. Nice. I love the Tarn, Rachel. It's so nice to have. New expansion, yeah. No, I'm talking about Final Fantasy. Somebody asked if I think, or if the level cap's going to be raised in Final Fantasy in Endwalker. So I said yes. Endwalker is Final Fantasy's upcoming X-Pack, so yeah. I think the healer's here. Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize you were confused about that specifically. Is rumor of Goblin Paladin in the future true? That would actually be sick. Goblin Paladin, I would play that. I never even expected that to be a thing, but like, if they add that, oh man, I'd be down. I mean, whether or not you think Final Fantasy is good is up to you, right? In my opinion, it's a good game, right? It's not for everybody, but, you know, I personally enjoy it. I think it's fun. But, once again, not for everybody. Gnome Druid. Now that is cursed. We don't talk about Alliance in this chat. Hey, I like Alliance, I just don't play them a lot, because, you know, rating. I genuinely considered swapping to Alliance at one point, but I looked at rating guilds in Alliance, and I found, like, none. So, that didn't last very long. But if I had found a good rating guild in Alliance, I would have swapped. I looked, and I could not find any good Alliance raid team. I'm not saying they don't exist, but out of all the ones I found, they either A, didn't meet my times, or B, did not need a tank. So, none of them were viable options for me. Or C, weren't recruiting at all, but, you know. There's just not a lot to pick from. Alliance is bigger for PvP. I have heard that, yeah. What do I think of Genshin Impact? I've heard mixed opinions on Genshin Impact. Everything that I've heard about Genshin Impact is that it's a fun game with a shitty payment system. So, it's entirely possible that if I played Genshin Impact, I might enjoy the gameplay, but I really hate that style of, like, microtransaction, so I don't know. It's just not something that I'm interested in playing personally. But, by all accounts, people have said Genshin is really fun. So, you know, take that with what you will. I don't know. If you don't mind gacha mechanics and you're looking for, like, fun MMO, maybe? Haven't played it myself, but, I have heard good things about it. Oh, they're about to get slapped. Oh, they barely dodged that. I was worried for a second there. They should do a Gnome expansion where they dig deeper into Nobragon and find a whole new underground called the Underlands and have it be the inverse of Shadowlands. That actually, unironically, Negan, that sounds like something that Blizzard would do. Like, I could see that as an expansion concept. Like, deep underground Azeroth and stuff like that. That's like a Gnome and Trog and Troll, or Gnome Trog and like a Knoll expansion. Like, I genuinely could see something like that. Kind of like Kobolds and Catacombs themed. I like how in Final Fantasy you can play every class in one character. I agree. That is one very, very nice aspect of Final Fantasy. Here. Yeah, I can set my, inn to this spot. This is probably the farthest place away from where I need to hand in the, shit, I missed the point. Yeah, this is the farthest location from where I need to hand in the dungeon quests. So if I get Halls of Atonement, I'd like to be able to hand it in there. I'm going to head to... let's go with Maldraxxus first. You'd be entering Azeroth, huh? Oh, yes, very kinky. I swear this said 4 artillery early on. Eh, well. If I can complete this alongside the artillery defense, that might be worth it. Yeah, because this is actually completing relatively quickly. Huh. So is it like you kill mobs in here and it gets like more progress? Looks like that's how it works. In that case, I could very easily double dip. So that works out. Nice. And then I might as well do the same thing with this ballista. Okay, let's aggro this guy. Let's do that. Because of the bop, they stopped attacking me. Nice. Yeah, I have one more to go. I don't know if I'm gonna finish the Necrolord thing. I might need to do one more world quest or something. That one's pretty quick. Oh, we'll see. House of the Chosen. Oh, yeah, I could do a bunch of stuff here. This place is really good. I did just pop, like, all my cooldowns, but... Yes! Perfect. Perfect RNG. This is exactly what I was hoping for. All right, we are set. Oh, and the DPS here are good. Oh, this is going to be sick. This is looking to be a really, really good dungeon. Look at this warrior's damage. Oh, I love it. Is he, Oh, he's only level 51, so I guess scaling is just making him do an insane amount. Fuck yeah. Okay, let me catch up in chat. Our guild disbanded. GM main tank went to join a 9 out of 10 mythic Alliance Stormrage guild and got CE. Steve McLatchley, if you don't mind, what is your guild's name? Because that actually is exactly what happened to a guild that I joined earlier in this tier. In fact, one of the guilds that I joined early this tier, I was the replacement tank. So literally that exact thing that that just happened to them. And I joined and they told me that exact thing, that that their tank and GM ditched them and I was replacing it. So I'm just curious if I happen to be raiding in your guilds for a period of time. There's always one thing you wondered, why can't Pandaren be druids? I would love that, dude. Pandaren druid would be sick. Yeah, bears shapeshifting into bears would be awesome. Let's see. Do I consider Torghast leveling fast? It is literally the most inefficient source of experience in the game currently. Unfortunately, Torghast leveling is really bad. Hate to say it, but that's how they balanced it. Agony Area 52, it's happening a lot. Yeah, that wasn't the guild I joined. The guild I joined was on Mal'Ganis, but yeah. It does seem to be a thing that's happening a lot. Unfortunately. I mean, this tier is, like, the early bosses in this tier are really frustrating, because I would say, I don't think Sanctum is the hardest raid that we've seen in a while. definitely not. But some of the like early to mid bosses are brutal. Like Painsmith. Painsmith is unironically the second hardest boss of the tier. Like, no cap, it is harder, by far, than even Kel'Thuzad on Mythic. Like, Painsmith is fucking brutal. So, it's one of those things where a lot of early guilds are basically hitting the Painsmith wall and then just disbanding. Because if a guild is able to pass Painsmith, suddenly they're doing Sylvanas Prog, like the very next week, or 2 weeks from then. It's just a huge jump from difficulty between Painsmith and like everything else after it, or before it and after it, right? So literally, you kill Painsmith, Guardian's dead. Fate Scribe, give it like another day or two of prog, Fate Scribe's dead. Kel'Thuzad, a little bit harder, but still easier than Painsmith, and then eventually it's dead. Sylvanas is genuinely harder than Painsmith, but it's the final boss, so like, you would hope so. But that is like a huge issue this tier. So many guilds are hitting Painsmith and disbanding. I've seen it happen to numerous guilds that I've joined. Oh yeah, I'm Venthyr. And honestly, even Remnants, like, so one of the other issues I have is the bosses, like, up to Painsmith are very poorly tuned in terms of, like, order. Like, you have, I wouldn't say order, right? But, like, the curve is really, really, really bad. So, Terragru is piss easy. It's honestly, I would say, the second easiest first boss of all time. The easiest being, at least in recent years, maybe not all time, but in recent years, easiest first boss. Easiest, in my opinion, of all time was Champions of the Light. Champions of the Light back in Battle of Dazar Lore was so fucking easy. You could get pug groups to do that. In fact, multiple times I pugged that group. I pugged that boss on like alts and stuff like that. It was piss easy. So, Champions, obviously very easy, but after that, Terragru is kind of a joke. And basically, you get to, like, Eye of the Jailer. Eye of the Jailer is, in my opinion, harder than the 9. The 9 isn't hard, but it requires some coordination. And, like, for the most part, it's just, like, a damage check and healing check. But Eye of the Jailer requires a decent bit more coordination, and even, like, damage and healing checks than the 9. So, Eye of the Jailer, not hard, but still decently difficult for guilds that just came off killing Terragru, which was, you know, piss easy. And then, you have, after the 9 and Eye of the Jailer, Remnant of Ner'zhul, which, like, once again, not the hardest boss ever created, but pretty difficult compared to the 9 and Eye. So, I've seen so many guilds, like, cruise through the first 3, and then they hit Remnant of Ner'zhul, and they're like, holy shit, this boss is hard. Same with Soul Render. It's just, it requires so much more coordination than, like, previous tiers. If you look at a tier like Battle of Dazar Lore, and you have Champions of the Light, as I said, really easy first boss. Then, depending on if you were Alliance or Horde, you had either Jadefire Masters or King or Kai King Grong or whatever it was. I forget the exact name of him. Which, like, not super hard, but, like, decently difficult mythic bosses. Easy enough for most guilds to clear. Then you have Opulence, which, like, requires some coordination. And then Conclave of the Chosen, which is, like, a decent damage and healing check, but honestly not the hardest thing in the world. King Rastakhan, once again, like, you know, pretty hard boss, but most guilds can get through it. And then the real wall for Battle of Dazar Lore, I think most people would agree, was Mekatork. Mekatork is where I think a lot of guilds just stopped for the tier. But it was late enough that most guilds got there pretty naturally towards the end of the tier and then said, okay, yeah, we'll stop for now. But Painsmith is like the 5th boss in the raid, or 6th boss in the raid. It's basically where Rastakhan was, and even then, Soul Render and Remnant, in my opinion, are harder than like that relative position in other raids. Like relative to Soul Render and Remnant, you would have like in Nathria, basically Hungering Destroyer or like Zymox, kind of around there. So overall, like, those bosses were considered hard. Actually, no, it would be more Enerva or Zymox, I guess. Yeah, Enerva or Zymox. Enerva, Zymox, Sun Kings, depending on what order you did it. Most people did Hungering 3rd. So, still, those bosses were relatively easier compared to, in my opinion, Remnant and Soul Render, and as a result, people were able to get further into Castle Nathria before their guild disbanded. Not so much the case now. That's my way of saying that I think tuning this tier was a little bit skewed in terms of, like, the boss balance wasn't in the right spots. Like, I think as a whole, if you rearrange the bosses and you made, like, KT a little bit harder and you put Painsmith as, like, the third to last boss, like, if it went, I think they should have buffed the 9 a little bit. The 9 should have been a bit harder, because that would have basically kept people's expectations in check, at least I think. So, you make the 9 a little bit harder, maybe tune down, like, Remnants. Well, Remnant at this point is honestly a bit easier. It launched in a bit of a harder spot, but at this point, I don't think it's the worst. But then you have, like, Remnant, Soul Render, Guardian of the first ones, Fate Scribe, then you have Painsmith, and then you have Kel'Thuzad, and then you have Sylvanas. Like, that probably would have been the ideal order, but putting Painsmith so early, in my opinion, was a bit of a mistake, because I think as a result, they've made it kind of difficult for a lot of, like, beginner guilds to really get their footing in sync. We had Deep Home at Kata's second universally hated zone after the underwater one. People didn't like Deep Home? I actually didn't think it was that bad. I thought Deep Home was fine. I guess, like, navigating it without flying was kind of annoying, but could have been worse. Okay, we can just hop over there. Okay, I really hope we have enough damage to burn this guy, because I really don't want to have to deal with his healing. Okay, we're good. Perfect. I'll respond to people in chat in a second. I know I'm falling a little bit behind on messages, but I would like to finish this boss at least. Ooh, those guys got whacked. Yeah! I angled my Ashen Hollow perfectly. Still in it. Ooh, nice. Okay, that's 58. So we're in the basically victory lap at this point. I'm just grabbing the last bits of experience that I need to finish up a lot of these quests. So here, I just grab the Vyraz Chosen guys. Okay, time this. And jump. Ooh. Still a little bit behind on the Necrolord thing. I don't know how much the dungeon quest is going to give me. I'm hoping it's a decent bit. We'll see though. We'll see. I'm gonna do this world quest. Hopefully that'll be a bit more.
Strike them down first and put an end to their threat.
Jesus. I just saw the second thing you said, your local MILF. That's good. I'm not gonna read it, but that was funny. Why didn't I get the 40 renown skip? Honestly, because I forgot. I forgot when I first stopped by Ouroboros to get it, and at this point, it's a time loss if I go and grab it, so I'm just like, fuck it, you know? It's a little bit inefficient, sure. Like, at this point, I've hit 14 renown, so it would have been nice to have that, but it's not the end of the world. Like, it doesn't impact the speedrun at all. The only thing you gain from renown while doing the speedrun is, you get a slight amount of maximum health. Really, buddy? Well, hopefully he won't chase, but that's unfortunate. It sucks that people who are doing their world quests are gonna try to kill me for that stuff, because, yeah, it, interferes with them doing it themselves. But now I'm stuck in combat, and I can't get out of it, which sucks. There we go. Okay, well, since I can't do anything for now, I'm gonna go see how much this gives me. How much the Plaguefall quest gives me in terms of percentage. Let's be realistic, we won't see a new expansion before 2023. I pretty much agree with that, yeah. Squatted 200 pounds for the first time in my life this afternoon. It was very difficult, and there were feces running down your leg. Interesting. Thank you for sharing, Negan. How much did rares give me? I'm not sure how close I am to finishing this, because if I'm really close to finishing this Necrolord thing, I'll just finish it out to get the big XP chunk, but I feel like I'm probably further away than is realistically, doable for just completing in a quick time. Like, I might as well just go do other stuff. But I'll see. This is the one problem that I kind of have with some of these quests. They are harder to do in Maldraxxus than they are in, like, Bastion or Revendreth. Missing one. At least all the siege artillery's right nearby. Alright. Please be out of range so it doesn't interrupt. Whatever. And now I just need to kill the mob that I almost got ganked for doing earlier. Please tell me you're not going to try to gank me again. Oh, fuck me, man! I'm gonna need to come back for that later. Here, I'll do those two world quests because they're really efficient. Let's see, can do my families, magic. Okay. WoW's next expansion is the Dragon Isles. I believe so too. I've been saying for a while that I think it's going to be Dragon Isles. It was heavily hinted in BFA. I actually expected that would be Shadowlands instead. I didn't expect them to actually go, like, full throttle with the Sylvanas garbage story, but they did. So, that's what we got. But yeah, definitely, I agree with the Dragon Isles take. I think, didn't Bellular make a video recently about it? I didn't watch it, but it popped up in my recommended, so... I don't know if he was, like, actively saying that he thinks it's going to be the next expansion, or if he was just going over the lore behind it. But I 100% agree that it's probably going to be next. Orc Druid is possible. I think Orc Druid is probably not going to happen before we get, like, Pandaren Druid or something, at the very least. Yeah, this is probably good. Enjoyed watching your stream. Keep it up. I'll check in again, but now you're going to go level your Shaman. No problem, man. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Okay, probably going to get one shot in the next hit, so want to make sure I don't die to that. And here I can do... I'm just going to pop him. I don't think he's going to be able to kill me in one turn. I guess 2 turns, technically. But... yeah, so he hits me once, then, yeah, literally, he can't kill me in 1 hit because of the magic thing, so we're good there. Okay, so that gave me 5%, so if I do this, and then I head back and finish off that last world quest, that should be enough for completion. Isn't Grim Shadow over here, or did they move him? I guess they moved him. Interesting. You've heard of guilds 5 out of 10 buying lockouts past Painsmith. Really? Now that I have not heard of, but I guess I wouldn't be really surprised. I could see that. Oh, it's this world quest. Oh. I thought this was the one where you had to, like, wrangle the thingy. I see. Oh, this one's easy. Okay. Fuck, man. Well, if they don't kill me, I can grab this, but, like... okay, well, just don't kill me, please. I knew they were going to tag it, but... now I gotta wait. This is annoying. Oh well. Tinfoil hat, Blizzard put Pain so early to consolidate good players to keep more subs going while they were expecting a steep drop in sub count. I don't think that's an intentional choice. Tinfoil hat, maybe. But actual design choice that I think Blizzard made intentionally, no. I don't see it. Because, I mean, if guilds disband, Blizzard's not keeping subs for longer. They're losing subs. Because most people, if their guild disbands, are just going to quit the game. Very few people, I would say, genuinely just go out of their way to find a new guild and continue raiding. I would say the average player just says, fuck it, I'm done with this tier. Now, I'm speaking as somebody who is in that minority of people who will say, I'll find a new guild until I am personally done raiding. To me, the tier isn't over until I am personally satisfied with my progression. I'm going for CE most tiers, unless I get burnt out. This tier, I'm on Sylvanas right now. I will be going until farm, honestly, at this point. I don't really care much for getting the mount, but I guess I would like to at least kill Sylvanas, like, a few times. Maybe, like, just to kill it on, like, my warrior and my monk and stuff like that, just for fun. But a lot of people just say, oh, my guild disbanded? I guess I'm just going to quit. So I don't really think that would benefit Blizzard in any discernible way. Alright. Almost done. Now I can just go kill that one last mob. Hopefully Alliance haven't camped it. We'll see. Do I think WoW should do a microtransaction expansion where you go to microtransaction planet and kill little microtransaction minions and loot crate gnolls? No. Hot take. I don't think WoW should do a microtransaction-based expansion. I think that would be bad for the game. Highly doubt that. Next X-Pack is light-themed. Also, Zoval is going to snap his... turn the key and undo reality. Yeah, I disagree with that. So, here's the thing. I agree with you that I think they were setting up a light-themed expansion. I think that was their initial plan. However, I actually agree with Dragon Isles because I think that the backlash about Shadowlands' story has been almost entirely with the whole cosmic level bullshit not really panning out as like a good story, thing. I think that Blizzard would be far better off just saying, fuck the cosmic bullshit, let's do a more grounded expansion. So, I think that they're going to make it so, next expansion is not light-themed, even if that is initially what they were planning. Oh, fucking hell, that rogue stood in my Ashen Hollow and got me stuck in combat. I know that wasn't intentional, but he actually kind of fucked me over a little bit. He did it again! I'm getting out of here, though. Why would he try to fight me, man? Like, sure, I'm not max level, but is that really still a good idea? I'm a prop pally. Fucking hell. Can I just quest in peace, please? Leave me alone. I'm stuck in combat now. Fuck. Okay. Whew. I remember them giving the reason for Pandarans not being druids, and it was like, what is a panda bear going to turn into? A bear? Yeah, but cows turning into bears is okay. I agree. It's dumb logic. I'm sure they'll add panda druids eventually. It's probably one of their, in case of emergency, break glass type things. Turn to Tal, Inara, and Oribos. Yeah, I could do that eventually. Let's see. Let's go to... Ardenweald. Get fucked! I don't know if anybody else caught that. Look at this shit. Oh, look at the idiot rogue. Nice try, fucker. Oh, that's great. That's so fucking good. Unlucky for you. Bad timing. Oh, I'm so fucking happy about that. Fuck that guy. Tried to gank me as the fucking leaving. Oh my god. I'm so fucking happy. That was so fucking good. Fuck that idiot. I don't know. So for people who probably weren't like watching, because that happened really fast. I set down my wormhole generator. As I pressed Ardenweald, I got sapped. So, basically, a millisecond too late, he sapped me, and I still got the teleport off. And then when I entered Ardenweald, I had rogue bleeds on me. So that fucking idiot tried to gank me as I was teleporting out, and he got ever so unlucky. Oh, sucks to suck. Like... I get trying to, like, gank me for a moment there, because, like, you're annoyed that you can't mount up, and it's like, ah, this guy. Again, really? Can you just leave me alone, man? Please? I guess I won't do this quest. Never mind. Okay, I will say, I've done a lot of speedruns. This is by far the worst luck that I have ever had with Alliance. Like, not even close. I've had to deal with Alliance trying to gank me maybe like once or twice at the most in speedruns in the past. This has been like 5 times now. It's pretty bad. Kind of frustrating, honestly. Oh well. No. Shit happens, I guess. I'm gonna do these Ardenweald side quests, though, because they're pretty efficient. And I would like to get that done, at least. Honestly, I might not even need it. I don't know if I need the big Ardenweald turn-in. I don't think I do. There's another guy here. Well, he's not going to attack me because he's not stupid enough to fight somebody higher level than him. That guy I can take easily. Any day of the week, I can beat a level 55 rogue. Especially when I have my cooldowns up. Is there still a level requirement for certain zones or quests when doing campaign? Yeah, I mean, when you do the campaign, you're completely on rails. You can't go off the beaten path. So, definitely there is. Honestly, I don't know for sure, but I might honestly be willing to say that Threads is just faster now, thanks to bonus objectives. It's hard to say, because this has still been really fast. Like, what you're going to see here is that I'm going to dig really quickly. My 59 to 60 is going to be insanely fast, because I'm just going to head through Bastion. But I still am not 100% sure if it means that Threads entirely is faster. If anything, it might mean that you dip out of Bastion earlier than I even suggested. I don't know, though. Would have to test it. But then again, I'm not doing another speedrun, so... I think I've reached a point where I'm just like, fuck it, you know, it's good enough. And I do think this is more consistent, because the other method would require you to probably do more dungeons, but we'll see. How come this is the last one? Had enough of Blizzard? He wants to play less Shadowlands and doesn't want to level more characters, might come back later, last for now, so to speak. Yes and no. Not necessarily play less Shadowlands, just do less speed leveling. That's it. That's really it. I've honestly optimized the route to a point where I don't think it could be optimized any further. And at this point, I'm still playing the game, but I'm doing mythic rating. And that is my main focus now. So when I was basically exclusively playing WoW, I could afford to do more speedrunning stuff, sure. But at this point, you know, I'm already doing a lot of mythic rating. That's taking up a good amount of my time. And, well, with Final Fantasy around the corner, I'm just not going to be able to do speedruns a lot going forward. So, yeah, last one for now. And when I say for now, I don't mean like, oh, in another month or so. No, for the foreseeable future, like next year or something. I really don't see myself doing another speedrun anytime soon. Just because they just reworked leveling, and honestly, the leveling rework they did was pretty piss poor. And, I've already leveled all the characters I need to level in Shadowlands. This is the last one that I need. So, the only reason that I would still level another, or do another speedrun or something, is if I wanted to level another character, because at this point, testing purposes, I don't need it. And Paladin was the last one that I needed. So after this Paladin, I've got every class that I want at max level. I just have no reason to do another speedrun, basically. I got no Gormgris off that. Unfortunate. Let's see. I believe the WoW sub count is under 1 million. I think that's probably true, but it depends, because the WoW player count for retail is under 1 million. I think most likely, if Bellular's statistics are to be believed, which I take Bellular's word for it. I watched his video. It seems legit. I kind of agree that it seems like it's under 1 million. However, sub count might be higher. It's hard to say with sub count, right? Because of WoW Classic. So there's obviously no way to track the amount of subs of people who only play WoW Classic. So it is very possible that those people are amounting for like a larger percentage of the player base than, you know, you might think. Okay. I would like to get this quest done because it's a pretty nice chunk of experience, but who knows? This monk is going to cause problems for me. Yeah, he's just... Is he really following me around like that?
I'm out of range.
I really hope he doesn't kill me. That would really suck. Alright, buddy, I won't contest it. If somebody wants to take a thing from me, like, that's fine. You know, if they're like, hey, I'm higher level than you, respect my ability to grab this, I'll be like, yeah, sure, you know what? Not gonna fight him. I would lose that fight. Nine times out of 10, I lose that fight. So I am not gonna fuck around with that. And the Warriors seem to respect that. Do I consider Shadowlands a bad expansion? I hope that it's not a controversial statement when I say yes. Shadowlands, I think it's pretty universally agreed that it's a bad expansion. Whether it is the worst expansion, I think is something that is up for debate. My opinion on that is yes, by the way. I think Shadowlands is WoW's worst expansion ever. I thought even BFA had more redeeming qualities than Shadowlands, and I actually liked WoD. WoD was a bad expansion, but it was one of those bad expansions that I actually had fun with. But Shadowlands, in my opinion, has effectively 0 redeeming qualities outside of the Mythic rating. Mythic rating is fine, but when has Mythic rating not been good? And I don't think that's enough to basically call it a solid expansion. Alright, we can get these Sylvar.
What shall I craft next?
I serve the queen.
Ah! Almost got it. I 4 minutes in that. 4 minutes to get 1 anima cone. I might be able to do that. WoD PvP was fun. In PvP, I did rating and challenge modes. The reason why I liked WoD was because of the challenge modes. Challenge modes were, in my opinion, one of the best systems ever added to WoW. I fucking loved it, and I think it's a shame that they removed it. I genuinely do not understand why they removed it. I'm pretty sure their reasoning was they wanted to make room for Mythic Plus, but I absolutely think that challenge modes and Mythic Plus could have coexisted. Blizzard, for some reason, seemed to think that they were mutually exclusive, my bad. And that if they added Mythic Plus and didn't remove challenge modes, that, like, less people would do Mythic Plus. I don't know why. Or, like, nobody would do challenge modes, so they were a redundant feature. I think it was a really stupid decision. I think they both had their own pros and cons, and I think people absolutely still would have played both challenge modes and Mythic Plus a lot. It blows my mind that they removed one and just said, oh, well, you know, gotta have only one of those things. Like, they absolutely could have coexisted. My opinion, at least. Oh shit, did I need to pick up the... I think I fucked this up a little bit. If I did, then oh well, but it sucks.
I would be glad to assist you.
Luxwood tree. Yeah, Torn Scroll. This is going to tell me to kill Gorm, isn't it? Oh, it's the treated Gorm husks. Right. For some reason, I can't remember all these quests. Even though I've done them a lot. Didn't they say they want to remove restrictions regarding race-class combinations? If they did, I didn't hear that. But if they did say that, that's good, I guess. Ian also mentioned people wanting to go back to Azeroth and in being adventurers in the forest. Dragon Isles would 100% give people that kind of fantasy. I agree, yeah. That's why I think it's going to be that. Like, some people think that, oh, it's definitely going to be a light-themed expansion because, logically speaking, if you look at what they've been building up to, it absolutely does look like they're building up to a light-themed expansion. I just don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to change their plans because I don't think anybody wants a light-themed expansion. At this point, they tried their whole cosmic bullshit. It didn't work. People just aren't warming up to it. At least nobody that I know. And, yeah, I think they're going to try to do a 180 on that and go back to their roots, which is good. Because that's what this game desperately needs. Sorry, I'm slowly catching up on stuff in chat. Gonna be done soon. As much as it seems like I still have an entire level to go, this is actually... we're very close to the end. I'm expecting another 15 minutes. Because there's a lot of stuff in Bastion that's going to give me a shit ton of experience. Yeah, I missed that world quest. It's unfortunate. I wish I could have gotten that done, but just too many fuckers just camping that thing. It's really rough. Oh well. New AP grind and next expansion, Dragon Power. Ah, God, I hope not. They might remove faction restrictions. Yeah, they haven't guaranteed it. It was just a maybe. I would love if they did, but I'm not entirely confident that they will. As cool as that would be, I just don't see it.
Do you need something?
A clutch of gormlings has begun evolving into matriarchs. Bring them to our wranglers while there is still time.
Ooh. That's actually really good. That's literally the quest that I just did, and it's really fast, so... awesome. With a minor change being that it's Gorm daughters. But it's effectively the same thing. Go around, you grab these. Yeah, that got that. 5, 6, 7, and one more. Come on. One more. Got it. So I should be good on Art and Wield stuff. Can hand in these quests and... come on. Okay, they're coming. It's just slow. Opinions on people wanting to ban DBM and WoW, they're fucking stupid. I didn't even know there were people that wanted that. If somebody wants DBM to be banned, they're a fucking idiot. So that's my opinion. I don't even know if I believe those people exist, though, because I haven't met any, and that is such a bad take that I struggle to believe anybody is that stupid. I've been surprised before, but that is just such a bad take. I could not see anybody being that stupid. Who knows, though? There's some idiots who want to ban all add-ons together, so I can't be surprised at that. Yeah. I would say the people who want to ban add-ons are just bad, right? People who are like, ban DBM because, like, you know, I don't like people having, like, their mechanics told to them. It's usually just, like, they suck at the game and they want to have everybody be handicapped so they don't look as bad. Yeah, it's whatever. Sure. Okay, and then... this... Solution Crypts. Bastion, home of the Kyrian. I might just straight up ding in Bastion before handing in everything else. We'll see. The experience I'm going to get right now is going to be nuts. Like, give it like 5-10 minutes, and I'm max level.
Our aspirants have heard much of your exploits. Perhaps you would like to demonstrate your skills again, with an audience this time?
Come on, Avenger Shield bounce. Are you kidding me, man? Come on! Can I do anything without getting ganked in this fucking speedrun? How many times? Now I'm actually starting to get fucking tilted, because this is excessive. Like, it's one thing to have Alliance try to fuck me over, like, once or twice, but this has been so many times, and he's chasing me! Fucking fucker! Quit! Holy shit! That is just fucking toxic. Jesus Christ. Okay. How many fucking times, man? How many fucking times? There's so many Alliance here. Holy crap. This isn't even a world quest. Why? Okay. Yeah, that is definitely, like, a few times, if it happens, oh well. It's like, whatever, you know, basic RNG. At this point, I can safely say that the amount of times I've had Alliance try to gank me this run has actually skewed the results a little bit. It's slowed it down quite significantly. Because I've had to basically go out of my way to leave an area because of ganking at least like 7 times over the course of this run. It's crazy. So I've lost at least a good 10 minutes off shit like that. Surprisingly, I haven't actually died because, you know, prop heli OP, but it's lost me a lot of time. I think it is a testament to how broken prop heli is that I've been able to survive each and every one of these ganks. And I even scared off one of them. Like, that one rogue, he did try to come back for seconds, and he failed, but he did try, and I beat the shit out of him, so that felt pretty good. I could probably get a good chunk off hitting that bell up there. You get tilted more often than a pinball machine? Yeah! Hey, to be fair, you would get tilted too if people kept trying to gank you while you're trying to do a speedrun. Like, if I'm just regularly questing or doing shit in the world and somebody tries to gank me, I'm like, whatever. When I'm live streaming a speedrun and it keeps happening, it's frustrating, you know? Like, I have shit I gotta do in this run. I have to keep a good pace because I'm trying to set a good standard for what a speedrun should be, and it's getting skewed by people, you know, doing this. You wouldn't... Yeah. Look, we all are paragons of, you know, patience and stuff when we want to be in our own minds, but it's easier said than done, believe me. Can I repeat the wanted quests? No, I cannot repeat the wanted quests, unfortunately. Curious if that hunter is still up there. Because if he is, well, I don't want to go up there, but I think I'm going to need to take a chance, because this is by far the best spot. It's this place, right up here. And unfortunately, I need to blow my cooldowns in order to take these guys, so... If I get ganked here, I'm fucked. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't enjoy getting tilted, but, you know, it's frustrating, right? This is stressful stuff. Speedrunning is not the easiest thing to do, you know, in a actual, like, structured setting. Speed leveling is all well and good, but when you actually have to put a timer on yourself, and especially do it in front of other people, it's difficult, right? Very, very difficult. It's one of the reasons why I've said before, a lot of people have asked me that if I went for, like, a world record speedrun again, like, if I were to do that, would I stream it? And the answer is no. Now, like I said, I'm not going to be doing any speedruns anytime soon, but if I ever do seriously try to get a World of Warcraft world record speedrun again, I am not going to be streaming that, for the very simple reason that it's stressful. And it's even more stressful when you do it in front of a group of live people, right? So that is absolutely something that I would not want to do if it was like a timed situation. Like, I would be way more tilted if I was actually going for a world record right now. But this is definitely a bit more of a casual speedrun, so I can, like, relax a little bit. Yeah, no, it's not easy stuff. I know it looks simple and all, but when every second counts, it doesn't matter what it is. It's gonna be stressful. WoW World First Raiders that have been playing Final Fantasy raids so they don't want DBM anymore, like people from Limit and Echo. I haven't seen everybody say that. I disagree that it really changes anything, though. Like, here's the thing. DBM just makes the learning curve a little bit easier for people who are slowly falling behind. Most people, if they're good at raiding, are going to be able to pick this stuff up really quickly, whether or not an add-on's telling them to do it or not. Honestly. So I would love to see, like, if somebody wants to, you know, throw the link into my Discord of somebody in Limit and Echo saying that, I'm curious to see that, because I struggle to believe that they would actually have that opinion, because DBM, let's be real here, it doesn't impact Limit and Echo that much. Like, they're obviously going to use it, and I'm sure it's going to help them a little bit, but DBM, for the most part, is really useful for people who aren't really good at raiding and struggle with some of, like, the basic callouts and whatnot. That's who DBM is really going to be helping. So, I don't know about that. Let me go hand in this quest. I think I'm 60, right? Yeah, I'm 60. How much XP is the zone turn-in versus random dungeons? The zone turn-in is a little bit better than random dungeons, to the point where I honestly think threads might be faster, but pure threads, I mean, might be faster, just because it gives you more progress towards the zone turn-ins. Yeah, I'm 60. Okay, that's a lot. Alright, well, sub 5 hours was the goal. Honestly, I think with less Alliance interference, possibly sub 4 hours. And if I was a Guardian Druid, sub 4 hours easy. This is really fast. It's insanely fast. So that's good. That is nice. Admittedly, this is with Darkmoon Faire, so, like, may not be as fast without Darkmoon Faire, but, you know, it's still pretty good. Stream's not over, by the way. I'm still going to do a bit of endgame stuff. So I'll still be here for a bit, but I am done with the speedrun, obviously. Now I can finally actually go grab my renown item. It was kind of fucked up and forgot to grab that during the run, but oh well. Only makes my thing slower at max level. Doesn't really impact me a lot at the moment. Alright, can vendor all this. Decent amount of gold from that, too. Honestly, speed leveling is a decent source of golds. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you want to make easy gold, just level lots of different characters. Perfect timing. My Darkmoon top hat just fell off. Alright, works out well. And yeah, I will head back to Oribos. Actually, need to change my Hearthstone location, but oh well. Evening, Harlden, or whatever it is in the US. It's afternoon, I would say here. But good evening to you. Limit doesn't use DBM, they create their own boss mods or use weak auras. Yeah, exactly. That's why I said some people in Limit could potentially use DBM if they wanted to, but it doesn't even benefit them, right? In a lot of those custom add-ons, it's like, if they don't want to use them, they can just not use them. I guess they could argue that, like, oh, well, if we use it, then other guilds are going to use it, but, like, I think DBM, honestly, add-ons like DBM don't benefit the top-end raiders, they benefit the low-end raiders. Like, I can turn DBM off right now and go do a mythic boss and be perfectly fine. Because at this point, I have the muscle memory of all those mechanics down. Like, I don't need DBM to tell me when a mechanic is coming out. But DBM is really good for new players who are trying to get into raiding and don't know all the mechanics and want to, like, have an easy way to figure it all out on the fly. So, taking away DBM from those people would just be kind of troll, in my opinion, and a bit shitty. So, wouldn't be a huge fan of that. DM'd you a Blizzard forum post about deleting DBM. The replies are beautiful. Amazing. Well, in that case... Oh, man. I gotta check this out real quick. September... Oh, this was in 2019. Okay. So this was a while ago then. If it was recent, I would have included it in the WoW forum video. I'll still read it later, because I am curious. But I was really hoping that it was a recent post, because if it was a recent post, it would have made the next forum video. Because the next forum video is... I try to keep those posts, like, modern day. I think 1 or 2 old posts that got necroed slipped in there, but generally speaking, I look for recent posts on the WoW forums. But I'm going to be recording that later. Oh, fuck! I finished the Renown quest. My bad. Well, I screwed myself a little bit. Now I have to go buy the token. Oh well. I have only myself to blame for fucking that up. Your timer stopped right when you hit 60. Nice reflex. Did it?
All goods and services for sale.
I tried to be fast about it. I was like a few seconds off, but yeah, I was close for sure. Yeah.
Patronage is always appreciated.
Yay, renown 40. It's almost like I completely wasted half of that. Oh well. Shit happens. Shit happens. Okay, let me head to Sinfall. I need to at least set my hearth there. I'm not going to do all the introduction stuff again. Actually, wait. I have a faster way to get there, because I can hand in that quest and then head over. I'll snoop around for anything recent. Awesome. Is that only from questing and bonus objectives? Yeah. Well, a few dungeons. So I only did dungeons to get the dungeon quests completed. So I did one of each dungeon. I did one Necrotic, one Plaguefall, one Halls, and one Mists. Because if you do the quests to get these bonus things, like the Halls of Atonement one, I actually didn't even need to turn in the Halls of Atonement one, but it's still efficient. Really, really good. Oh, that takes me there. Okay. So that's my recommendation. I would say do mostly questing, and then get, like, the last bit extra you need through one dungeon. One of each, specifically, to get the quest reward. Dungeon spamming is pretty good, but at this point, you don't need to do it. I would say, honestly, bonus objectives and certain side quest chains might just be enough. I did the start of the campaign in Bastion, and then I swapped over, but the more I play through Threads of Fate now, I still think the very beginning of Bastion is good. So I think the Ouroboros stuff is worth it, and I think probably the beginning of Bastion is efficient, but I think that maybe instead of fully completing Bastion, you swap to Threads early, and then after you swap to Threads, you grab the quest in Bastion, and then you just continue doing the bonus objectives there. As for when you would make the jump, it's hard to say. What the fuck? You guys see this on stream, right? This isn't like just my computer having a meltdown. I mean, maybe it still is, but I want to make sure I'm not going crazy. What is that? What the fuck is that? My graphics card is on fire? Apparently! That's not good. Alright. Hold on. Let's hope this fixes it. It could just be a bug. But if this doesn't fix it, then I'm fucked, right? Oh, fuck. Well, that's weird. It doesn't sound like... like, my computer isn't overheating or anything, so it might just be, might just be a WoW issue.
The Fearstalker's absence, new leadership has taken root. Strike them down.
Sometimes have this issue, update drivers. I have updated my drivers. This computer's, like, brand new. Brand new with updated drivers and all that jazz. So definitely isn't a computer problem, or at least it shouldn't be. Yeah, I think it's just a texture issue. Because now it's fine. So it was whatever that graphical texture was, it was having a bug. And Media said he saw it on Twitter, so it's good to know that I'm not the only one experiencing it. I broke WoW. Gotta rewatch the speedrun. That is some fast leveling from 50 to 60 in only 4 hours. Checked your DK and you did it in 7 hours. Yeah, no, this patch is crazy. Admittedly, if you watch my PTR speedrun, I got a similar time on PTR. And I've refined this run since I did it on PTR. So, this is definitely really, really fast. The Threads of Fate changes are really good. But it's, I mean, I don't know. This is with Darkman Fair. Both my PTR run and this run were done with DMF up, so your results may vary. You got the same bug in Ouroboros and it was cool? Ah, okay. Must just be a new patch bug then.
Much more to you, isn't there? It will never be enough to simply defeat Denathrius.
How many characters at level 60 do I have?
On Revendreth.
You know what?
Grasp on this realm.
I always try to answer that, and I always forget the exact amount. As soon as I set my Hearthstone here, I was going to log and do something on my alt anyway. So before I do that, I will show you. We can count.
Secure these medallions, and with them usher in a new era that would see Revendreth return.
So eventually, I'm probably going to work on my prop paladin, but new character gearing is honestly kind of tedious and boring, so it's not something I want to do on stream. I'll do other stuff on stream for now.
Intentions were known.
But
I accept your pledge as honest and true. You may rise. Your loyalty served and
all right. I guess I need to go there. So I'll set my hearth, then go finish that intro, and then swap over. Kind of thinking to get the hats from Darkmoon Faire and then wait for the 17% buff from WoW Anniversary. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, if you want to level extremely quickly, Anniversary is going to be really good. When is that? That is the 15th. So, oh wait, no, actually, the Anniversary, the Darkmoon Faire expires. So if you have the hats, they do expire. So, sorry, misunderstood that. I thought you were saying Anniversary started like soon, but no, it depends. Anniversary will be faster than DMF, and there is, as you can see here, in early December, there's going to be an overlap right here, these 2 days. So Anniversary ends on the 6th, but Darkmoon Faire starts on the 5th. So if you really want to level characters fast, Sunday, December 5th, this is your day. Go ham right here. They expire. I've definitely tried that before. I've done a lot of speed leveling, and I can assure you that they expire if it's past Darkmoon Faire. Because, yeah, I have tried to do speed runs outside of Darkmoon Faire with the hats, and that's when I learned that they don't work. It's unfortunate, because what that effectively means is that if you want to get a really good speedrun, you have to do the speedrun during Darkmoon Faire, and you have to wait for that time every single month in order to do it. But yeah, that's definitely how it works, for better or for worse. Sunday, December 5th, marked on your calendar now. Yeah, so that's going to be your day to level alts. Unfortunately, that is the only day where it overlaps. Now, Anniversary will, in my opinion, be faster than DMF. DMF is nice because of the quest items, but overall, it's a 10% buff compared to the 17% buff of Anniversary. 7% XP overall is amounting to more than the DMF items do, so probably worth more. We'll probably just spam dungeons and level whenever you want. Yeah, exactly. I would say it's better to just level whatever you want during the Anniversary thing instead of waiting. But if you really want to min-max, it's this day, right there. And I know that some people are going to try and get world records on December 5th because they have no fucking class, right? I really hate people who try to use the Anniversary buff to get leveling world records, because it's all well and good, for the record, to level casually. If you want to level casually in this, perfectly fine. But this is banned on speedrun.com. Anniversary buff, not allowed. So, people will try to get world records, and I'm using air quotes here, world records, with the Anniversary buff and say, oh, well, it's the fastest, but it's not allowed on speedrun.com. But it's still the fastest, so I'm going to make a clickbaity YouTube title saying it's the fastest. But the problem I have with the Anniversary buff is, if I had done my original speedruns with Anniversary buff, then the rest of the year, whenever people tried to do it, it would not have been accurate. And I would have been skewing my results. That's why I intentionally avoided using Anniversary buff while doing my original speedruns. And I still, for the record, I still got people commenting on my videos saying, this is useless, it was done with Anniversary buff. And I'm like, no, you can clearly see that I'm not using it. So, you know, there you go. But some people still love to say, this is a bad video because it used the Anniversary buff, even though I didn't. So imagine if I had. Would have gotten a lot of nasty YouTube comments, but no. But I still don't like the practice of doing that for the purpose of speedrunning. So, characters that I have, you know what? Fuck it. Before I finish leveling this druid, I'm going to count my characters. So, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on Mal'Ganis. So 6 Mal'Ganis level 60s. I don't have any on Zul'jin, but I'll check just to be safe. Yeah, none on Zul'jin. Kel'Thuzad, I have a few. Anything special planned for the anniversary? I don't plan on doing anything special for the anniversary. Not me, but, I mean, there's nothing really going on. If you're asking about events that are happening, I don't think so. Pretty sure it's just the XP buff this year. We'll see, though. Let's see. The glitch you saw was the jailer beginning the undoing. Oh, God. Alright, so I had 6, 7, 8. So those are 2 on Kel'Thuzad. I don't think I have any on WRA, but I'll check. Nope, none on WRA. I have 1 on Illidan. This was the mage that I did the speedrun on. So 9 with that mage. Do I have any on Storm Rage? I don't believe I do. Nope. And then... what about these? I always forget what characters I have on these random ones. Oh no, that was testing a class boost thing. Thrall? No, I think I just have Athena on here. Yeah, haven't used that character since Legion. Area 52? Oh, I haven't checked the server in a long time, apparently. Alright, let's see. Monthul. Why does it... oh, there we go. Huh. Lawn carry. I must have sold a carry on here a while ago. Interesting. Darasan. I can't remember if I speedran on one of these. Probably not, but we'll see. Pretty sure none of these were speedrun servers. Yeah, these were all carry alts. Okay, don't have any characters there. And Nemesis is where I have characters. Can't remember if any of these are 60, though. No, these are all 50s. Okay, so 9. I have 9 characters at 60. There you go. I have a lot of level 50s, though, as you can see. Like, even if we look on Mal'Ganis, almost every single one of my characters on Mal'Ganis is level 50. The only character that is not level 50 is this one. And that's because this character I use to apply enchants to my heirlooms. So, if you don't know, certain heirlooms cannot be enchanted unless they are, like, a specific level, even if the enchant works. So, I believe leg armor works like this, where you need to be in the range of, like, 30 to 35 to actually apply the enchant. And then, if you, whatchamacallit, if you're higher level than that, you can still get the bonus on your heirloom to scale properly, but you won't actually be able to apply it for some weird reason. And if you're lower level than that, you can't apply it because it has a level requirement to apply. So you need to have a character within, like, that level range to actually apply enchants. So if I'm ever, like, enchanting a new heirloom for my collection, I mail it over and the item to this guy, and then he applies the enchant, and then I mail it back. So, very important to have if you're doing a lot of speedrunning, a character within this level range. So, this was actually a character that I had while I was doing speed tests for my original leveling route, way back in the day. So, I had lots of characters with variations on this hunter's name, and then I would test the zone, record my time, write down the data, and then after doing that like 10 different times, I basically structured my initial route off that. Playing on a Brazilian server? I streamed that, yeah. If you haven't seen the Brazilian server runs, so Brazilian server was... what videos were that? My first ever stream was this character, this shaman. People voted for a Dark Iron Dwarf shaman, and I leveled it on Brazilian servers so that there wasn't as much competition. Because, you know, if I'm not doing an official run, I was kind of okay with doing that. Then I leveled this character, Speedwagon, in one of my first ever videos, which was I tried speedrunning World of Warcraft's worst category. This was no heirlooms, so this was my 1 to 50 with 0 heirlooms speedrun. That was an old video, about a year old at this point, but I still think it's a good video. Audio quality is kind of shit because it was really old, but... final why, a lot of reasons that I explained at the beginning of this. If you're curious, you can go back to the beginning of this video. I explain it early on, but mostly I'm just burnt out on it. But there's a few different other reasons that take a lot longer to explain that I did explain early on. A friend of mine had 50 level 110 characters back in Legion. Jesus Christ, that's a lot. Found a post about raiding being the worst way to gear, and the comments are literally just two extremes of the spectrum. Absolutely no one's in the middle. That doesn't surprise me. Yeah, so these 3 characters were all done in videos. This one was my first ever stream. It was a Dark Iron Dwarf 10 to 50 leveling speedrun. Then this one, I speedran World of Warcraft's worst category, and this character was speedrunning Alliance and telling old WoW stories. So, if you want to see the process of me leveling these characters, it was on those videos. As for why I leveled them on Brazilian servers, it's just because I ran out of room on my normal servers, and Brazilian servers have less population, therefore less competition. So if I'm trying to like maintain a low profile while doing one of my speedruns and I don't want to get ganked, I just level one on one of those servers. I can't really do that for the official world record speedruns because I need like to fund that speedrun with a lot of gold. And that is something that I don't have on every server. Really, I only used to have a lot of gold in Mal'Ganis, and now I am dirt poor in Mal'Ganis. I have like no fucking gold. So yeah, it's unfortunate. But it is what it is. And now, actually, you know what? Bonus speedrun. Not really, but like kind of. I just realized I never finished leveling my Guardian Druid on this server up to 60. I have 2 levels to go, so you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna finish it off in like 20 minutes in this stream. Why not? It's because of your previous video about looms costing 10k. They actually reduced the cost. So if you watch my original video, I talk about how heirlooms cost a shit ton of gold. They over than half reduced the cost. It was like, it went from like 1750 to like 750, 750,000, or 7,500 golds, right? And it used to be 17,500. So they massively reduced the cost of heirlooms. That's not the reason, for the record, that I'm done speedrunning. Honestly, the cost of heirlooms is like the least important reason for me as to why I'm no longer speedrunning. I honestly don't give a shit. That's not important. There's a lot of other reasons. Funding it is not a concern because realistically, like, funding has not been something I've really cared much about, like, as of late. Whether or not I can afford it, like, it does suck to be low in golds, I'll give you that, but I don't really give a shit. Like, it doesn't matter to me a lot. The real reason is just burnout. It's burnout and frustration with the way that the speedrun community has been handling things. So, if you want to look at every single current world record, and I say this with heavy air quotes, on speedrun.com, it's done by a guy who quite literally has cheated every single run by having his friends carry him. And I have a problem with that, because I may have disagreed on certain things with other people in the speedrun community, but the one thing that myself and almost everybody else, when WoW speedrunning was at its peak, the one thing that we all agreed on is that speedruns should be done solo. Speedrun should be a test of skill for you and you alone, and not, you know, how good can you have, or how good are your friends, right? Like, how well can you be carried, right? That is one thing that speedrunning should not be. And in my opinion, the fact that this guy has done that and gotten the official world record by doing it is disgusting for 2 reasons. One, because it shows that he has no actual, like, care for how good speedrunning is. You know, he doesn't give a shit about it, right? He just wants the world record. So he's not actually trying to improve his skill and improve his routing. All he cares about is having his name at the top of those leaderboards. That's it. And the real travesty, in my opinion, is that despite this blatantly violating the rules, stated you cannot group with other people, they still approve it. They still allow it. In fact, one of those runs, quite literally uses pre-nerf time walking. Like, if you remember, there was that, like, 1-day period where BC time walking was, like, really overpowered, and a lot of people were using it to level. He did his speedrun, the first, like, 2 hours of it, within BC time walking. And then it got nerfed while he was doing his speed leveling, and it's still approved. It's still a speedrun on that thing, and I don't fucking get it. I don't understand how the mods on speedrun.com give that little of a shit. So, yeah, that's depressing. So I've thought about trying to do serious speedruns again, but why would I bother at this point? Why would I even care if the mods are just not even going to moderate it? So I've been doing speedruns, and for the record, this isn't a new thing. I mentioned this in a video a while ago, in one of my streams a while ago. So this isn't something that just, like, randomly happened now, and this is the reason I'm quitting speedrunning. If you want to know why I've been doing a lot less speedrunning over the past few months, this is one of the major reasons. So this has been going on for a while. I contacted the moderators about it. They basically played dumb and acted like they didn't know what I was talking about. And I was like, okay, whatever. I forget what else. There was one other thing that they had, that there was like something broken with it. It was like one of the rules they didn't properly carry over to new categories, and I gave them shit about that. So I'm like, you guys literally told me last year that you were going to make sure that this category had this rule, and it was there. Why is it not there anymore? And they tried to give me some bullshit about like, well, that was for Shadowlands pre-patch. We don't think the rule applies in Shadowlands. And I basically was like, why the fuck not? Nothing has changed in the 10 to 50 route from Shadowlands to, or from pre-patch to Shadowlands itself. There is absolutely no reason why you guys can't just put one line of text in there. Oh yeah, I remember. It was, holiday buffs, right? It was, no holiday items and stuff like that. Like the, Hollow's End Broom, basically. And I'm like, literally, all you guys need to do is put one line of text in there saying, oh yeah, we're gonna make it so, holiday items are banned. That's it. That's literally all they had to do. And they were giving me shit about that, and finally, I'm like, you need to change this. It's gonna kill speedrunning if you don't. And they were like, fine. So they did that. But then they ignored the rest of the shit I was saying about the guy blatantly abusing the rules, with having other friends carry him. And it was one of those things where he basically skirted around it. In some cases, he just straight up groups with other people and ignores it. But he would skirt around it by having his friends follow him around and one-shot mobs he tags. So by doing that, he's effectively not grouped with other people, but he's still breaking the rule of not having other people help you with the speedrun. So it's still against the spirit of the rules in every sense of the word. But, you know, the moderators just don't give a shit, and they don't change it. So if I ever do speedruns again, unless speedrun.com has moderators that actually give a shit, I'm just going to basically be keeping track of world records myself, because it's got into a fucking ridiculous point where I can't take the speedrun.com like leaderboard seriously anymore, because they clearly just don't actually give a shit about integrity, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, we'll just watch it with like 5 times speed with the volume off and barely pay attention to what's actually going on. In fact, at that point, I don't even understand why they watch it. And I'm not bullshitting, by the way. This is legitimately what the moderator told me he does. He watches it at like 5 times speed, turns the volume off, and just puts on like Netflix or something on the other monitor while he has the thing run. And I was like, what's the point of reviewing the thing at that point? Like, if you're not even going to pay attention to the speedrun to make sure it's following the rules, why even fucking watch it? Putting it on at 5 times speed with no volume is basically just not fucking watching it. At that point, you might as well just fucking approve it. You know, you could probably submit a speedrun where you just buy a fucking boost. Like, get to level 55, open this page, buy Shadowlands character boost, the moderators probably wouldn't fucking notice. It's fucking ridiculous, man. So, yeah, there you go. That's a summary of the biggest reason why I'm kind of done with speedrunning. That, burnout, and frustration with WoW as a whole. But that is one of the biggest reasons. So, the reason I've been doing speedruns recently is not for world record purposes, but for my own personal reasons. Like, every speedrun that I've done over the past few months has been because I wanted that character. I did my Death Knight speedrun. Well, the reason that I did that Death Knight speedrun is because I wanted a Blood Decay. That's the reason I did it. The reason I'm doing this speedrun, or the Paladin speedrun, is because I wanted a Paladin. So, I'm not doing it to get a world record. I'm not doing it for any reason other than I want to have that character at max level. And also, recently, it's been nice that I've been able to test all of the leveling changes so that other people can know what the fastest leveling method is. Because what I then do is I update my guide, which you can find in the video description. It's a Google Doc. And now I'm going to be working on a video guide for what the fastest way to level is in 9.1.5. So it's something that people can find useful as a resource going forward. But doing shitty stuff like that, where you just like try to get a world record just for the sake of having a world record, I fucking hate that, man. Gotta focus up. I pulled a little bit too much here. Should be good though. One level costs $1, yeah. Having people just kill stuff you tagged is literally how Athene got his records. It's dumb. Exactly. Yeah. See, that's the kind of thing that makes people think that WoW speedrunning is a joke. That's the kind of shit that I had to deal with when I first started doing this. Like, when I first started doing my speedrun videos, that is basically the stuff that I had tons of people saying, right? Like, basically, I had a lot of comments of people saying, oh, just get your friends to, like, one-shot everything that you kill. Speedrunning's easy, hee hee hee. Or I would get people saying, like, oh, wow, I just bought a boost, got my character to level 50 immediately. Wow, speedrunning in WoW is easy, ha ha ha. And, you know, when everybody thinks that that's what WoW speedrunning is, it's so hard to get it taken seriously. Even though, in my opinion, it's actually pretty fun. I think there's a lot of, like, complexity to actually doing a WoW speedrun, and I think it's one of the reasons why these videos have gotten so popular over the past few months. And the fact that, you know, people like that guy do shit like that, it just devalues the idea of WoW speedrunning for everybody else. And it really pisses me off, because it's insulting, honestly. It's insulting when I put all this effort into, you know, properly, like, routing and testing all the speedrun stuff, running it by myself without other people's help over and over to try and find the fastest method, and then making guides to help other people do the same thing, and then some jackass goes in there with the help of his friends and just shits all over WoW speedrunning as a whole because he wants a world record. That really pisses me off. And the worst part is the fact that they allow it, right? You know, there are going to be idiots out there who think that, like, all that matters is getting a world record and have no love for the actual sport of whatever it is they're doing. That's going to happen in anything. It's the reason why people cheat in, like, football and stuff like that. No matter what sport you do, there's going to be people who cheat because all they care about is the attention. All they care about is getting ahead. People will do that regardless, but that is the reason why you have referees in football. That is the reason why you have moderators on speedrun.com. So when you have people blatantly cheating like that, and then the moderators aren't doing their jobs and preventing that from happening, it just turns WoW speedrunning into a joke. And that's the current state that we find ourselves in. And it's depressing, but that's where we are. Okay, I think I can... Ah, shit. At this point, I might as well just finish Bastion and get a big chunk of XP here. This isn't a prop heli? Yeah, I already finished the prop heli. The time that you see on screen is how long it took me to level the prop heli. I'm doing a bonus speed run. I'm finishing my druid. So I leveled this druid in... I partially leveled this druid in one of my older videos, which I believe is now unlisted. It was just my initial thoughts. It was like first impressions of patch 9.1.5 when it first got announced. So I was basically just like leveling this character while reading the patch notes and stuff like that. But yeah, so I didn't finish getting it to 60, and I figured, you know what? This run was fast. Might as well just get this character to 60 as well. Why not? So there you go. Raiding to gear is dog shit if you don't buy a boost with traders or do it with your guild and people trade you loot. Pugging raids is a shit way of getting loot. I agree with that. Raiding in a guild is a good source of loot if your guild actually helps you out, like you said. But that's why I've always told people that pugging raids, and that's like your main source of raiding, is a terrible idea. At this point, this game is really anti-player friendly if you don't join a guild. So, join a guild. Trust me, it's going to make your life easier. But definitely, even then, I would say you're kind of forced into doing like M+ or some exterior source of gearing if you want to really be efficient. Oh, nice. That has a pretty long reach, huh? Pugging anything is really bad in general? Yeah, true. I mean, you can get pretty far pugging Mythic Plus. Like, it depends. I would say you're going to have a harder time if you're pugging as a DPS. Like, pugging as a DPS has been, like, the most miserable experience I've had in Mythic Plus, like, hands down. But I've been pugging Mythic Plus as a tank for a very long time, and it's not that bad. Mostly because as a tank, you can kind of guarantee that the run is going to be at least kind of good. Like, if you know what you're doing, generally speaking, it'll be fine. Depends on the dungeon, though. Some dungeons are absolutely, like, hell to do if you don't have really good DPS or a really good healer, but for the most part, I would say a good tank can carry a dungeon pretty hard. Yeah, it does depend a little bit. God, I love that cooldown. Stopping playing altogether or won't speedrun until new X packs? The latter, yeah. I'm still playing WoW. I still have a few more WoW videos planned, one of them being a leveling guide. So, I'm not done with leveling related content at all, just speedruns specifically. Just speedruns. But I'm still playing WoW, I'm still mythic rating, all that fun stuff, but speedruns is what I'm going to be done with. Looms are way too expensive. I agree, yeah. I 100% agree that heirlooms are still too expensive. They were definitely really bad before. They're better now, but I do agree they're still pretty pricey. But, like, I don't know. I'm not, like, super miffed about the current price. I think it's fine. I don't know. I wish heirlooms weren't as pricey, but I kind of understand why they're at least slightly expensive. I just think Blizzard's maybe going a bit too far. Like, they should probably lower the price of other stuff. Like, I'm fine with the current price of modern-day heirloom stuff. Forgot to get the Renown token again? Yes and no. At this point, I was already, like, outside of Ouroboros. So, what I'm doing is I'm just hitting max level and then grabbing the Renown token. But, thank you for reminding me. Kappa Cheese just whispered me and said that. Like, I could have stopped in Ouroboros first, but, like, I don't really care. It's, faster to do this. And especially because I'm only going to be getting, like, a small bit of renown from doing this. It's not a ton. At this point, I guess I could grab it. But yeah, it's not the biggest deal. Here, let me, Hearth to Doll around. You can get to Renown 40 before level 60? Yes. At level 51, I believe, you can use the tokens. I think. Might be usable earlier, but I could be wrong. I guess I could have mailed it over. That is something I could have done. I'm not too concerned with it.
It is fortunate I found you. Your presence is requested at Moonglade.
You're in Threads of Fate. How is it? Yes, that will be a big focus of the leveling guide. So, oh, it's 50 for the tokens. Nice. That's cool that they changed that. Yeah, so leveling guide will cover the new route, which is heavily involved in Threads of Fate. I would say that, honestly, most of the stuff that you're going to be doing will be Threads of Fate. You're only going to be doing a little bit in Bastion, and then after you're done doing all the stuff in Bastion, yeah, you can pop over and do Threads. I'm not sure where I would cut it off, honestly. There is an argument to be made for entirely Threads, but I don't know. I don't know. I might do further testing, but if I do further testing, I wouldn't record it and make it a speedrun. Honestly, if only because I wouldn't want it to be clickbait. But I do want to make sure my guide is accurate. So this is definitely the last speedrun that I'm going to do and record and put on YouTube. But I do want to make sure my guide is up to date, so I would want to make sure that if I want to leave Bastion earlier, it would be efficient to do so. Looking at the clock seems nice. Oh, it's really good. These changes are great. Yeah. Really, really efficient. You never broke 550 from 1 to 50? Well, this is specifically 50 to 60. Definitely you can get like 5 hours to 6 hours or so doing 1 to 50, but that hasn't changed at all with the new patch. That's going to be as fast as it used to be. Have I played Classic at all? Yes. I hit 60 with my Brat Warrior, and I want to say I got to level 64 in VC, and then I stopped playing it. Just don't really have time, unfortunately. I'd love to play BC more, but it's just one of those things that I haven't had the motivation to really continue, I guess. Nothing against it, just haven't really found it to be super fun. I liked Classic, though. I thought Classic was fun. I mean, I got to 60. I did Molten Core. Enjoyed that for what it was. I won't be doing the new Classic season, so I know some people have asked me about that. No plans on playing that at the moment. It's just not something I'm really interested in. Leveling an Outlaw Rogue, there's so many buttons. Yeah. I've heard that Outlaw Rogues can be pretty difficult at lower levels. And they have lots of different shit to press, which is, I mean, good, honestly. I would say more buttons is generally more fun, unless it gets a bit redundant, but generally speaking, they've been good about that. Let me take my shade scale off. And I'm going to do a big pull here. Found everything up. Doing the A Realm Reborn Relic quest, and it's not bad so far. Nice. I actually haven't done that yet. My friend was doing it at one point, and he kept telling me that I should try it, but I never got around to it. Oh my god. Oh, I'm fucked. Come on, come on. I hate the fear things on these guys. That makes it so brutal. I can't believe I lived, though. That was close. That was very, very close. In fact, I don't know how I lived. I don't feel that I should have. Alright. Run around and grab these totems, though. Block is stopped. Speedrun's already finished. I'm just leveling a second character. This is like a victory lap. Think of it that way. Yeah, speedrun was done at that time. This speedrun was on a prop heli. Everything now is just bonus. Yeah. No, it was a fast run, man. Really, really fast. 4 hours was pretty much what I was shooting for, so I'm glad we made it in that time. Ah, shit. Oh, come on. All right. I'm really cutting it close with those. Words. That was stressful. Fuck me. Grab this anima cone. Fastest I've done is 8 hours. Yeah, the new patch should make everything a lot faster. It's really nice. So hopefully you'll have a better time with these changes. Threads is just so good. Let's see.
I am out of range.
Kind of feel like Assassin sub are boring unless maybe sub for PvP. Yeah, I don't play rogues, so I can't speak. But I don't know. I've heard mixed things about every single rogue spec. My take on rogues is that a lot of rogues have a favorite spec, and when their favorite spec is not the best, they're not happy about it. That is pretty much my takeaway on rogues from, you know, every rogue that I know. Like, I've met very few rogues that identify as just a rogue player. A lot of people are like, oh, I'm a sub-rogue. Or they'll say, oh yeah, I'm an outlaw rogue. And if outlaw or sub or whatever they enjoy isn't the best, they are not happy. All right. I forgot to do that one. Fuck it. I'll do this one. I'm so indecisive. I'll do this one first. As an ex-Outlaw main, can confirm that when Outlaw isn't the best, I'm angry. Yeah. I can relate, though. Like, whenever my spec that I like isn't the best, I'm pretty pissed off about it. Though, admittedly, I am, like, much more of just a tank main than a specific spec main. Like, I used to say that I was a Vengeance Demon Hunter main, but that I played all tanks, but at this point, with Vengeance being in the state that it is, I'm a tank player. So, I play whatever tank I feel like for any given patch, but I play all of them. It does help getting into guilds, though, because, you know, like, the guild that I was just in recently, they needed a Blood DK for Soul Render, so I'm like, hey, I don't have a Blood DK, but I can play one. They helped me gear up my Blood DK, and, well, I got a spot in that guild as a result, so worked out well. Having diversity with tanks is a really nice thing in terms of getting into guilds. It doesn't matter to you if it's best. You love to pop off with a mediocre non-meta spec. I feel that too, yeah. I really like when I'm playing a spec that people consider to be suboptimal, like Survival Hunter, and I can do really well with Survival. Like, when I was doing that challenge, every single time somebody would message me and be like, holy shit, I didn't realize Survival was good. It would make me smile, because I'm like, aha. You know, people don't expect the good Survival Hunter player. It's always fun to have that happen. I could do the Lady Moonberry one. Lady Moonberry quest, then that bonus objective, and then... I don't know if that'll ding me. We'll see, though. Outlaw is cool because you got to keep up with a lot of things, but no AoE cap. Or no AoE uncap. Yeah. That really sucks. I don't know why they didn't uncap Outlaw. I get that some people are like, oh, it would be too overpowered, but, you know, the inverse is that it's too underpowered, and then Outlaws are just crying in the corner with, like, their AoE capped. So, I don't like that. I don't even play Outlaw, and I feel bad for Outlaw rogues. I think that was kind of a shit deal that they got. But, you know, is what it is. Survival was popping off before the AoE redo? Survival is uncapped, yeah. Survival has all of its stuff uncapped. At least I think so. I don't remember hearing that there was anything on Survival that was still capped. Could be wrong on that, but... Survival, as far as I know, is still very good. And Survival is, like, surprisingly good at single target as well. So don't underestimate them there. S-Priest wasn't capped. Well, S-Priest is weird because it has, like, a lot of dot damage. So, yeah. Survival was previously capped, and it still did a lot of damage. But I'm pretty sure Survival got uncapped along with everything else. Monk is uncapped and Outlaw is not? Yeah, I agree. I think that's stupid. I don't understand why they think Outlaw is going to be too overpowered, but no, Monk is okay. Don't get me wrong, I agree that Monk should be uncapped. I just don't think Outlaw should be capped as well. If you're going to say that Outlaw would be too broken while being uncapped, then yeah, you're right. It doesn't make sense to have Monks be uncapped as well. My opinion, uncap them both. But if Blizzard's really going to draw a line in the sand saying that something would be too overpowered, then Monks kind of defeat their argument. So, there's that. If it's uncapped, everything should be uncapped? Yeah, I agree. The rest of this I could just do by clicking on things, but I usually like to get one big pull in there. Gives me a good chunk. I could fly around, click on stuff, get the rest of it done.
I am out of range.
Alright, still haven't dinged, but I can fly up here. This should definitely ding me. We'll see, though. Any tips on Threads of Fate now before we get to see the guide? Honestly, no tips other than, like, if you haven't watched the entirety of the speedrun, I would say once it's done, if you want to watch the full VOD, go ahead. Like, that is going to give you all the information you need. No real tips other than, like, grab the dungeon quests, do the dungeons once each to get the dungeon quests completed. Bonus objectives are really good. Ignore world quests unless they align with bonus objectives or side quests that you're already doing. Not really much to say, honestly. Threads of Fate is good, but you know, there's a lot of ways that you can approach it. Alright, somebody's already cleared out a lot of these mobs. How do I want to do this? Wait, this gives a lot of percent.
Welcome to the grove.
Drain Wild Seed. Do I need to do something with these? Because they're getting added to my inventory. So if I need to bring them somewhere, that would be pretty nice to know. But honestly, it looks like this is just really efficient. Evacuate now. Here. Just do a big pull. Now that some of these mobs have respawned. Have I tried Torghast leveling? I have. It's terrible. Really, really bad. It's unfortunate, but it's not even remotely competitive. Like, I'm not saying it's inefficient. It's bad. Like, really fucking bad. Like, I know I'm prone to hyperbole, but Torghast leveling sucks massive dick. It's terrible. They did not bother tuning it at all. Confused doing Torghast leveling. It's like 30 XP per mob. Yeah, it's so bad. It's, like, blatantly untuned. And I've been saying this since September. That's the really annoying part. So imagine being me, going onto fucking PTR to test Torghast leveling, and back in fucking September saying, this is absolutely terrible, Blizzard, you need to completely redesign this, and then seeing Blizzard say, we've buffed Torghast XP by like 50%. Like, that's it? It was fucking undertuned by crazy amounts. It's so frustrating to see that shit. Because it needed way more than a slight bump. Ah! Man, Blizzard, they just, sometimes, I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. Like, shit they do just confuses me. Carlton definitely remembers the 21st night of September. I don't understand that. I'm assuming it's a reference. They should make a WoW expansion called Legion where they go to Northrend and fight the Pandaren and their leader, Sylvanas. What the fuck? I forgot you actually upload... It's not that I upload these videos. YouTube automatically turns it into a video. So that's the nice thing about YouTube. If you stream on YouTube, it automatically turns your VODs into a video. So that's pretty cool. I literally don't need to do anything. I end the stream and YouTube just processes it. I'm just like, all right, easy peasy. I have to like go back, and after it's already processed, I like fiddle with the settings a little bit to get it to like work better as a video. But realistically, it's like YouTube does all the work for me. So that's pretty cool. One of the other reasons to stream on YouTube instead of Twitch. Like, to me, at this point, the only reason to stream on Twitch is if you have, like, no reason to ever upload a YouTube video. Like, if you have no interest in YouTube at all, and you're just going to do exclusively Twitch streams, yeah, sure, I could see streaming on Twitch, maybe. But for anybody that even remotely wants to, like, do stuff on YouTube at all, it just seems counterintuitive to me at this point to begin streaming on Twitch. There are people already on Twitch who have been doing that for a while before YouTube streaming was really a thing. And yeah, of course, those people are going to stay on Twitch because they have contracts. But A lot of people have asked me why I stream on YouTube, and I'm like, man, I started doing this whole thing a year ago. By last year, this was already a better option than Twitch, hands down. Like, I didn't just pick YouTube streaming for no reason. It's better at this point, in my opinion. Especially if you're doing videos, which at this point, like, I may do more streaming in the future. It's hard for me to do a lot of streaming right now because of my school schedule. So I'm focusing more on videos at the moment. But if I really do want to do a lot of streams going forward, YouTube is far and away a better option for somebody who wants to do a mix of streaming and video stuff. At this point in time. In the past, maybe not so much. But right now, I would die in that hell. Why do you find it surprising everybody tests shit on PTR and they do nothing about it? I'm not surprised. I'm just disappointed, man. Yay!
I must get closer.
Moon of Shapes.
Long ago, after the trees and the night fae arose,
Is this the,
a soul appeared in Ardenweald.
Oh yeah, this is the introduction thing. Interesting. Top rogue spec, sub over outlaw over assassination at the moment. Interesting. For single target. Cool, cool. My level 48 rogue got into Torghast leveling. You were so excited until you completed the stupid quest. It was like 70% XP away from leveling to 49. It's so bad, yeah. It's depressingly bad, too. Like, I wish that they had tuned it better. So many people, myself included, were really excited for Torghast leveling. And they just shit the bed on that. I can skip this, right? I think after I get my Covenant ability, I can skip the rest of the introduction. Wanted to check things. Spinning Crane Kick does 100% for normal mobs around you. Spirits does 45% of your damage. Blade Fury does 40%. How is that OP? I agree. Yeah, it's silly. 50 to 60 in Torghast takes at least 32 hours. It's by far the worst. Leveling by herbing and mining with a flying mount would be better. Oh, without a flying mount. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wasn't leveling your outlaw for PvE anyways. Was looking into that fishing for procs, pistol shot, and greenskin Lego with the BTE crit buff. Interesting. I don't know what any of that means, but that sounds pretty cool. Lady Moonberry, let me skip. Okay. So I can just skip past that and head right into the stuff. And then I think my Hearthstone is still set. It is not, actually. Okay.
Step forward and receive
Oath pledged. Blah-de-blah.
the drown.
And convoke the spirits, which I already had. But, oh well.
Your hunt begins.
Nice. Okay, so I need to do the Soulbind intro. Where's the official speed leveling leaderboard with rules, etc.? Speedrun.com, but like, I say that sarcastically almost because at this point the rules don't matter. I don't know if you were here when I was saying that, but basically, there are supposed to be rules for speedrunning, but at this point, the moderators don't actually care about enforcing those rules, so there may as well be no official place anymore. Because speedrun.com used to be the place where people went for, like, official speedrunning leaderboards, and, like, where it was, like, enforced with leveling and all that. But at this point, the mods have effectively shit all over that. They have no interest in enforcing it properly, so, yeah, it's kind of pointless. Which is unfortunate, but, you know, is what it is. So. Endurance, this, and this.
When do we hunt? I fight.
I get renowned for that? Huh. That's cool. For some reason, the Karain quest gives you renown. Weird. Alright, well, I got a decent chunk by doing all that stuff. That gave me renown too! Alright! Renown catch-up is kind of crazy. That is pretty cool. You basically get pistol shot procs, and then you get Between the Eyes for increased crit chance, and bam, 20k pistol shots. Jeez. That sounds pretty good, yeah. Oh, I don't have the leveling thing yet. I'll work on my druid later. But, hey, nice thing about this. So remember earlier when I said I have 9 level 60s? I now have 10 level 60s. And I now have every single tank at level 60 on Horde on a single server. And then there's a hunter. So, let me, not done streaming yet. I'm gonna do, like, dailies and shit. Because, you know what? It's like one of my previous streams. I was like, I have to do this shit anyway. Might as well do it on stream. So, I'm gonna keep going. It is nice to talk to people and stuff like that while streaming. So, I need to mail gold back over. Right. Yeah. Almost forgot to do that. So, I made a good amount of my gold back while actually doing the speedrun. So I can mail this back over. My monk, I think I unlocked every other covenant. I don't think I've done that on warrior yet, though. So I can head back over to Oribos. I took a break from the PC and I returned and you're already at 60? Yeah, dude, it's fast. Especially the last level is really fast. Like, last 2 levels now get massively sped up because a lot of your leveling process now, you're, like, building up these bars, and then you hit, like, 58 and 59, and you're just handing in all these quests that you've, like, built up, and boom, you're getting shit tons of XP from it. So, yeah, it's fast. Really fucking good. Now, I'm not gonna play anything but Kyrian. But, I'll buy another one of these tokens just in case I decide I want to work on leveling Kyrian's renown. We'll see. Jesus Christ, well done. Thank you. Yeah, it's really efficient, and hopefully once I make my guide, everybody else will be able to do this leveling really efficiently as well. My ultimate goal, I'm not 100% sure if I'll be able to do this, but I want to try to get sub 4 hours, but I'm not going to be doing another speedrun, so if anything, I'll do it, like, off the record, but I'll still record it and, like, use it in a guide if I manage to do that, because this is my last actual speedrun. You know, like I said, not clickbait, that's just genuinely my plans going forward. So let's do, can mail Larice. I don't know why my own character doesn't get auto-corrected here. 5,000, and then Anji. Okay. I'll do my warrior first, because I haven't actually gone and unlocked other covenant boosts on my warrior. So that's going to be pretty nice. How am I making golds? I pretty much just do callings. That's how I make most of my golds. People say mission board is pretty good, but I haven't really messed around with that a whole lot, so. Your mileage may vary with mission board. I'll set this up. Need something for good experience. That's 15k. That's about as good as I'll find. So I'll put these guys in here. Then this mission... Let's see. Works out pretty well. Let's see. Ever heard of the YouTuber Kraken Latte? She mentioned that upgrading your heirlooms and leveling your alts, you make gold back with a few characters. Yeah. I haven't... Well, I've heard of Kraken Latte. I haven't watched any of her videos. I've been told they're pretty good, but I mean, it's one of those things where I already know, like, a lot of the leveling stuff, so I haven't watched, like, many other leveling guides. Sometimes if people send them to me, I'll check them out just out of curiosity, but at this point, why would I need to watch other leveling guides? So unless somebody watches something and says, hey, this YouTuber did a different strategy, you might want to check this out, none of them have ever been very useful. I haven't actually seen any of Kraken Latte, specifically his videos, so I can't speak for her stuff. But I've been sent other ones, and not bad, but a lot of them are kind of, you know, pointless information that I already found myself. But people have said Kraken Latte makes good videos, so, you know, I'll take their word on it. As for the stuff that you said about making leveling back by leveling or making gold back by leveling characters, absolutely, yeah, that's 100% true. So if that's the kind of stuff she makes videos on, then yeah, that sounds pretty good, because that is definitely something that a lot of people will find useful. But that isn't the kind of thing that I've personally watched. I've mentioned this before, but I don't really watch a lot of WoW YouTubers, because generally speaking, it's like, the stuff that I am interested in for World of Warcraft is more like the endgame stuff. So, like, the 2 or 3 WoW YouTubers I watch, right? I watched Preach before he quit making WoW stuff. So I still follow along with his, like, opinions on things, but, you know, he quit making WoW videos, so, you know, I haven't been watching his stuff lately. I like Preach, but, like, admittedly, he's been playing games that I haven't been playing, so, haven't really been watching a lot of his stuff lately. But I watch Limit Max a lot. I think Limit Max puts out really good videos. And I watch Bellular. I think Bellular's news coverage is, in my opinion, second to none. If I want to know what's going on in WoW, I watch a Bellular vid. That's, you know, pretty much it. I don't go to any other WoW news YouTubers or anything like that. So, other WoW YouTubers, I'm sure some of them are good. I'm sure they have good videos. I just have no reason to watch their stuff, effectively. Where's the other calling? I only see 2. Unless one of them is given by someone over there, and it's obscured by the Rescue Lost Souls objective. That's entirely possible. She's not a speed leveler at all, just a leveler as in she loves leveling alts. Yeah, I think people have mentioned that to me before. And that's fine. You don't need to be a speed leveler to, like, give good information on leveling alts. Like, I'm not shit-talking her or anything. I don't really know much about her content, so I don't want to comment on it, but I'm just saying that that's the reason why I don't know much outside of, like, Preach and Limit Max. I just don't really watch a lot of WoW content creators. Nope, not up. So I just wanted to check stuff on my warrior. Oh yeah, and I wanted to go upgrade my renown on other covenants. Because, you know, why not? Might as well. I've been debating swapping to Kyrian on Prot Warrior because, so I've been an advocate for Night Fae Prot Warrior for a very long time. Specifically on Sylvanas, Kyrian is better. And that is something I've known for a while. Spear Bastion just perfectly lines up with, like, every burn phase on Sylvanas. Ancient Aftershock doesn't. It's kind of weird because since Sylvanas has so many periods where, like, you can't attack her, and then periods where, like, you have to burn her in a short period of time, a lot of times you'll get the full impact of Spear Bastion in a short period of time, whereas Ancient Aftershock will have expired, and it's just kind of really problematic to make Ancient Aftershock work on her fight specifically. So I've been considering swapping to Kyrian, but I don't know if I will. I'll think about it. Did I ever open my vaults? I must have. I can't remember what it was in it. At this point, I get, like, nothing off my vault for Prot Warrior. Because the only upgrades I could get, like, I could get an upgrade for my belt, but this belt is really fucking good. Everything else that I could get an upgrade for, like, I could get item level upgrades on my rings, but I haven't. My trinkets are basically perfect. Even a higher item level trinket won't beat this thing unless I get the Mythic Guardian trinket. But I haven't killed Mythic Guardian on this character. I killed it on my Brewmaster. And I guess I could get a better shield. So there are very few things that I could actually upgrade. Oh yeah, shoulders. Mythic shoulders would be good, but I would have to get them off Soul Render or later, and they just haven't dropped for me. So, yeah, kind of unfortunate.
You have questions.
What was my renown? Okay, so I can still get a benefit out of using the token. Yeah, might as well. I watch the same 3 WoW YouTubers literally, and Max is a religion, you just have to watch him. Yeah. Max has, like, really good content. Like, I've always liked Preach's takes on stuff, but admittedly, when it comes to, like, raid boss guides and just general opinions on the WoW meta, Limit Max is second to none, right? I say Limit Max because if I just say Max, most people won't know who I'm talking about. I know that he hates people calling him Limit Max, but it's like, so many people only know him as the guild leader of Limit. So a lot of people will like ask me, who's Max, if I just say Max, even though most people, like, if you know WoW YouTube stuff, or even just WoW stuff in general, and you say Max, like, he is the most well-known Max in the World of Warcraft scene. But yeah, no, his stuff is really fucking good. And as for WoW news coverage, I think Bellular is also second to none. I don't think anybody does as good of a job covering, like, current events and news in WoW as Bellular does. I think he's really fucking good at that. So I follow him for that stuff. But boss guides and stuff, yeah, Max is really good. And it's a shame also because another channel, like, if you had asked me a few years ago what my favorite WoW YouTubers were, I would have said Fat Boss in that list. I used to love Fat Boss's content, and he just kind of stopped. Or well, they kind of stopped, because Fat Boss was 2 people, Alex and Laws. And I loved their boss guides. I think the Fat Boss guides, before they quit the game, were really fucking good. They made amazing boss guides. About as good as Max does. Now, they weren't as well progressed as Max. They were, like, I think, top 20 world, rather than, like, rank 1 world, right? But I still think the way they structured their boss guides was really, really good. And also, I loved the way that they had, like, these podcasts that they did, Laps Around Dalaran. And I loved their Laps Around Dalaran podcast. There was a lot of really insightful stuff that they talked about in that. Their thoughts on just raiding in general and, like, raid boss design, I thought was really good. And I loved watching their videos. But over time, they just stopped making videos as frequently. And I know it's because they, like, they basically swapped, oh, did this cancel my missions? Fuck! I forgot about that. Shit. I didn't really consider that. I just, screw it, who cares? Laps Around Dalaran Godlike, yeah. It's a shame, because, like, I get it. I get that they got burnt out. They had stopped making videos for a while, but I think they finally quit in Nathria. Final speedrun, what have you missed? Yeah, I'm just kind of burnt out on speedrunning, so this was my last one. The timer that you see is how long it took me. I'm still going to be streaming for a bit, but this was the final run, so. Alright, now, before I do any Korthia shit, I kind of want to head over and pick up my callings and stuff. But I still need to do my daily Korthia stuff. Your friend did all the dailies yesterday and switched without turning them in. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Top 10 is very different from top 3 out of 4 rating, and their casuals are different tier. Fat Boss vids are better because they're more close to what and how you raid rather than Max. Max said he won't do raid guides if he doesn't do the raid with a lower tier guild. Yeah, so I would say both perspectives are good, but like, so I really like the way that Max does guides and the way that Fat Boss did guides for different reasons. Max, they have completely different approaches, by the way. Anybody who like watched a Fat Boss guide back when like they were really into doing that stuff will know what I'm talking about. And if you've seen Limit Max's new guides, Max will do a guide that's like, basically, I think his longest ones, his absolute longest video was like about an hour, but that was also like PTR testing. So it was basically like a kind of unscripted just discussion of what the testing was. But his structured guides are usually like 20 minutes at the top. Why is this the final run? Burnout. That's all I'll say. If you want to know why this is the final run in detail, I've talked about it earlier on in the video. So either go back in the timeline or when it gets turned into a video after I'm done streaming, you can check that. But I have said it a few times. I don't want to be rude, but it is one of those things where I've had to repeat that quite a lot of times, and at this point, I'm just gonna stop answering it. So, no offense, but I do want to talk about other stuff. But yeah, so Max is really good at basically making guides where it's like, cut out the bullshit. This is the important stuff that you need to know. So if you already know the gist of... Oh, you're ordering pizza? Awesome. Thank you. So if you already know, like, the gist of a fight, you know all the basic stuff, everything that, like, you would want to know in order to, like, kill the boss, you know, Limit Max assumes that you already know that. He'll basically tell you the tips and tricks on, like, hey, you might already know the basics of this fight, but here's the stuff that you're going to need to actually kill it in an efficient amount of time, right? So he'll say, this is, like, the amount of healers that you should run, or here is, like, a cool strat that you can do that'll save you a lot of pulls. That's the kind of stuff that Limit Max will talk about in his guides, and it's really nice. I absolutely love that approach, because I think that basically makes it so it's kind of like a quick and dirty, you know, you go to him to find out, like, all of the really useful stuff, and all of the basic things, you know, it's whatever, just find it out anywhere else. But that means that there is always a merit to watching his guides, even after you've already watched a video for it. Which, in terms of, like, viewership, right, it's going to be really good for him. Because it means that everybody at some point should watch his videos, because he gives you the rank 1 world, or in this case, ranked 2nd world perspective. And that is really useful. Fat Boss guides were different. Fat Boss guides, in my opinion, were really good because of the exact opposite. If you went to a Fat Boss guide, you knew that you were getting every single last bit of information you needed to kill that boss. I have never seen a YouTuber make as thorough a boss guide as Fat Boss. They did amazing, really comprehensive, really detailed guides, and I loved it. You know, whenever a Fat Boss guide came out, I'd throw that shit on, listen to it for however long it was. Some of them were like over an hour long, and they were worth it. Good shit in those guides. And that's the thing, right? They made those really detailed boss guides, and I mean, it's hard. You don't just make boss guides like that, you know, in a day. It takes time. And, okay, the auto-create group thing isn't working. Weird. Denizens. So, the main reason I would imagine Fat Boss stopped making videos is because it's not easy to make really good, comprehensive guides like that. You know, you really need to invest the time required to make an hour-long detailed boss guide. They had, like, really good, like, graphics, really good resources. Amazing, amazing channel. And it's a shame, but yeah, they haven't had, the time to do that. Complexity Limit also does guides. Yeah, so usually what I'll do is I will watch the Complexity Limit guides, and then I'll go to Max and get, like, his take on the boss after the fact. Because usually, it kind of works, like, in a symbiotic relationship, almost. They have, like, the Complexity Limit guides for the overview, and then Limit Max will give you, like, all the, you know, really information, or, like, really, like, hard to learn details, like, that people forget in most of their other guides. I don't know a good word for it. And he has good info, right? So I usually watch them both, and I find that to be pretty nice. All that to say, I like Limit Max's guides, but fuck, man, I miss Fat Boss. I really miss... I miss just everything about Fat Boss's channel. I miss Laps Around Dalaran more than anything. I loved Laps Around Dalaran. Every single time one of those came out, I would throw that on. That was like my, like, Christmas present every single time it came out. Early Christmas present. I'd, like, that would pop up in my YouTube recommended. I'd be like, oh, fuck yeah, another Laps Around Dalaran. That was my favorite thing to watch. So, I know that they've been burnt out in the game, and, you know, I'm not gonna give them shit for not making videos, right? Like, I get it. That's where I'm at right now. Kind of. I mean, I'm still making videos, obviously, but, you know, there's a reason that this is my last speedrun. Definitely burnout is hitting me hard in some ways. I'm still playing WoW, but I need to kind of dial back a lot of the stuff that I'm doing in regards to WoW content. And, I can completely understand why they just decided they were kind of throwing in the towel there. And it especially sucks to hear with, like, everything that happened with Preach and stuff like that. I will say, I do think they did Preach a little bit dirty, but, like, I kind of get it. I felt like that whole situation was kind of, like, shitty to watch, because I love Preach's videos, and I love Fat Boss's videos, and, like, I know that some people were giving Fat Boss shit for, like, what happens, And, like, on one hand, like, I felt bad for Preach, but on the other hand, like, I kind of understood where Fat Boss was coming from. It was just overall an unfortunate situation that... And I know they didn't do anything out of, like, malice towards Preach, but it did kind of fuck him over. You're close to giving up on leveling Mage, you die if you pull 2 mobs. I feel your pain, man. I did a Mage speedrun a while ago, and it was hell. I did not have fun. Absolute misery. So, I can absolutely understand your frustration. Alright, let me pop over to... Let's do Maldraxxus. Oh yeah, I just scrolled up, or saw a bunch of other people really liked Laps Around Dalaran too. I'm glad I wasn't the only one, so... Seems a lot of other people really enjoyed that.
We need heavy artillery to repel our foes. Help our troops ready our weapons.
It's funny to me, ever since I've watched your speedruns, I've never leveled any other way, and I've not seen anything quite faster yet. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Some people prefer to take their time leveling, and that's totally okay. But this is the fastest way to level. Like, I enjoy leveling at this point by finding the fastest method. If I'm doing something that isn't the fastest, I'm not having fun. So, I mean, if you try my routes, you can rest assured that they are going to be the most efficient, just because that's, you know, what I put in the research to do. I go out of my way to try and make sure that my routes are the fastest. Okay, yeah, I can get the Bloated Loot Fly and then do those 2 world quests. Pop over, do that thing. When I hear max, I think Maximilian Dude, not Limit Max, but that's because I've watched Maximilian stuff for far longer. Yeah, that's fair. So that's why I like to say Limit Max, just because people recognize that more, generally speaking. I feel like all I do is level these days, and I use your guide every single time. Love it, especially when leveling a tank spec. Awesome, glad to hear that. Yeah, I mean, I've leveled a lot of characters over this expansion. It's just one of those things where that's the thing. I've kind of, like, done all I want to do. This was my final tank on Horde, so it's kind of reached a natural conclusion for me, I guess. I just don't really have anything else to do in terms of speedrunning, so that's the main reason why I really haven't, or I really have no plans to do anything further. Where is the Bloated Loot Fly? There it is. Nice. But yeah, I think it's pretty good, my routes, that is. I mean, I've spent a lot of time into them. If they weren't good, I'd be trying to fix them, but by all tests and all accounts from people telling me that they've tried it, appears to be working out pretty well. Alright. Yeah, this is what I used earlier. Do I have to be Renown 80 to skip the entry to New Covenants? I believe it is more that you need to have at least done it once before. So, if you haven't done the Covenants introduction before, you'll still need to do it on your first time. But if you've already done it on an alt, then you should be able to skip it. I think. Could be wrong on that. What happened with Preach and Fat Boss? You were probably AFK from WoW at that time. Not a big deal. Basically, so Preach was in Fat Boss's guild. And Fat Boss, generally speaking, refers to Alex. Alex has the character named Fat Boss. But Fat Boss TV, the channel, was run by 2 people, Alex and Laz. And they basically, like, co-led their own guild. And ever since, I think, BFA, Preach was raiding with them. It's been a while, but Preach has been raiding in their guild for a very long time. So he raided with Fat Boss. And effectively what happened was... they were doing Castle Nathria, and they were kind of burnt out on the game. And then they brought in Preach for Stone Legion Generals, because he played, I think he played a Hunter at the time. I forget exactly. All I know is that his class was, like, really good for Stone Legion Generals, so they brought him in for that. But whatever class he was maining was not good for Denathrius, So they benched him for Denathrius, which, like, he was fine with because obviously that's how Mythic progression goes. You know, if your class isn't good for a certain boss and you're rating at, like, a top 20 world level, you just get benched. That's how it is. And their guild was relatively competitive. It wasn't, like, world first race competitive, but it was still up there, right? And they benched him for Denathrius, and then after killing Denathrius, they disbanded the guild. Just completely done. They quit raiding, and they said, we're done with the game. And that kind of fucked over Preach, because now he was sitting out for the Denathrius kill. He didn't know they were disbanding until literally the moment they did it. So it wasn't even like they had given him a heads up on like, hey, after we killed Denathrius, we're quitting for the end of the tier. They just killed it, disbanded the guild overnight, and just said nothing. And it's one of those things where, because a lot of people were kind of pissed off at Fat Boss on Preach's behalf, right? Because a lot of people were like, you know, if they knew that they were going to stop raiding and they were going to quit for the tier, they should have told Preach, or they should have told, well, the rest of the guilds, right? And Preach even defended them. Preach was kind of like, look, I get where they were coming from, because on one hand, it's like, yeah, that would have been, I guess, the nice thing to do. But if you look at it from a Fat Boss's point of view, if you, as a guild leader, say, we're done raiding the moment this boss dies, a lot of people, if they are already, like, not entirely sure if they want to stay, they might just be like, fuck it, I'll just join a different guild so I have, like, a long-term thing to work on. And then at that point, the morale would be at an all-time low, because people would be like, even if we kill this boss, the guild's gonna die, right? So it would have made it really hard for them to actually finish the tier, because people would have been, like, you know, not really motivated. So they made the choice of, all right, we're just not going to tell anybody about it. And then the moment that we kill this boss, we just disband the guild. And look, is it the best solution? No. There is absolutely some middle ground that they could have taken that probably would have been better overall. But I can kind of understand their reasoning, even if it wasn't perfect, for why they chose to do that. And even Preach kind of defended them a little bit. But admittedly, he did get kind of fucked over by that decision. So it sucked. It was really shitty to hear about, partly because on one hand, I had always loved Fat Boss's videos, and I was kind of hoping that, you know, I know that they're leading a guild right now, and they're kind of, like, overwhelmed by a lot of the work they have to do, but I was still holding out hope that, like, maybe, just maybe, after they had more free time, they would continue making videos, because, you know, I loved watching their stuff. So, hearing that they were quitting the game entirely, that sucked. I was like, well, shit, no more laps around Dollar Run, huh? So it was unfortunate, and at the same time, I also felt bad for Preach, because, you know, obviously, I liked his stuff, and it sucks to hear that he got screwed over by that, but I don't really think there was any malice involved. I think they all kind of just, it was a shitty situation. They felt bad about it on both sides. As far as I know, Preach did end up getting Cutting Edge. I think some people helped him out, and he got into, like, a new guild and got his kill, so that was good. Yeah. At least at the end of the day, Preach didn't, like, really get royally fucked because of it. But, yeah, it's just unfortunate overall. Am I quitting WoW? No. I'm done with speedrunning. Believe it or not, I do stuff in WoW outside of speedrunning. In fact, speedrunning has always been a bit of a side hobby for me. My main thing in WoW is Mythic raiding, and I'm still doing that. That isn't going anywhere. I don't really make videos about that so much, but it's the main thing that I do in this game. In fact, I'll probably start making more raiding-related videos going forward. Probably not boss guides. If anything, I might do, like, not this tier, because we're already so far into it, but if I ever do a boss guide, it's going to be for tanks only, because I don't really feel like researching all of the DPS and healing side of things just to put out, like, a general boss guide. If I ever make boss guides, it's going to be like, how to tank this boss, right? Everything you need to know as a tank. And if I do that, it'll probably cover every single tank specifically. So a lot of guides will just say, as a tank, for Painsmith Raznal on Mythic, if you're tanking the first set of hammers, you need to make sure that you're getting through the spike balls somehow and dropping it on the opposite side of your group. It won't tell you how to do that. It'll just say, you can do this with a variety of abilities, including these examples. If I were to make a tank guide for, like, Mythic Painsmith Raznal, I would test it on every single tank, and I would tell you exactly how every single one of the 6 tanks can handle that mechanic. So that's the kind of thing that I would do if I ever made boss guides. Tank-specific, with details on every class, because I play every tank spec. But I would never do, like, a general boss guide. But if I do make tank videos, or boss guide videos, it would be tank stuff. But I'll probably make more general videos about, I mean, I already have, come to think of it. Like, I've been doing pretty general, like, PTR coverage, just going over some of the leveling changes, my thoughts on Blizzard's recent stuff. I've done a lot of videos, and honestly, they've been doing pretty well, so clearly people are enjoying it. And I have no reason to stop making them, so I'll keep doing that. But speedruns, especially, I kind of want to dial back a little bit. Main reason I did this, as I said before, is because I wanted to have a paladin. Okay, this one I need to do because it gives me research. And this gives me fuck all. So all I need to do today is 6 stolen messages. That's easy. Awesome. At this point in Korthia, the only thing I do is stuff that gives me artifact or cataloged research, right? Because outside of cataloged research, I have no investment in Korthia at all. I'm just trying to get my conduits caught up. Nice thing that I found about Archivist's Codex is you can buy all of the, what's it called? Stolp? How did that get there? Weird. You can buy all of, like, the socket items or, conduit upgrade items, even if you don't have Exalted with Archivist's Codex, as long as you have it on another character. That said, if you want to get really efficient sockets, I would absolutely recommend farming Soul Cinders, because Soul Cinders is 1,000 for one socket, and at this point, you can farm infinite Soul Cinders, so that is the best way to get sockets. In fact, I would say everybody should have full sockets in their gear now. It's so easy that there is literally no reason not to do it. The only reason I didn't do it yet is because I was doing Mythic on this character, so I bought a socket for my necklace, and I still haven't bought a gem for it, so, whoops, I kind of forgot to do that. But I haven't socketed my bracers because I was pretty sure I was going to get a replacement this week. I didn't, unfortunately. Same thing for my rings. I'm still using heroic rings, which, like, sucks, but oh well. But before raid next week, I will make sure these are socketed because, I don't think I'm going to be getting anything off the later bosses. Because my reclear this week, we got up to Fate Scribe. So Fate Scribe gives me, like, if this ring is kind of shit. Like, if I get it, cool. I guess these bracers are okay. So if I get those bracers, I'll put a socket in it. But, like, whatever. And then Kel'Thuzad has, this necklace sucks dick for Brewmasters. And I already have my Bis. So it's like, whatever. And obviously, you know, reclear Sylvanas, if I get the ring, first of all, fuck yeah, that would be lucky as hell. Because that ring is super good. But at that point, of course, I'll put a socket in it. I will grind as long as I need to get that socket. But if I get that ring at that point, it'll already be, like, at the end of our reclear, so it's kind of like, whatever. You can just do it before raid starts the next week. It only really matters if, like, I have enough to afford a socket for, like, the Fate Scribe bracers or something like that. So if I get Fate Scribe bracers and I don't have enough to afford a socket for it, well, that kind of sucks, but whatever. Okay, I got that quest done. I could spend a bit more time here to get, like, another conduit upgrade, but I'll get at least one more. I'll try to get, like, one conduit upgrade per day, just so I can begin to get progress towards that, but I kind of hate Korthia, so, like, at the same time, I don't really want to. Rudar made a guide and showed a video on how he got 150k codex in one day. I'm assuming that was on a new character, right? Because that is impossible if you do not have all of the, starting stuff in a brand new character. Like, if you have all of the big turn-ins ready, like the swords and all of, like, those other objectives and whatnot, yeah, absolutely, that sounds reasonable. It's a lot, but it's reasonable. But unless you have everything already turned, or unless you don't have everything already turned in, that's not possible. Not a new? Bullshit. Bullshit. If you're on, like, My Monk, right, and you already have everything collected for Archivist's Codex, and you don't get lucky with dailies, 150k? He farmed elites in the Rift. Oh, did he do the Observer Yorick cheese? That's different. That's a cheese, man. Unless it's you're farming elites in the Rift for hours and hours and hours. Like, yeah, I guess if you want to grind, you can, but at that point, it's inefficient. I can look at it. Like, if you want to post it in my Discord, and maybe if I am wrong, I'll say it. 100k 100k sounds a little bit more reasonable. I know it sounds pedantic, but 150k is a lot. 100k if it's just farming in one day, I could see that, because you can make a decent amount just off rares and stuff. But if you're gonna spend the entire day grinding just for catalog research, I don't know how efficient that would be. Let's see. Here, I'll check this. Okay, so you said Rudar? How I farmed 100k cataloged research today. I'll put it on in the background while I do this stuff. Just try it, I'll see how many I got from 15 minutes in the rifts. Oh, man. It's one of those people who doesn't edit their videos. I'm gonna go insane. I don't know why people don't just edit out the filler. Like, if I'm doing a long rant video where I'm just talking, sure. But if I'm doing a focused guide, it's edited. Like, this shit, oh my god. Just get to the fucking rift if that's what you're showing. Bit of a pet peeve of mine, because so many people do that, and I don't understand why. Okay, I'm fucking stuck in the tree. God damn it. At least they made Soul Twining Crescents drop a lot faster. Okay, so he just farms the elites, that's it? Fleshwing's probably going to be dead by the time I reach it, but I'll see if I can make it. Got 1,100 for 15 minutes. Not sure if it was the most efficient. That's interesting. Can you link here? I'm not going to put myself to doing it, but I want to see. I love people farming shit. I can't really link stuff in YouTube. It doesn't really allow links. People have tried to link me stuff before, and it doesn't work. I just searched the name that guy put, Rudar, and it popped up. Is he actually going to kill the stuff? I'm just seeing him kill, or round up a bunch of elites without actually killing it. I don't know if I'm missing something, but this doesn't seem like... I'm not seeing any actual results here. I'm just seeing him tag a bunch of elites. He hasn't killed any. Still in travel form. Unless, are they gonna, like, all teleport to him or something? Found it? Yeah. Who am I in combat with? Oh. This thing. Eh. It's just a route? I might be misunderstanding this, but is this exploiting? If the mobs are just suiciding themselves, that's kind of an exploit. And that definitely isn't intended. Like, if you're grinding mobs, that's one thing, but that is different. But I haven't seen any actual, like, data here. I'll try it myself, but this is definitely a very poorly presented thing. Hate to say it, but... It's one of the reasons why I don't watch a lot of WoW YouTubers. And I don't want to be critical, but I generally don't think it's very well presented with stuff like this. Yeah, that's it. Okay. Yeah, like... It looks like he... Because... Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. Unless I'm blind, does he actually kill an elite in any part of that video? I don't see it. I saw him kiting elites, and then I saw elites basically bugging out and dying. That's all I saw. So, that's an exploit? Like, that's not actually farming? I can see if you're manually farming the elites, that's one thing. But, like, otherwise it's just kind of exploiting. And yeah, if you're manually killing them, it's gonna take more time than just running around, tagging them, causing them to insta-die. Yeah, that's weird. Very weird. And I don't know why no actual data was presented. But okay. And by data, I mean, like, showing the drops, right? Like, not a single loot table popped up. Very weird. Is this a... I've never seen a treasure spawn out this way. This is the first time I've seen something in this location. Interesting. I feel very unsafe right now. Yeah, exploiting like that is definitely a big no-no. I might be misunderstanding it. I don't think he kills anything. Like, yeah, but then how... Like, that's... maybe I just... Okay. Maybe it's just not for me, man. I don't know. I'll try it. I'll try killing stuff. Closest way to feel like you're in vanilla, level a mage, that's some hard shit. True. Yeah. I don't know, that's not really my idea of a guide, though. Like, just giving a generic walkthrough and not actually killing things and showing the numbers feels a little bit clickbaity to me. Because, like, the way I see it, if you're gonna make a claim, like, 100k cataloged research, I want to see proof. Because, to me, that sounds like hyperbole now. That sounds like bullshit. You know, I doubt he actually got 100k. If he said, here's the proof, and he showed how much he got per mob, and then basically showed a little bit of him farming and saying, if you record the amount of time it took me to kill these mobs and see the amount of catalog research I got, you could clearly see that I did 100k. But he shows none of that. So, to me, it's bullshit. So, let's see. One elite, how much does it give? This also presumably would be faster if you had a group doing it with you. Okay, one elite. I got 6 relic fragments. It's a chance to drop. I'm sure it's a chance, but that's what I'm saying. If you don't show that, then how the fuck am I supposed to know? Like, if you're telling me that you tried it and it's a decent chance to drop, well, I'll test it myself. But if I don't see proof and I don't test it myself, then it's bullshit, in my opinion. Why do you think that I always record my speedruns, right? Because people will, if I just made like my leveling guide, right, and I didn't do speedruns, people would say, well, that's bullshit. There's no way you actually got it in that amount of time. Look at countless other leveling guides out there, and they do exactly that shit. They say, I got to max level in X amount of time. They never provide proof. And you know what? It's because they can't. It's because when I'm out here saying that I can, like, previously, back in 9.1, I was like, oh yeah, my leveling time is around 6 hours. 6 to 7 hours is realistically what you can expect for 50 to 60. And I saw guides that were like, oh, level 50 to 60 in 4 hours, blah, 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 blah. And they provided absolutely no evidence. They just kind of rambled on about how they did dungeons and it was really fast. Provided no proof. Just said, yeah, me and my friends did about 10 minutes per dungeon or something like that. That's it. And then they would provide no evidence to back it up. And boom, there you go. There's the leveling guide. And there's an unfortunately high amount of WoW channels out there that do exactly that shit. Maybe this was just an unfortunate mistake on this guy's part, but I've seen a lot of shit like that, and it pisses me off. You got 1,190 for 15 minutes, so that's not... So that, not sure how fast you get them elsewhere, but that's what I tried. Now, that sounds pretty good, but that is already more information than I saw in that video. So, we'll see, right? I will see. And it definitely seems like the Soul-Starved Shadows are better than the Famished Darkness. They have way less health. Unless these drop higher amounts, but that's the kind of thing that, you know, you would want data backing up. 10 people running around with you killing them? Interesting. Skittering Shadow. What are these things? Oh. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, Famished Darkness definitely has way more HP. From the comments, I think somebody mentioned there was an item that can give 700, but I might be mistaken. If it has a chance to drop the epic items, then yeah, that could be pretty good. But that should probably be included in the guide. Because it is a guide, right? I dislike these pools of shit that the Famished Darkness puts down, though. This thing is annoying. Something about 10% chance, though? Yeah, if it's a 10% chance to get the epic items, that would be good. But I don't know if it is. See, this is the kind of thing where, like, if you want to do a guide like that, you record your data, and you present that data in a spreadsheet. After killing X amount of elites, okay, yeah, so that's better, right? That is 4 times complicated organism harmonizer, right? That's good. Relic fragment times 23. Okay, so that's like a few hundred. Solid, I would say. So yeah, that would be enough, but I didn't see any of them. I'll stop whinging though. Let's see. The main question, I think, is can these guys drop it? Because these I can very easily solo. The Famished Darkness takes way too long. So if I can actually get a lot of relic fragments off these guys, then that would be pretty good. But if it's only off the Famished Darkness, then... Well, first of all, that would limit what you could actually farm. Yeah, 4 relic fragments. So, could be wrong, but that leads me to believe that it's only the Famished Darkness that gives a lot. And these other guys don't give a lot. Got 2 epic drops, might have been just RNG. Like, that's fine, but, like, if you can get epic drops, then yes, in theory, after killing them for long enough, it could be pretty good. If there is no internal cooldown on it. I could absolutely see that. Killed 3 Famished and a couple of these. Yeah, so far, I've only gotten good shit off the Famished Darkness. But It's entirely possible that I'm just getting really bad luck on the other ones. And obviously the chests give good stuff, but, you know, it's the chests. Of course they do. So I'll test it out a bit more. We'll see. I'll kill this guy again, just to make sure. You had a lot of people helping me, it would have taken a while to kill the famished ones. Yeah, for sure. If you're gonna do this, you should do it in a group, right? These things are not... I mean, they're easy to solo, but they're not time efficient to solo, so... I agree with that. Huh. Like, I could chip away at this guy, but... Yeah, 5 relic fragments. So, definitely seems like it's the Famished Darkness, which has, like, the really broken drop rates. Which is good to know. So, when should I stay in Bastion's storyline? So, by my testing, I did it at the very end. I went all the way through. However, I am starting to think, the more that I do Threads of Fate, that Threads of Fate might just be faster overall. So, I'm thinking go through Threads of Fate, or go through Bastion up until, hard to say. I would say the Temple of, what's it called? This place, Purity's Pinnacle, Temple of Purity and stuff. That area is really good, so definitely do up until, Temple of Purity. As for whether or not you want to continue after Temple of Purity, I think that's where it's debatable. At that point, you could probably swap the Threads of Fate. You'll probably get like 52 off that. Around there. Maybe, I don't know. I'll do some testing. I won't do like another full speedrun, and I definitely won't post it as a video. But I will do more testing, and I will get back to you with that in my official guide, which should be out next week. So, we'll see. But basically, I would say either Temple of Purity or just do it all the way through. It's, I think, good either way, but... You know. Definitely could get better. Yeah, okay, so it is absolutely the Famished Darkness. That is really good. You could get a group together to farm this. Tier 4 Time Rift keys? What do you mean? I guess you mean you need to be Tier 4 to get the keys, but you can also get the keys even if you are a lower rank. Right? Like, they drop from rares and stuff, so you might have some left over. And if you're getting this much catalog research, you should be able to get to rank 4 really easily. It's not hard. Like, how many do I have? I can't find them in my bags. Oh yeah, I have 1 left, but I haven't bought any, so... I've had a ton of Rift keys over time. Okay, so I'll kill this one last one, and then I'll go grab my chests, and I'll do a turn-in. Yeah, okay, so it's the Famished Darkness. At this point, like, I don't see any reason to kill these elites, because they give fucking nothing. 4 relic fragments is terrible. Because this gives 18 relic fragments on base, and then, like, 2 to 4 complicated organism harvesters. And if you're saying that there's, like, a rare chance to get an epic, then that's even better. But I don't see it, unless you say you got the epic off one of the other ones. So if you got the epic off the generic ones, then, I don't know, maybe. But, so far, I have only gotten 4 relic fragments off those guys every single time. You had 1 in your tier 2, so you can't test it further? Ah, fair enough, yeah. Now, somebody's killing this, so I might as well. Alright, moment of truth. Does this give me anything good? Nope, 6 relic fragments. Alright. That settles it for me. And it's good that this chest wasn't on the other side, because it would have really sucked to have to go all the way to the other side of the rift to actually get this thing. These are not worth it. Chance to drop epics is 0.2%. So honestly, I could see it being worth it if you're in a group farming the Famished Darkness, right? That would, in my opinion, be worth it. Like, I think that's fine. It's just, he should have mentioned that, because it's misleading otherwise. It's only those. It's only the Famished Darkness. The other shit is not worth it. At all. 6 relic fragments per is terrible. It's terrible, terrible. But yeah, Famished Darkness with a group of 5 running rounds in a cycle farming them, yeah, I would say that's worth it. If you absolutely need cataloged research and you have no other way to farm it, yeah. Farming rares is still going to be better. So if you haven't done your daily rares, then, you know, go do that. That's always going to give you more. I do think 100k is a bit of an overstatement. So unless he has proof for that, I think it's just, he probably did the math on how much, on average, you could probably get, and just said, yeah, I would have gotten this much if I farmed all day. Because that's just not reasonable, in my opinion. So unless he wants to prove that, then, eh. Which, it's like, whatever, like, everybody kind of clickbaits their shit, but I don't like clickbaiting data unless I can back that data up. Like, everybody's idea of clickbait is different, but my idea of clickbait data is if you say that you were able to do a specific number of things in a certain time, or you, like, leveled in X amount of time, or something like that, you better be able to have some proof to back that number up, or it's by definition clickbait, in my opinion, at least. So I generally dislike that practice. But if I say I did something in X amount of time, you better believe that I'm going to prove it. That's why I have timers in all my speedruns, right? If I didn't have timers, I could tell you that I got, like, the sickest world record of all time, and, you know, who could challenge that? Nobody. I could say, like, oh, yeah, you know, the other day, I was doing the speedrun, and I got, like, a 2-hour 50 to 60 run. You know, put that in my title. Then I just, like, do a 15-minute video showcasing, like, my route and saying, yeah, trust me, guys, I got 2 hours with this route. You know, 100% would recommend. That kind of thing. Don't want to clickbait data. Clickbaiting data is just, in my opinion, shitty, and it's a recipe for disaster, because it's so easy to be proven untrue. Famish is 7.8% for relic for epics, and blue ones 21%. It's only 21% for blue ones, because I've gotten a blue one every single time I've killed it, which admittedly is only 2 times, but the fact that I got 4 blue ones on the first try and 2 on the second try, I would imagine it's guaranteed, right? Unless I just got really lucky. But he wrote in the comments about being in a group. Yeah, which, I mean, once again, better, but still bad. As for whatchamacallit? As for more testing, I'll probably do that later on, like off stream. Because I do want to get cataloged research, so I am curious to see if that is like a viable method. But that's kind of the thing that I'll do, like, while editing videos on the side, you know. I can have Premiere open and just like casually be doing like artifact farming and stuff like that. That's just off Wowhead. Oh, I got you. Okay. Makes sense. Alright, I think I can probably go hand in all my cataloged research now. You had one in your tier 2. Oh, I read that. Yeah, my bad. Leveling a prop pally and just hit 45. I don't know what to do for the last 5 levels. Can you help? Were you following my guide, or were you doing something different? Because if you weren't following my guide, I would say last 5 levels do the WAD intro. If you were following it, then last 5 levels do Spires, probably. Spires or Eastern, or Spires or Western Plaguelands. That's what I would recommend. But yeah, if you didn't follow my guide and you did something else, then a WAD intro, Silverpine Forest. If you're Alliance, then do Red Ridge Mountains, Block Mode on, all good options. It's kind of hard to say because I have no idea what you did to get to 45, so most efficient zones kind of scale and stuff like that. Alright, can buy this. And... oh wait, I should do Revendreth first before I head back. Followed your guide by memory, so it's not 100%. Yeah, so... depends on where you left off. If you did WAD intro, if you did Silverpine, Hillsbrad, and you did, like, intro to Frostfire and Gorgorons, then I would say, yeah. Basically, if you're missing experience, either Spires of Iraq or Western Plaguelands are probably your 2 best options. You could do Stone Talon as well, but Stone Talon is slightly slower, but it's still pretty good. Haven't done Spires? There you go, yeah. Spires is a good option. I remember reading a document that you detailed your test results for zone in the 1 to 50 bracket. Can you tell me where to find it? You probably remember that document because I showed it at the end of my video. So at the end of my leveling guide, I showed that document. Like, I went through it, but I never actually published it. So, if you're curious, I will put it in my Discord. It's not the kind of thing that I want to make public because I didn't, like, spend a ton of time formatting it. And it's not like official data, right? Like, this was my rough testing that I did. So I kind of showed it more as like a way of saying, these are the zones that I tested, and I found that these things were not super efficient. So I did show it in my guide as a result of that. But it wasn't like the most efficient, like, end-all be-all resource, and I probably could have done some stuff faster. But if you're curious, I will share it on my Discord. And if you're not on my Discord, just add me, Harlden, #2316. And for the record, the document that I'm talking about is not my leveling document. So my leveling doc, everybody should have. It's in the video description. I assume the thing that Pubs is referring to is a completely different document that I made, which was raw data. It was a raw collection of my leveling testing for all of the 1 to 50 zones. And if you remember that, first of all, I'm impressed because that wasn't something I publicized, right? But it was shown briefly during one of my videos. So I showed it in the recording as like a way of saying I've done this testing, but it was not something that I published. So, yeah, nobody has that link. It's a privated doc. Must have seen it at the end, yeah. I would imagine. So I'm impressed that you remember that because for a while I actually forgot that I had that in the video, and then I rewatched my guide and I was like, oh yeah, I did show that doc. So it's there, but I've never like made that public just because it's like whenever I make a document public, I like it to be like well edited, well formatted, and that document was literally just a garbled list of data that I threw together. Most of it has like random numbers jotted down with like symbols next to it because it's like this is stuff that if I look at it, I'll know what this like abbreviation stands for. So all that matters is that I understand what I'm looking at, but I never made it like really useful and readable for like the average person, which is the main reason that I, didn't really want to make it public. But I will share it in my own Discord if you're curious. I'll do that after stream. Am I quitting WoW after this? No. I am only quitting speedrunning. I'm still playing WoW. I mean, the speedrun's over. If I was quitting WoW after the speedrun, then I wouldn't be playing right now. I need 5 bolts of... or no. I don't even know. I guess I can just do create alt. Anyways, yeah, no, I'm still playing WoW in general. I do a lot of Mythic raiding, so definitely still playing the game. I'll still be making a few videos, but done speedrunning after this, specifically. Just tuned in. Why is this your last speedrun? Plan on doing other WoW content? I've already been doing other WoW content. People just haven't all been watching it. It has been getting solid views, right? More views, ironically, than my speedruns. So I have no incentive to continue doing speedruns because A, I'm not enjoying it, and B, people aren't watching it. A lot of people have watched this run, probably because I said it was my last one. But yeah, I don't have any motivation to continue doing speedrunning. My other WoW content has genuinely been doing better as of late. I plan to continue doing that, but I have no reason to continue speedrunning. Been a minute since I played. Think December was the last time. I can't blame you, yeah. Shadowlands has not been great so far. Unless you're a Mythic Raider. If you're a Mythic Raider, it still hasn't been great. But it's been okay. Been, like, passable on some regards, but it's still pretty frustrating. I can do, yeah, seems good. So it's gonna open with the big, like, AoE thing. I'm a PvPer, so you can guess how that goes. Oh yeah, I've heard that PvP is still kind of a shit show, so that's unfortunate. Do you think it's easier to level a profession and make the Legio items now, with the buff? No, I still think it's absolute hell, unfortunately. Oh, I fucked up. Whatever. I might still be able to clutch this out. We'll see. You just want a solid X-Pack to release, but I don't think that'll be for a while. Yeah, unfortunately. Okay, he's gonna do it now? Yes, I timed it perfectly. Alright. Now, I think... yeah, I need to do this. I might still be able to win this battle, but it's going to be close. Alright. My horny toad, aptly named Afrasiabi, is going to clutch this out for me, hopefully. Oh, nice! Alright, that worked out well. Now I can head back to Elysian Hold. But yeah, so, what should we call it? Hubs, I think you might already be in my Discord, but if not, you can just add me. But yeah, I'll be posting that in a little bit. Just gotta finish this up. That's all my callings done. Wanted to get that done. And can finish this up. Ah, I never get any good trinkets from that. Unfortunate. Oh, it's a toy. Cool. That's a decent amount of gold, so... nice. Yeah, so that calling gave me 5.5k. Or 5.6k, but, you know, close enough. Return more lost souls. Huh. Neat. Yeah, so calling's a really good source of gold. Oh shit, I need to be Windwalker. I think you need to swap specs for this. I fully upgraded everything? Oh. Mistweaver then. Oh shit. I keep forgetting that you actually need to fully change your spec for this instead of loot spec. I hate that. I don't know why you can't just change loot spec to be able to slot in your covenants, or conduits. Blah. Oh well. I think that's it. Yep, alright, cool. That is every single conduit at 226 on this character. You came back to PvP months ago. Gear is a bit easier to get now. I think most people dislike the balance of PvP, honestly, from what I've heard. Even catching up with it, you're just 230 in PvP and still at 1600 rating, and you're getting people at 252 gear. Yeah, that's a lot of the complaints I've heard. But most people say it really sucks to have other people one-shotting them with, like, Arms Warrior and Windwalker Monk, I think is, like, the big problematic ones. So, that's unfortunate. Alright, we're hoping for Walk with the Ox or Strike with Claire. Actually, no. Walk with the Ox or Scalding Brew are the two big ones. Mostly Walk with the Ox. Come on, come on. Ah, actually, Evasive Stride's pretty good. I like upgrading the damage ones, but survivability-wise, in my opinion, this is the best Brewmaster survivability conduit. People will disagree with that, and I don't understand why. It's really, really good, especially for Mythic Prog. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to end it there. Already, did a lot past the speedrun, and it's been close to 7 hours. Now, I did pretty much everything I wanted to do. Gonna be streaming again tomorrow. Tomorrow will be Final Fantasy stuff, so I'm just going to be casually leveling characters. Not sure how long I'll be streaming tomorrow. It'll probably be a bit more casual, just because, I have a lot of shit that I want to do. I really want to put in work towards the videos that I'm going to be making this week, so I want to put a lot of effort into the WoW leveling guide. I don't think it's going to be a super long guide because I don't have a ton to say, but I do want to make sure that at least what I put out is pretty, well made and not just like half-assed and rushed. So that's going to take some time. I want to give that as much effort as I possibly can. But that's it for today's stream. Thank you all for coming, and I will catch you tomorrow.